weekend, honestly, and I'm excited to see drivers from all around kind of come out here and compete and see what they got on a different engine package than what obviously we're used to here in the U.S.
Exactly.
And something that they're used to in Canada. And the drivers for me to look out for are a lot of the Brits. Kai Hunter, he's known for running Rotax, and he was out at the Grand Finals, if I'm not mistaken, this past year at Sarno. And, I mean, with the likes of Caden McQueen and all these other drivers, it's going to be interesting. And you called it the Sunshine State earlier in the broadcast, but we have it did rain. It was a rainy start to the weekend. Friday, it was, I believe it was raining a little bit yesterday or the day before on Thursday.
Thursday practice. You can see on the outside of what is turn number 4 there. No, that's turn 5, sorry, the hairpin. You can see a bit of residual water on the outside.
Indeed.
When we arrived at the circuit yesterday morning, it was still very damp. The paddock, which is packed here in Orlando, there were some rivers and streams running because Thursday the weather was deeply unpleasant, I think is the word you were looking for. So today, pre-finals and finals for round 1. We've got a double grid in seniors. There's well over 40, nearly 50 drivers in seniors, 36 in juniors, so they've all been amalgamated together. But as you can see, the stars and stripes fluttering in what is a pleasant breeze, not too bitterly cold. I think it's time we hear from a few people that make this broadcast possible. Our sponsors.
To the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charles Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
gentlemen. We are on the rolling lap for Heat 1. Junior Rotax here, the opening round of the 2025 Rotax Winter Trophy. Ryan Gandor and Nate Dupuis, an all-Canadian front row. Edwin Kennedy and Felipe Benito on row 2. Julian Rivera and Alexis Bayerjon are on row 3. As you look down the list of 36 starters, leading names, the Keys, the Grand Finals, representing Team USA, like Jackson Porter, Davil Roberts, have all been there. Trying to bring in Xander Clements. Xander, good morning. Welcome to third year's worth of Kart Chasers coverage of this event. Fourth year in total, and we're set for some really good racing.
Super excited to get things started, Henry. Thanks for the great introduction. Happy to be back for year number 3 of the Rotax Winter Trophy. Happy to see that, like last year, we've got a healthy crowd. And, well, this is, again, only the first half of the 36 total juniors. Originally, it was on the border of whether they were going to be split in two, which is going to be the case for the senior max drivers coming up. But they were able to fit them all in. That means everybody gets to run to the A final both days here, Henry.
Exactly. Now we're coming into turns 11, 12, and 13 here at the Orlando Kart Center. Gandor, Dupuis, Kennedy, Benito, Rivera, Bayerjon. We're going to have a second rolling lap. Now, I think that is possibly because track temperature is low. It's a cold, crisp January morning here in Orlando, and I think that race director Manuel Branco and his team here probably decided to avoid, to minimize the risk of a first corner tom. Let's give the drivers a chance to get a bit of extra heat into those Mojo tires.
So kudos to Manuel to being able to, or to hopefully keep cleaning up our turn 1. You know, sometimes when you give drivers a little bit too much grip and too much confidence, that can lead to carnage because they'll make some aggressive moves. On the same point, though, having them not tiptoe and be going into the unknown, they got now 2 full times at speed, going down the front stretch into the brake zone, offline, so hopefully that'll pay dividends and allow them to feel comfortable enough of where they need to position their karts and how early they got to brake to not run over the driver in front of them, knowing what the real limit is of how deep they can go in without going off, because it's always a tight spot without quickly it bottlenecks to turn 3. You don't want to give up any ground because you know it gets down to single file there, but you also don't want to overdo it because there's not a lot of room between the outside of the track and that big green container wall, Henry.
Yes, indeed. At the back of the pack, was in the back of the pack, Grayson Walcott. He had an incident coming out of pit lane, and speaking of incidents, the number 221 kart has a brief rotation. One of the Rollison Performance Group kart, that's Maddox Ruiz, just going around. He will have to probably start now from the back of the field, but we're into the tram lines. And live on Kart Chaser, the 2025 Rotax Winter Trophy is underway into turn number 1, and again you can see the slippery, cold track conditions. Everybody hard on the anchors. The 214 kart, one of Lando Norris chassis, Jack Savell from Mike Doty Racing, just getting caught up there. A couple of drivers, and yellow flag at turn number 5. Somebody slow on the exit, but looking at these drivers understeering, the front tyres just not wanting to dig into the tarmac and turn, but heading down Scrapyard Straight to side-by-side back with Edward Kennedy on that Energy Core chassis, getting muscle wide. I think that may have been the 210 kart of Martin Saar going through, but all things considered, relatively clean opening lap here in Orlando.
Let's pull the ticker up on the left side of your screen so you guys can keep an eye on where your favorite drivers are. Ryan Gandor made his Rollison Performance Group debut at the first of the 3 races so far here at Orlando Kart Center, now on race number 3 in the first round of the Winter Trophy for the Rotax Max Challenge. He leads the way. There was a spin down in turn 1. That was the 212 off as the battles continue inside the top 10. That's actually inside the top 5.
We saw the move down the inside by, I believe, Cranham in the 218 Beryl Art, moving into third behind Dupuis. That's opened a little gap, and there's been another position change. And obviously a bit of threat of pressure there just outside the top 5 as Edward Kennedy looks on.
Yeah, the 212 going around, that was Arthur Cordiero for the D2 Motorsport team, Daniel Romano's team, which has emerged this year, first year as an actual operation. They're smart looking sort of midnight blue and yellow Max livery machines. Now, there's the number 230 car. Look at Sizzle. Isaac Malcout from the PSL karting team. He's just been passed there. Oh no, the number 218 has been passed quite Cranham, a multiple British Kart War Prix winner. For those of you that have watched Kart Masters in the past, Cranham has won that on multiple occasions, making his US karting debut. He's with the Prime Power team, so there are lots of red and white Birrell chassis here in the factory Birrell livery. Only half of them belong to the PSL karting team. The Prime Power team have got a whole host of international stars and all doing very well indeed. But up at the front, Rayan Gandua for one of the traditional US powerhouses, the Rollers and Performance Group, showing Nate Dupuis, Cranham, Saar, and Victor de Alencar, a clean pair of heels.
Fastest driver on the racetrack last time by, though, wasn't on frame. In fact, he wasn't even inside the top 8. Davin Roberts, quickest on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. Looks like he just made one move around rookie Alexis Baillargeon, who was one of the titular candidates through last year's Winter Trophy in Mini-Max. It's his first Junior Max American start. He is running now 9th after Roberts has gone on by, so still inside the top 10 in an impressive opening weekend for the young Canadian. And right behind him, another one of the young OTK pilots there, Julian Rivera, moving up his first foray into Junior Max as well. He's sporting the AM Racing Team black and orange colors, it looks to be. Is that correct? HRT Motorsport.
So in this group, Davin Roberts, third in last year's championship. You see him wearing his Team USA race suit. He qualified for the grand finals at the US Nationals in the Newcastle Motorsport Park. Alexis Baillargeon, a former top 5 finisher in Micromax the grand finals. He was last year's Mini-Max champion, and Julian Rivera in the inaugural running of this event back in 2022. He was the Micromax champion. There's a move, just going into turn number 9, and we're 2-3 wide. Nate Dupuis there on that Velocity Racing by Sony Kart, getting elbowed out of the way. Dupuis from the front of the grid down into about 7th or 8th position. So Nate Dogg, well, someone forgot to take him off his leash this morning.
Yeah, that one got nasty, but how about Victor de Alencar, as there goes Manuel giving a quick warning to the group that felt like the entire group there, because now they're about 10 deep. Look how far along, only 5 laps in. Gandor is long gone, and this is just an all-out scrum here in the likes of rugby, Henry. This is just nose to tail, elbows out, and don't get squashed.
Yeah, a nice calm start to the Winter Trophy here for Junior Rotax. Second back to about 12th, all in the space that you could normally park a Dodge Neon. It's the red and white Birrell ART of Riley Cranham, who is parking on the apex going into turn number 10. Roberts in the thick of the action. He's a very tall driver based out of North Carolina. Came here at the very first running of the Winter Trophy, trying out Rotax the very first time. And it is Cranham to Alencar, then Kennedy between Malcout, Roberts, Baillargeon, Saar, Jackson Porter is in the mix as well in 10th position. There's the 277 Kart of Benjamin Abedin, the Parallel team. Great to see Ben Cutler's outfit now becoming the factory distributor in the UK and the USA for the Parallel outfit. And just shows that Kart is growing here exponentially in the United States. And Dupuis is one of those two drivers.
And Dupuis.
Oh dear, so Well, if American-Canadian relations were lost at the start of the day, they're even worse now. And there's the Alan Carr in the all-white machine. Tito and Elio running him this weekend. He runs a little bit wide. Ryan Gando has checked out. He is long gone.
6 seconds and counting now as they'll put another lap in the books. 3 to go. Edward Kennedy moves the Energy Corsa Americas crew into third. He's now under heavy pressure from Davin Roberts and company, but if he goes low for I think 1 or 2 more corners or has a pass happen like that with Davin going through to third, they might allow Riley Cranham to get further out of reach. He's already about a half second up the road. You can see him just barely in our frame now as they head to that back grid corner and down the back straightaway. Riley Cranham in the red and white, then the red and white OTK, the Cosmic for Davin Roberts, the blue and red Energy of Edward Kennedy's gonna lose another spot, maybe 2, with a nice move as Alexis Baillargeon, the rookie, has avoided all that chaos in front of him. He's now gotten into the top 5 here as we hit 2 laps to go, and there is your leader on the complete opposite end of the straightaway, Henry.
I've got to say that Rayan Gandor and his team, he's got coaching by Sean Butcher from the United Kingdom. He's got quite a few team members here looking after engines and hardware from KR Sport in the UK. It's been a process to get him to this point. But now he is finally, all the hard work, the testing, the time and energy and miles on track that have been spent, now beginning to pay off handsomely for this young Canadian Gandor. 8 seconds up the road. Cranham looks over his shoulder. Baillargeon chasing Roberts. Kennedy on the Energy chassis having to defend with the Alan Carr. Martin Saar trying to sneak underneath those two, and behind Saar you've got Jackson Porter. Hamish Campbell, the Aussie, in Kart 232, driving the Speed Concepts racing team, is in the mix as well. He was moaning how cold he was. Well, this has warmed him up. Last lap board goes out.
1 to go, and they're 2, nearly 3 wide, as again right in front of Campbell. They went all kinds of ways. He's going to now get put to the inside and maybe to the outside if he's not careful there, as he got bogged down coming out of that corner right behind Jackson Porter. Porter will put a really, really close quarters move there on Martin Saar to take over 7th, and I mean, it just continues to change by the corner, Henry. That's a move there by the Paralyn going backwards of Benham Abernathy, and into the top 10 looked like maybe Julian Rivera got himself back forward.
Well, the only driver that really breathing a sigh of relief at the moment is our pole sitter and our first race winner of 2025. Rotax win the trophy. Rayan Gander, Riley Cranham, who should be used to this sort of hectic racing, being from the UK. He takes P2, and Davin Roberts, sharpening his elbows nice and early, comes home in 3rd position, just in front of Alexis Baillargeon. And there is, that is HM propeller car. Was that, we'll have to try and see, but certainly a Kart Republic chassis in the tyres. But Rayan Gander, Riley Cranham, Davin Roberts, Alexis Baillargeon, Edward Kennedy, Victor Alan Carr, Jackson Roberts, Darren Kidd comes home in 9th place. Good drive for the Mike Doty racing driver. And further down the order, there's people that will be heading back to their awnings just after the pre-final, dusting themselves down and with a little bit of work to do on some rather scuffed go-karts.
So first look again at your top 15 in our very first race. It was action-packed to say the least, and well, you heard from Caleb Vieska. For those that followed us on the free stream in warm-up, we're going to send it on back down to him for a little more intel. Confirmed as well, it was Oliver Chasse we saw on your screen for a moment in the HM Propeller Kart Republic that had nose in the wall. They've got to clear the racetrack. They've got to check on Olivier, so hopefully he'll be all right. But, Caleb, let's go down to you here on pit lane with another fast and action-packed Senior Max pre-final on deck.
Before you get to the hairpin and turn number 8 onto the back straightaway, like Henry likes to call it, the scrapyard straightaway, there's a barrier that's right on the curb there that a lot of drivers have been kind of nicking with their front bumper, and that's one of the things that has sent a couple of drivers around. We saw Olin Galley kind of that barrier a bit back on Olin Galley a couple of weeks ago, and a couple of drivers already kind of getting in and starting to test that barrier out a little bit. So look out for that. Look out for some drivers to kind of not benefit from that so much. But also that's a fast way around the racetrack. But just one of the things that I noticed out here. But this Senior Max race is one that you guys are not going to want to miss. Back to you, boys.
And once again, it's one of two. We are in for a treat here this weekend, folks, with Senior Max, with the biggest grid of the total structure of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophies opening weekend here, Henry. We had 46 the last I had checked on pre-entries. A lot of them were in nearly a full month out. They had been planning their trip for quite some time. The majority of the field, only a handful of walk-ups. The final count, what are we looking at that are here in person so far?
Well, we're looking at 2 pages on my entry list, just so you can see Manuel Branco. They're giving a briefing to the drivers. He said that yesterday, that before the first race, he would be discussing the drivers. There's a look at the new Rubens Barrichello chassis by Birol ART that Eduardo Barrichello, and of course his dad Rubens, will be driving this weekend. Interesting fact, in the 4-year history of this event, only one driver remains undefeated in terms of winning the championship. That would be Rubens Barrichello. Spoke to him yesterday. He went, I'm not sure if I'm slowing down or not. But he said, well, I said, well, at least if you're slowing down, everyone's slowing down with you, so you're still going to have a good race. But there is Dudu Barrichello, has been out of a go-kart since this event last year, racing stock cars in his native Brazil with his dad. They all go back. There's Alan Rudolph, one of the real legends of stateside karting. And the drivers will now try and recall what was said. But if you think this is good, last year was just
could today be the day as we go through the lights. This time we're green down to turn number 1, and there it is. A lot of drivers already trying the escape routes through turn number 1. And weekend 2 is Mossman gets through there into the top 5 for fast Frankie Mossman's SCR Red Speed. Yeah, here we go.
Here we go.
2 laps, lap and a half to go. We'll get the white flag this time by ZCD on the bottom. Mossman and Bauer together. Mossman was aggressive. DeMello on the inside. Here comes Norberg on the outside. Door to door, side by side. There was problems. Raiden Lorenko. White flag in the air. And Norberg had to back out from DeMello, and it allowed Aiden Ingrata to slip in the mix there. There's your 2 leaders. Here's the scrap for the podium. Norberg getting through. It's Austin Garrison out of left field into the top 4 into this pack. Norberg blocking low for P4, Gary for 3rd, as Diego Ramos is a winner again for the first time in 2 years. Here comes Garrison to the line to race with Norberg. That's for 4th. Norberg will hold over Garrison by just a couple of thousandths there at the stripe. But a PSL karting 1-2, and for Diego Ramos, the monkey is finally off his back. He gets his first big win with PSL karting after the heartbreak he experienced last week. As one happy Brazilian who has had a great weekend, a deserving race winner, and he is fired up. Here we go, 16.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, there we go. Right.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
first of all, let's go back to that. Right. Diego Ramos winning out. It was a long time coming for one of the fastest drivers, I think, week in, week out in the paddock that we get to see. We get it treated to in North American karting. Happy to see that, like his fellow Brazilian Mateus Morgado, he's been retained and will be once again driving his Red Army machine in 2025 for another full calendar year. And like you mentioned on camera, he's got Eduardo Barrichello, along with a number of other teammates joining him again for the Winter Trophy, like he's had in years past.
Yeah, so, I mean, they've got several drivers, including Ramos, trying to defend and retain their title. For Diego's done an awful lot in this sport, representing Brazil. Last year in Sarno was a highlight for him. A lot of these drivers, even though they're champions in a number of different categories, it's very rare they get the chance to just represent their nation, and that's what the Grand Finals does for them. But the green flag waves, and the lady on the grid there, she is a Formula 1 flag marshal, flagged at the Canadian Grand Prix in Montreal. But a very nice collection of senior Rotax drivers led once again by Canada. Canada starting strong this year. Aiden Ingrata was fastest in qualifying. Timothy Pernod, second. Now, Ingrata hasn't been to the Grand Finals before. Pernod has. Laurent Legault, another driver looking to make their Grand Finals debut, I believe, starts third. And then Lewis Goff, who made his Grand Finals debut. He's come over from the United Kingdom. He is starting fourth with Eduardo Barrichello, former top 5 finisher, 2022 Portimao, Portugal for you. And then Salvador Della Vecchia, young Salvador Della Vecchia from Venezuela. He has come to this event every single year. The first year he won a ticket in my mini-max. Couldn't take it. There was a problem with the Venezuelan ASN or something like that, and he couldn't do it. Every year since, he's back. He hasn't been to the Grand Finals before. He's never been able to represent his country. He is desperate to. He starts P6. Arnaud Samoyen and Lucas Nanji on row number 4. And then the Purdue Boilermaker, Aiden Fox. The Fox and Son team starts alongside Ethan Thorne on row number 5. Damian Paez, the Dominican Republic, and Dominic Caray on row 6. Nicholas Vega, Aiden Galway, Aiden Lorenzo. There are 5 Aidens in this class. 3 different spellings for those here. Manuel Gonzalez on row number 8. Derek King, Adriano Vera, Brandon Comical. Interesting character. Just moved across from motocross. This is his first season in karting, in kart number 325. 23 drivers in total. I spoke to Brandon and said, why the change from 2 wheels to 4 wheels? And I just got sick of breaking wrists and ankles on a regular basis.
Fair enough. He's going to be joined on the end of the top 20 starters, the top 10 rows with Dylan Ludwig. Luca Posick, Savannah Callis, and Zachary Daly will make up the 23 starters. That basically confirms either 45 or 46 that will be taking the green from the original pre-entry list, adding a few walk-ups, taking away a few who were unlucky enough and could not make it to Orlando. Here we are for pre-final A. Again, all drivers lined on the left side of your screen, and on camera on the left, the blue and pink RPG Cosmic is Canada's Aiden Ingrata, and his fellow countryman, the red and white Birol Art, Timothy Pernod. And Ingrata's got a nice jump. He'll bring at least one teammate through to second, and the third teammate, the third of the 3 RPGs, tried to get in there as well. I believe that was Goff in the 344. He could not. He will go high, low, stay in line in fourth there as Eduardo Barrichello looks to be one of maybe 5 drivers that didn't brush the grass on the entry down to turn number 5. Everybody protecting early here, Henry.
Ingrata made he was very, very slow up to the start. So Legault was able to slot into P2. Now, can the 2 Rollison Performance Group teammates work together, make that 3, because Lewis Goff has also passed Timothy Pernod. Goff, his first season as a senior driver. There's the all-black machine, Salvador Della Vecchia. He is not running as an independent, he's running with the AM team, but he said yesterday the graphics didn't arrive. But I said, you know something, Salvador? That's an intimidating look. That's your Dale Earnhardt look, you know. Drivers will turn around, they'll just see a plain black cart with a black race suit, and that might be intimidating. He sort of looked at me and he went, there, you might have a point there, Henry.
Well, he definitely could use it because he doesn't have the size for it. The senior rookie is one of the shortest drivers in the field. Probably got a ton of lead on the back of that seat. But the go-kart looks good, and he's getting a bit of help here from this pack behind. That's Lucas Nanji now that it's gone by. Eduardo Barrichello has gone the wrong direction here. That was 2 spots lost in 2 corners. And in the first lap and a half, he's gone from inside the top 5 to now another one to Aiden Fox. Back to what looks to be should be 8th.
And of course, 2 years ago, Aiden Fox and Eduardo Barrichello, 2 of the main contenders in this category. Aiden and the Fox and Son team running an association with Auntie Linda's Kitchen once again this weekend. A great sponsorship deal there that Kart Chase are also benefiting from, which we're very pleased to have on board. Aiden, a stalwart of this class. He raced back in Sarno in 2016 in the Grand Finals. So he's been around the sport a long time. There's a move, the 351 Timothy Pernod. Making a move on his fellow Canadian Laurent Legault. Lewis Goff, meanwhile, his dad Sean Goff's father runs a sports car team in the UK, so Lewis Goff probably got a path into motorsports planned out for it, but it's great to see Goff coming over here with his team from Sam Pollock Racing in the UK, up into P2.
It was super fun to hear, Henry, from some of our friends from the U.S. and our small contingent that went over to the Rotax Grand Finals, how many drivers wanted to come and race here in the U.S. And I heard a lot more Brits apparently. You're a trendsetter. A lot more wanted to come and join us, like Lewis Goff, like Kai Hunter, quite a bit in 25. Hopefully we get to see him. We've been treated, as you've witnessed here, at some of the biggest events in our country, including the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy, to some of the best in the world coming and racing in North America here. We get them on our home front.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been commentating over here now, both with you guys and at other events, just certain commentary since the start of 2022. And when I came over here, sort of my sort of European snobbery a little bit, and said, well, you know what, USA could learn a thing or two from Europe. Fast forward, I think Europe could learn a thing or two, or three, to the way things are happening out here indeed. I've got to say that, the show is second to none over here, and these drivers are putting on a show. There's the 357, Ethan Thorne, one of the Speed Concepts racing drivers going through your screen. Of course, Austin Garrison, unlucky to miss out on a ticket to the Grand Finals last year. See her coaching, I have to try and explain to Hamish Campbell, the Australian, look, you've got to listen very closely to what Austin says. It's softly spoken, but it speaks a lot of sense if you can get through the southern drawl. And the poor kid working with Podiums, it can work.
Yeah, both of those two, again, very reserved personalities for sure, Henry. They could, if you're not careful, they'll let you talk yourself into oblivion and you'll waste all that time that you could get learning from them. Now, I will say here, we did get a little bit of intel through the first couple of laps. First here, good to see at least Eduardo Barrichello seeming to finally find some footing. You saw him just go back around Ethan Thorne, so that's one spot back up, still a net loss. But keeping an eye on Laurent Legault. He made contact with one of the barriers, trying to get a little bit too much curbing earlier on in this pre-final. And kudos to him, because the Canadian is hanging on strong here in this three-car pack for second, third, and fourth. Although up the road, it looks to be a very similar story to that Junior Max opening pre-final, Henry. And RPG Cosmic, in this case, Aiden Ingrata, walking away from the field.
Yeah, Ingrata was very, very fast in both qualifying sessions yesterday. We had qualifying for today's event and for tomorrow's second round. Ingrata was right at the forefront throughout this. I have to say that, with it so well as performance, we're putting together another pretty all-star cast. Ingrata saying, hey, you're bringing over drivers from overseas, but I'm still here. It was a good, strong showing from Ingrata yesterday. Pernod second, 2 seconds down the road. Goff and to go. Lucas Nanji spoke to Lucas. He's got some brand new glasses, so he said, I've got no excuses. I can actually see where I'm going. The specs are on point for Lucas. He's up in the 5th position ahead of Arno Samorin. Delavecchia down to 7th. Aiden Fox, Barrichello and Thorne next. Then it's Baez, Caray, Gonzalez, one of two kings, Derek King. Then it's Comerford. So Brandon Comerford up in the top 15. He's gained positions. He's ahead of Adriano Vera, Aidan Lorenko, Aidan Galway, and the rest. I think we've got all 23 drivers still running, which is good because not everybody in Rotax is guaranteed to make the main event.
That's correct. Again, the top 15 will be the only ones that will safely go through directly. The rest will go to a last chance qualifier later this afternoon for the final 6 spots for a 36-driver grid. So Brandon Comerford right now, he's the man on the inside. Outside looking in would be Adriano Vera and then Aiden Lorenko on the Fox & Son machine. That's this 3-car pack right here. So there's Lorenko in 17th on the 329. Ahead of him there is the Xpree of Vera, and then 1 spot forward, moving forward, is Brandon Comerford in the 325 barrel arch. So impressive run and a needed run to make his Saturday afternoon a whole lot less stressful, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Now, of course, the one thing that you are slightly always a bit concerned about with a driver that's obviously got speed and is an experienced driver but not in karting is, has he looked after his nose cone? Henry says, looking at the rather ugly black scuff on that nose cone. But hey, it's a learning experience, and hey, you can teach a driver. It's much easier to teach a fast driver how to chill out than a slow driver how to speed up. But Comerford coming under pressure at the moment. There's the number 3 306 and 306 of Vera, and the chasing driver Aiden Lorenko. Here comes Lorenko to the inside. He makes the move up to P2. We've got up to P16. We've had a change for P2. Meanwhile, Lewis Goff has gone past Timothy Pernod. Laurent Legault at the back of that field. You can see Goff wearing his Team UK race suit. Now, I don't want to be a harbinger of doom, but it's very early in the Winter Trophy to say this, but the Asian Trophy last weekend in Thailand, 4 tickets available, not a single Thai driver qualified. We had 2 qualifiers for Japan, 1 for Belgium. The very first ticket went to Shen Ya Hong of Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan. That's a discussion for next weekend. At the moment, the only discussion is how far ahead is Aiden Grasser going to finish of this group, still battling on the second, third, fourth, Goff, Pernod and Legault.
That's exactly right, Henry. And I think they may just be only battling for third here because that was a fantastic middle sector out of Lewis Goff, and Pernod knows it. He's going to just try and hold on for dear life in third. A nice over-under setup by Laurent Legault, but Timothy was able to kind of close off his exit. Made it where he couldn't get crossed up. Last turn, last chance for Legault as his teammate Aiden Ingrata is headed for home. He'll score the pre-final A win. And second for an RPG 1-2, Lewis Goff. Pernod will hold all the way back. Lucas Nanji, Arnon Saborin, just a bit too late to join the party there, fellas, but they had a good closing rate there at the end. Got down to within 5 seconds of the lead. Only a second back of Legault there for fourth. But again, can't say it enough for Laurent Legault. Having a mistake early on, it can a little bit rattle you to nail the barriers like he did. And he hangs on to still finish fourth. That'll slot him potentially into the 7th or 8th spots, depending how it all shakes out. Maybe 1 spot higher, 1 spot lower with penalties for the main event today.
Yes, and of course, everyone just jostling, you know. You can see overtaking is possible here at Orlando Kart. It's certainly not a one-line racetrack. There are opportunities around nearly every corner. Speaking of around the corner, somewhere down around the various corners here in the paddock, Caleb Vieska is down in pit lane to bring us up to date with some news. Hello, Caleb.
Thank you there, Henry. I'm standing here pit side again on the grid, and behind me, there's a lot of British drivers, a lot of guys from over where you're from, Henry. Caden McQueen, Brandon Carr, and Kai Hunter all talking here. And an interesting quote that I got from Brandon Carr here today was, "We're not here to take part. We're here to take over." And they have taken over the front of this grid already. You see Kai Hunter, Brandon Carr, Caden McQueen all getting ready to hit the racetrack. And interesting enough, Kai Hunter actually on his own power here. He builds his own engines over in the UK, brought it over here with him to the States. He's looking to have a good race here shortly. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Caleb. Those of you that watched the grand finals, when anyone says, oh, the Brits have annexed the front of the grid, there's always a bit of nerves. But no, Kai Hunter, it's a Hunter Motorsport team run by Kai's older brother, Reese. They have built their own engines, the Venator Waft, which Kai is using. Caden McQueen has a successful second weekend, well, he had a successful opening weekend in the United States at the SCUSA Winter Series, and even more successful one at the Rock Cup last week, taking the win, but only one of 2 Energy Course chassis here this weekend. Caden mentoring young Edward Kennedy, and of course Brandon Carr, fresh off his sprint car debut at the Chili Bowl, and made an A lane, but he was parked up next to Carl Busch and actually finished ahead of British IndyCar and Indy 500 star Catherine Legg. But Brandon, you have to slap him about the head a little bit to remind him he's now got to turn right as well as left. But he has done just that. He and Lucas Nanji, the only 2 drivers here this weekend doing double duty. They're racing in this class and the DD2. There's a look at the 3 Brits. See no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil. Dumb, dumber, and dumber. Anyway, let's go and hear from some of our advertisers.
it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Well, there is a look. Caleb Vieska just keeping an eye on things, getting all little bits of information and intel. Obviously, just getting into their kart there, the number 327, Jensen Burnett, racing for the Racing Edge Motorsport team. Kai Hunter will be starting this one from pole position. The driver who represents the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir in northern England, as his family-owned Karting Northeast at Warden Law, which hosted the Rotax Grand Festival last year. But Jensen, he's got the Ricky Flynn Motorsport race suit, racing in the CIK and OK Junior level. Very experienced driver, hasn't learned how to style his hair properly. He's still got that yellow bit around the top of his head.
You're talking about bleaching the hair, Henry?
Yeah, I mean,
not a fan?
Eminem did it in 1998, but then, you know, I mean, I'm just jealous of anyone who's got hair nowadays.
Well, you've got it on the sides of your face.
Hey, the lamb chops are still there. That's the only bit of hair I got left. Anyway, move on about my hair. Let's look down.
Yeah, not a pretty sight.
No, certainly not. That commentator cam's not on today. No, thank goodness for that. There's Lucas Nanji, resplendent in his brand new spectacles. Mum had to make sure he got a Brandon car to go with him in the cab, in the Uber, because Mum wasn't happy with him getting an Uber on his own in Orlando.
All right, so there is the back half of the 5-minute sign. That is the 2-minute warning, I believe, correct?
1 minute.
1 minute?
Oh,
so the 1 minute with the whistle.
Yep.
So there you go. Engines will fire. Obviously, everyone was already ready to go for a few moments, but this timeline set by Patrick Moreau and the new sanctioning body here, SRA Karting. So that's the biggest change for the Rotax Max Challenge Winner Trophy. Again, a lot of Kart Chaser viewers, the last time we saw Rotax engines would have been in the Trophy East or Trophy West on the regional level.
Yes.
The last international level event we had was this event last year. 1 year ago, well, it was a bit shaky, but obviously the entries were good, and Rotax, RTX, the J3 competition crew are here as well on property also.
Yeah, John Giacomelli was here yesterday. I think that they're not here today.
They were checking in at least.
They were checking in, yeah.
Everyone's still working together to say, look, we want to continue to step up the game, and Michelle Bosclair and the entire sanctioning body have done a fantastic job up north of the border. And so they've flown them, all of them down here to bring them back, and it's a bit of a homecoming for a lot of the staff at SRA Karting. Many American viewers will think back to when we were, again, as you mentioned, Henry, a little bit, less globally known in the mid-2010s and beyond in the Florida Winter Tour era. A lot of those same officials were from Canada, and we're working now with Surely Michel Bosclair going back to the Max Speed era with his brother Richard that ran and brought a lot of them down. So a lot of them, this is a return. I got to see a couple faces I hadn't seen since, well, they hadn't seen me since I was still underage. So,
speaking about the Bosclairs, hello to Richard Bosclair, who does keep watching. Here's a look at the grid. Kai Hunter, Jensen Burnett, row 1. Caden McQueen, Brandon Carr, row 2. Olivier Bedard, last year's Rotax with the Trophy DD2 champion, alongside Nicolas Fuka, Antoine Lemieux and Liam Gray, William Boutillier, and from Chile, Javier Suarez. His nickname is Mini Tutti. His older brother Gustavo Suarez is known as Tutti Suarez, so Javier's younger brother Mini Tutti. Sydney Cassels, good performance from the young lady from Canada alongside Ecuador's Brett King, Olivier Marac, and then Manuel Tronco. So looking down at Santi Fernandez, Paul Foucamin, the only Frenchman here, a multiple grand finalist, Paul Foucamin, Frederic Lemieux down there, Vitaly Lanevsky running for the Fox and Sun team here, American-Ukrainian driver. He's got a very, very smart sort of Ukraine liveried graphics kit on his wagon. But one main contenders is not on the first page of your screen, and that's because Diego Ramos fell foul of the officials in qualifying yesterday. Blocking had several laps deleted, and there he is. So the reigning champion in Kart 307, starting 24th. That means, Ander, he's got to gain 9 places just to guarantee himself a spot in the main event. Now, easier said than done. You'd think that a driver of Ramos's caliber would be able to easily do that. However, of course, there are 23 drivers in front of him who would not like him to do that.
And again, you always worry about the potential for carnage, none of his own doing, that he's got to avoid, right? It may not even necessarily be someone trying to race with him, but an issue like this, a breakdown, thankfully, on the pace lap for Diego's sake. Unfortunate for the driver in the 360 OTK, Vitaly Lanevsky, able to get fired back up. But now, past the commitment cones, halfway down the straightaway, he'll have to start from the tail end of the field.
Yes, indeed. Now, eventually, we said about the attractive, smart livery on the graphics kit for the 360. We didn't want to see it that close and personal right at the start of the event, but he is running. Looking there, I think Santi Fernandez also down towards the tail end of the Kalkev driver. A late call up to race Rotax, but there is Kai Hunter and Jensen Burnett. Bring them into the tram lines. Caden McQueen and Brandon Carr on row number 2. Good formation. And lights are out. We're off and racing. Hunter makes a good start. McQueen slots into second before Brandon Carr can get over. Now there's the problem, that one of the Lemieux riding up over the rear bumper. I think it's Brandon Carr's trying to see Ramos tiptoeing his way through at the back, but so far, so clean.
Yeah, Antoine Lemieux was the one up and onto the back of what it looked to be all of Olivier Bedard in the Premier Karting Tony Kart, 5th and 7th colliding. So Bedard is further back now, around the early teens. Way back for Antoine, probably outside the transfer zone. Here's your update of your top 5 coming down the back straight. Hunter to McQueen to Burnett. Battle for 5th here. Carr will lose that spot. He'll surrender it to Nicolas Fuka in the 370 or 337, I believe. If correct, if not, that might be Xavier Suarez in the 378. That's made up a lot of spots. We'll see when it hits the timing loop. Yeah, indeed. Suarez into 5th, Fuka into 4th, Carr back to 6th, and the rest will update as they cycle across the line. No, that's Brett King now into 5th. Mistake there on my end. Apologies, Brett King, the 370. Well, big start.
Yeah, 2 Ecuadorians, Brett and Derek King, qualified for represent Ecuador for the grand finals before. There's now Caden McQueen on the energy chassis. Why is Caden slowing down? Why is the number 362 signaling? That is Manuel Troncoso. Let's have a look now. McQueen, I think, must have been eased wide. As you can see there, Burnett on that chrome and purple machine. McQueen down to 4th, so Burnett up to 2nd. Obviously, Burnett made the move and McQueen faded back a little bit. But he's still in the race, as you see. One driver running wide, coming out of turn number 10. Oh, there is. That's our Ukrainian friend Vanevsky once again. Down day so far, Vanevsky. There is Diego Ramos. Now, Ramos is currently running a Brandon Carr has faded down the order. Or is that just a little glitch on the time of the scoring pylon? But Ramos now picking up the place. He goes past one of the Ben Cooper racing drivers. That's number 324. He goes past. That's Alexis Vaillancourt. 4th position, and now he looks to the inside, going to the very fast. Turn 7. Good move, and that is Ramos passing, I believe, one of the HM propeller carts. But all action down towards the end. You can see that this. Now,
around for the 399, Michael Boyadzis.
Yep, the Jay Howard driver, development driver, he slips to the back of the field. Now, trying to count to see how many carts are behind Ramos. There's still not 9. I don't think Ramos has made it into the transfer spots yet.
No, he's close there. Just got to around 16th or 17th, but you were correct. We weren't mistaken. Brandon Carr was leading that pack of 6 when we cut back away. He is outside the transfer zone. Ramos will pick up another. That's Bex Cranston on the Mike Doty Racing LN cart. So move Ramos now to 16th. First man on the outside looking in, Frederique Lemieux, the young lady out of Canada, 15th on the hot seat. Ramos outside, Brandon Carr outside, Kai Hunter leading the way. And while we've been focused on the midfield battles, well, Jensen Burnett's gone back around and into 2nd and started to make some inroads towards the fellow OTK out in front. Hunter's lead last time by 4 tenths. It'll be almost identical. They match within half a tenth right there, half a hundredth, Henry.
Yes, Burnett will do well to just follow Kai Hunter a little bit, learn from him, the Racing Edge Motorsport driver. At the back, Santi Fernandez and Brandon Carr, 2 of the drivers outside the transfer zone. Branson Gaudet, Aidan Shimbasi, Frederick Manning, also outside the automatic qualifying positions at the moment. There's the top 4 coming down Scrapyard Straight. You can see, well, last year those trees were a little more than twigs. Now there are a little bit of foliage around them, but Burnett over the curbs at turns 11 and 12, around turn number 13. He has got his sights set on Kai Hunter. Hunter has a little glance over his shoulder to see just where Burnett is, and as we go through turns 2, the kink at turns 3 and 4, hard on the brakes at turn number 5. Burnett closing in. This is UK versus Canada at the front of the field in pre-final B. We're over half distance now. Got out through turn number 7. Over those curves on the brakes at turn number 9. Out of on the first of 2 very slow hairpins. Now the slowest corner on the track, turn number 10. Burnett sitting in the wheel tracks. McQueen has got past Fuka for 3rd. A long way back though from these 2. Round the final corner now. Burnett has spent 1 lap sitting in Hunter's wheel tracks. He knows Hunter's strengths and weaknesses. There's the Energy Course chassis of Caden McQueen. Hard to believe Caden McQueen has never qualified for the Grand Finals. Very successful running the Army engine in X30 in the UK and Europe, but a recent-ish convert to Rotax. Here comes the move. Burnett trying to go around the outside at turn number 7. The over-under. Hunter fends him off. Burnett's going to get a good run up Scrapyard Straight. Hunter's going to have to defend. Burnett is there. Will he look to the inside? No, Hunter doesn't give him the opportunity. Burnett's going to get a good run off the corner. The more these 2 defend, Osander, the closer McQueen and Fuka will get.
They'll need a lot of it. Again, Caden McQueen, Nicholas Fuka, they have not been able to keep up with the pace that Kai Hunter and Jensen Burnett have been setting. But this young 15-year-old out of Canada is wicked fast here. He was so impressive for us to watch at the SCUSA Winter Series opener 2 weeks ago. Now here in his first Senior Max start in the States, and he's right in the thick of things, if not even better than where he was. He qualified on the pole for tomorrow. We know they found more speed, Henry, as they qualified Saturday first and then went back out and qualified for Sunday. So maybe one extra adjustment was all that the REM team needed to get Jensen one bit more in terms of the lap charts. And now, here with still plenty of time left, 2.5 laps to go, he's got another run down the backstretch. Hunter fades low, opens up, and he knows that, like you said, Henry, he keeps defending. He'll bring third and fourth back into it, and it could make a one position loss become 3. So he's trying to manage it, but he knows that Jensen seems to have a little bit of an edge on him right now.
Yep, they're going to come to 2 laps to go this time of asking. 2 to go. And McQueen and Fuka closing in. Brett King runs in 5th. William Boutillier is 6th. Bedard 7th. Bochemin is 8th. Antoine Lemieux 9th. Marak 10th. And Troncoso. Ramos up to 12th. Diego Ramos now safely into the automatic transfer spots. But Kai Hunter, well, he doesn't need to block and lead. He just needs to position his cart, sit in the middle of the track, make Jensen work for it. As we're going to have 1 lap to go next time around, but McQueen and Fuka are closing in to turn number 10. Burnett choosing not to make a lunge. At what point will Jensen start turning round to see how much free track he's got before he starts coming under pressure? Well,
and don't forget, Henry, as well, that transfer zone is still pretty close. Liam Gray has it now in the 393, only by a couple hundredths back to Federique Lemieux. So with Kai Hunter and Jensen Burnett down here for the lead and the race win in this pre-final, we'll have 2 battles to really follow. Who's going through to the final and who is going through to the final to start on the front row. Big wide over-under attempt for Burnett. It will not be enough to get alongside by the sweeper, and we have half a lap remaining now, and you can almost fit all 4 of the top 4 drivers inside the shot here, Henry.
Yeah, Katie McQueen will be thinking to himself, oh, okay, if Hunter slows them down going into this next corner, I might have an opportunity. Hunter to the inside, Burnett trying to go high, wide and handsome, can't do it, the crossover. Here comes McQueen. Caden McQueen takes the lead. Oh, Hunter and Burnett gift-wrapped it. Here comes Hunter back inside, wheel to wheel, McQueen on the dirt, Kai Hunter. That's why the British Rotax Championship is known as the most aggressive. No quarter asked, none given. McQueen went from 3rd to 1st, and now let's look at the rest of the field across the line. Who is going to take the final transfer spot? It was Frederic Lemieux. Brandon Carr got into 40, and Santi Fernandez is the first driver out. William Boutillier was running 6th and comes home in 16th. That did not go well for Boutillier on the last lap, but there you go. There's your provisional results, Xander. 0.4 of a second covering the top 4. Provisional, of course. So unofficially, those are your transfer drivers. Frederic Lemieux recovering well. Brandon Carr, I'm sure there must have been an issue with Carr. Frederic Lemieux and Brandon Carr falling down the order. Liam Gray, well done. Tutti Suarez in the number 3, 7, 8 Kart. He gets through in 12th place. Sidney Cassels, didn't mention him much, but a smart, tidy drive for Sidney. Manuel Troncoso rounding out the top 10. And Diego Ramos, well, that would be 24th to 9th.
That's a hefty drive. Talk about a roller coaster drive again for Carr too, right? To go from in the top 10 outside the top 10. He was back in the 20s for a minute, further back than Ramos in the middle point of the race. Drives back forward, but take a look at this as we go back to page number 2 here. Just the drivers on the outside of the top 15 there. Just outside the transfer zone. They were in a drag race. Fernandez and the likes of yes, indeed, Boutillier.
Yeah.
It was Boutillier and Oliver Marak that collided on the last lap for that transfer zone. We didn't catch it because it was such a good fight for the race lead and the race win, but that took them both out of the top 10. Both drivers lost 10 seconds on the last lap from the average of the 54, 55-second laps everybody else did. They did 1 minute, 0.3, 1 minute, 0.4. It took them from in the top 10 to outside of the final, and now you run the risk of anything can happen in an LCQ.
Yep, a lack of the P word, patience, I believe, on the last lap there. Marak and Boutillier, yes, as every racing driver wants to, gain every position they can, but short-term gain, long-term loss, potentially. Now, it would be a real shame if either of those two failed to make it to the main event, but they would probably have only themselves to blame, it has to say.
And again, all results provisional, folks here. The hardworking crew led by Manuel Blanco on the race directing side and the steward's office just down past a couple of the overlooking containers here, the suites from Orlando Kart Center where they can work and take a look at the race control video cameras that are all around the racetrack to make sure that they've got the fairest ruling possible. They don't miss anything, and that could, again, affect results. So everyone's got to stay tuned to the Speed Hive app to make sure they know who was up, down, sideways, or DQ'd, of course, as we originally were all set and ready to call Diego Ramos from inside the first 3 rows to then having to start from dead last. Now, again, like you said, Henry, smart driving forward for him, and I'll give a big bit of smart driving from both Jensen Burnett and from Caden McQueen, especially on McQueen's part. You saw Burnett, I think, at the end there when he and Kai Hunter finally started to really get after it coming out of that hairpin, and they knew they both had lost the lead. You saw they were trading a little bit of sticker kit decal. Trading a little paint coming off the hairpin. But McQueen, he absolutely could have tried to crowd Kai Hunter down. He did not. He allowed him to kind of get run a bit into the dirt, hung on to it, but again, versus, how bad do you want the win versus how bad do you just want to get a shot at the win in the final, right? First versus third, much better to lose 2 spots overall, 1 spot in the race, and then not worry about whether or not you're going to get to race the final session of the day.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of all these drivers, the thought, if you get your ticket to the grand finals early, obviously your regular season, the season you have planned, still goes ahead, but it goes ahead that little bit less pressure. If you get your ticket to the main event, to the grand finals, the start, there's the Faro family and the Dan Holland Racing team over from the UK. As we look at a glance. Now, we talk about Manuel Branco, and Gonçalo Duarte from Corridas Karting in Portugal. Among 2 of the most experienced individuals around. They travel the world doing this job, but there was one thing they haven't done that we did last night. They've never experienced Chick-fil-A, and they have now, or as chicken filet, as Manuel was calling it. But,
welcome to why the U.S. has a slightly higher average or median body weight than the rest of the world. It's delicious, though, and this racing is fantastic, so hopefully you've got some delicious eats at home or wherever you're watching. We've got more of it on the way on the other side of this break. We're only 3 pre-finals in. We've got still the rest of the class structure to go and a full afternoon of main event racing. From Orlando, you're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 toothbrush sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? We need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean? I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping. Oh, throw in a set of tires. Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Welcome back here, Kai. Firstly, walk me through that last lap. It looked like a wild one in between you, Jason Burnett, and Caden McQueen also getting there in the mix in the end.
Yeah, it's pretty action-packed, I think. I had to defend it, obviously. He was quite fast at that stage, so I had to defend it from Burnett, and then obviously he tried to go around the outside, so I had to block him off because I can't let him go around the outside of me. So that happened. We were both slowed down. Caden came through, so I had to go for a last lap lunge into the middle left, I think. Yeah, it wasn't needed, but I did it. So maybe calm down from now on, but I think, yeah, I needed to get the win, so it is what it is.
And I know you said you just weren't happy with the speed there. What do you feel when it missed in that heat?
I think we changed the kart for a few reasons, but it's not like we're bad. We just we didn't have the pace that we had in practice. So fine tuning, and I think we'll be back to good pace.
What do you guys have from Kai Hunter? Back up to you, boys.
Caleb here. Great interview down with the Rotax Max Winter Trophy backdrop for the podiums. That'll be on display later on today. Kai Hunter, happy to hear the kind of honest reflection there. I mean, that's what you want out of your driver, to be both humble and, self-critical, and their biggest, really, critic as well. And you heard from Kai, he's like, yeah, I maybe didn't need to do that. It was great. I had to get the win. I felt like I wanted the win to start good for the afternoon. But at the same point, he was also honest and be like, well, I could have also just thrown the race away and had to go to the LCQ later today. So got away with one there. Lesson learned without having the consequences, I'd say.
Like Aerosmith said, living on the edge. Dominic Vieira, the driver from Colombia, Chia. He was the reigning champion. That's why he's got the #1 plate on his kart. He starts the Micro Max pre-final alongside Zane Burgess. Burgess, who won everything there was to win Micro in the United States last year, except this. He finished second to Dominic Vieira last year. Jaden Francisco and Seb Gottschalk never had a driver from Curaçao qualify for the grand final. Similarly for Jamaica, Brody Stoffel and Hudson Howard go from row 3. Murilo Dominguez and Cam Becker. Cam Becker, fresh off his debut appearance for Team USA in Sarno last year, goes from the outside of row number 4. Dutch Westbrook, Bernardo Guber, Nolan Goulart, Brody McDonnell, Maddox Pelletier, Albert Farrow, two Farrow brothers, the younger of the two Farrows from the UK, starting on row 7. Max Koutsoukis, Yusuf Adi, Luca Minosi, Lincoln Lima, the Irishman, Corey Lyons on the inside of row number 9, no, row number 10 rather. Thomas Dew also there as the Micros head into turn number 7. So the Andretti Gainsbridge Velocity Racing in association with Sodi Kart Race, that rolls off your tongue, doesn't it? Hank Lai, Liam Astalis, and Mr. Clem at the back of the field. But it's going to be Vieira versus Burgess at the front, and they call the start off for this one. Gives us a chance to talk about Zane Burgess a little bit. We had a camera crew here from Inside Edition yesterday following him around. Gotta say, he's no longer a Jamaican sensation. He is insane in the membrane. Zane Burgess, there's the very, very smart number 28 kart down towards the back of the pack. As wait to see a lot of the marbles here on this very weathered tarmac here at Orlando Kart Center.
Well, it's only gotten a few laps over the last couple of weeks, Henry. Not too many.
No,
and again, this is only the midway point in 6 U.S. major races here at this venue, and we are smack dab in the middle. I'd say probably right in the sweet spot. Tip of the hat to RTX Karting to Race Rotax to Rotax Karting Global, to everyone involved in helping both grow the program, and also especially a real tip of the hat and the nod to RTX and Rotax Global for finding what I believe is probably the best 2 weeks of the 6-week stint, right? You have the other 2 series, SCUSA and Rock Cup, running before and after. So any teams or any drivers that were going to run before or after, you might as well stay.
Hey,
and then for anyone that's Rotax only or deciding which of the 3 is, well, the most convenient championship, this one has a fly-in on Wednesday or Thursday, go to Disney on Monday or Tuesday, race on Wednesday through Sunday again, and then you're gone all in one swing, 1 airplane run, 1 Airbnb, 1 hotel. It makes it, I think, a little bit easier to get the nice and healthy grids we've been lucky enough to witness these last 2 years ongoing.
Yeah, and for the drivers that are coming from overseas that need a full arrive and race package, you know, all the teams are here.
Every single one.
Every single team is here, which is great to see. Now, Trevor Blue is walking towards me holding a cup of coffee and something.
You're
in
so
silver
spoiled,
wrap.
Henry. Let's give these kids some airtime as they deserve it here. Here we are, Dominic Vera on the AKT Energy on the left, a black and yellow Andretti Sodi to the outside, and Zane Burgess got caught sleeping there big time with a nice jump off the bat as we've got one spun around instantly. That is the 70.
Nolan Goulart.
Nolan Goulart, the number 70 LN Kart goes around, so not an ideal start for him.
Yeah, no, indeed. Now, Zane Burgess had a little collision coming out of pit road yesterday in one of the practice sessions, is nursing a somewhat bandaged wrist, which, you know, obviously he's got to put to the back of his mind as Jaden Francisco for the Ryan Perry Motorsport Group, the driver out of Toronto, Canada. Spoke to Jaden's dad yesterday. If you have a look at Jaden's crash helmet, it's a very bright pink colour, and even the inside the padding on the inside of the helmet is bright pink. And his dad said, "Look, I just wanted to see where he is on the track." And Jaden was a little bit. There was a little bit of kickback initially, but then the other drivers started saying, "Oh, that's a really cool helmet." So now Jaden enjoys the fact that he's got this bright pink crash helmet. His dad doesn't need to worry about where he is on the track right now because he is sitting on the rear bumper of our race leader, Dominic Vieira-Roa, who in 2022 won his first ever race as part of a driver program or a young driver training academy in South America. His prize was a race here in Florida. 2 years later, he comes back and wins the whole thing and goes to the grand finals to represent Colombia. But we have a new leader, pretty in pink, Jaden Francisco. Here comes Vieira-Roa with the help of Burgess to retake the lead. And, well, mercy sakes alive, we've got a little convoy at the front of the field. The AKT Racing team running Vieira-Roa, then Ryan Perry Motorsport and Velocity Racing also in this group. Zev Gottschalk, Murilo Dominguez, Cam Becker. Next up, Dutch Westbrook, Bernardo Joubert and Hudson Howard also in the top 10. But these 3 drivers trying to break away at the front of the field. There goes Cam Becker. Cam Becker's got Race Liberante running him this weekend, as Race does quite a lot in the US. And Race, who has competed in Rotax Grand Finals before. We saw him in action back at the Supernats in I think it was KA 100 Senior. But here we go. First move from Zane. Zane Burgess takes the race lead in that very distinctive yellow, black and white Velocity Racing Sony Kart as we make out of the final corner. Now Francisco and Vieira try and tuck in the Bennett chassis of Zev Gottschalk. Younger brother of Win Gottschalk is there in 4th position. Dominguez, Westbrook, Becker, Goubert, Howard and McDonnell are next. All 24 drive. Well, Thomas Dew in kart number 50, the Goodwood Kart Race entry. Thomas Dew has retired from the race. We've still got 22 drivers running. Corey Lyons, the youngster from Ireland, again only started karting 10 months ago, from a rallying family. His dad and his granddad rally drivers in Ireland, and anyone knows Ireland, that is a hotbed of rallying territory. But meanwhile, side by side, there is the second Bennick of Dutch Westbrook battling away with that was with Dominguez. Oh dear, and that is a Bennick with a NASA panel has come loose. The bottom of the NASA panel, so how can he see where he's going? Oh dear, the number 33, Dutch Westbrook, has got, well, visibility poor, I would say, as he now will try and slap that NASA panel down. Well, you know what, just look, sorry, there he goes. Nope, it's wind resistance. Aerodynamically, not quite how the manufacturer intended it. Now, what does he do about that? How can he see where he's going? And yet here he is, still driving at 50 miles an hour, virtually blind.
Yeah, you can see he's finally got at least a straightaway where he can try to knock it down and look to the left and the right. And well, unfortunately, the field's going to pass him on by as he's trying to not blow his brake zone. He'll lose 2 spots there, and it's going to be a backward slide, sadly, for Dutch Westbrook, as now 2 more lock on. That is one of the JHGD Kart Republics, look to be maybe the likes of Hudson Howard there lurking. So Hudson will get by. Westbrook will now go outside the top 10. Farrow is by. He's into the teens, and we go back towards the lead. Now again, Zane Burgess, like you mentioned last year, second, was the only micro event he did not win the title in. He's now starting his 2025 campaign to do just that, in the position to do just that, I should say. 6/10 clear, probably marking at around 8 now with that last move made by Francisco and Dominic Vera. And on the flip side, they've got company. How about young Zev Gottschalk, probably the youngest of the 4 up in the front in the white helmet. He has caught them now, and he is in the fight for the top row starting positions.
Yes, indeed. And he's done that without Francisco Villarroa really slowing each other down. But you can see the speed that Burgess has got. He is now clear at the front. A quick check over his shoulder. This is actually probably more important for Burgess than we think. If he is nursing a rather tender wrist, you know, the fact that he's not having to battle tooth and nail, he can relax a little bit. Here comes the Bennick of Zev Gottschalk up into P3, passing the reigning champion Villarroa as one Bennick going backwards, the other one going forwards. Turn number 7 now.
So Zev Gottschalk, and well, I mean, what a great run. He looked low there. I thought he was going to be fast enough to be able to maybe get to Jaden Francisco. I think on the flip side, he's going to defend, and maybe a bit too early, as Dominic Vera almost cleared him down the back straight. Now he'll go for an over-under. Check out this group here. This is 5th on back, and they're going to go 3 wide.
Yep, Dominguez, the number 15 Kart, went for the move, and Cam Becker resisting. But there's that D2 Motorsports livery, that sort of midnight blue and yellow with Bernardo Coupe in Kart number 10. Checkered flag, though, goes out. Burgess wins by a second. Francisco just holds off Gottschalk and Villarroa. The rest of the field coming across the line. So, well, speaking to his dad Kevin, and of course, you know, Zane with Jamaican heritage wants to try and represent Jamaica if he can. He's got a choice of Team USA or Team Jamaica if he gets the ticket. But of course, for some of these young drivers that don't run Rotax regularly, this is their one chance. You know, this is you've got another event coming up in Phoenix, which is a ticket event in February. But the opportunities for these micro drivers, there are only 36 tickets available worldwide for Micro Max, and maybe only 2, possibly 3 available in the United States over the course of the year. So whereas some of the senior drivers, the junior drivers that we've been watching, they race all over the place for the micros. Yeah, it's even more stressful. You know, their opportunities are more limited. But Velocity Racing, in association with Sodi USA and Andretti Gainsbridge, take the first win as you look at the top 15, all the way back to Maddox Pelletier, Brody Stoffel for the Jay Howard development team. There's another, Jay Howard, obviously big off-season for Jay Howard and that crew. Brandon Carr's dad is actually running the cadet side of it, the mini and micro side of things, but I was in there this morning. Harley Keeble is in the awning mentoring William Vita in Mini-Max, but of course Hudson Howard, heartbreakingly, he missed out on a ticket last year. He would love to go to the grand finals, as with all these young drivers. Albert Farrow up into the top 10. First time racing outside the UK for Albert. His older brother Arthur is going in the Mini-Max race. This is the very first time that these two brothers have not raced on the same grid. They've always been together, and now they are separate. So you know, they'll be watching each other race. And Dutch Westbrook, eventually, he tried with his hands. He tried with his feet. He tried probably headbutting that NASA panel down, but he eventually retired along with Thomas Dew out of that one.
Well, we've got a few more moments here while the grid continues to populate. We've got 2 more sessions that will roll here in the pre-final window on the morning. We've got, actually, sorry, 3. And we're right at the halfway mark in total of them all. 4 complete, 3 to remain. Rotax Masters MAX is on deck. DD2 and DD2 Masters together will then be in the 6th slot here in the pre-finals. And then the Rotax Mini-Max class will be our last one before it's time to really turn up the chaos meter and go to last chance qualifiers. We'll see you guys on the other side as we enjoy a little bit of breakfast again from the hospitality of Miss Linda and the rest of the Rotax paddock. 180 plus here. It's a massive turnout for the Rotax Max Winter Trophy.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if
you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
after a short break to make sure that we remain on time. We're back and ready for 3 more pre-finals here in the morning half of sessions. Masters MAX on the racetrack for the pre-final. Danilo Ramallo will lead us to green. Alongside him will be, as Henry mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the only driver to pull the three-peat in the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. Rubens Barrichello looking for 4 for 4. But he's going to have to do it from the outside of the front row in one of the more competitive Masters MAX fields that the U.S. has seen in a little bit of time.
Yeah, indeed. Pleasing to see 11 drivers here. Mundi Lawyer and Dominic Legrand on row number 2. Michel Legrand, the oldest driver here, 66 years old, and Simon Protu. Then it is Daniel Costa, Sylvain Girard, Fernando Aguayo, Brian Hannon, and Victor Kuzmachov. Okay, Canada, are you listening? Victor Kuzmachov usually races with the GP karting outfit. The Logan Fuellings and a few other people like that who have come here in the past. A whole group of guys from that region in Canada. They've never won a race, they've never lost a party. There is a game, and Riley Can, our producer, will be wanting to listen to this closely, because every time the whole Premier karting team, GP karting team in Canada are watching. Every time we see 601, Victor Kuzmachov up close on screen, they are all going to do a shot.
Oh boy.
A top shelf shot.
It is early in the morning for this, Henry. It is not even noon yet.
But
anywhere in Canada. They're all in Eastern Canada, right? There's no one in Western Canada taking shots at 8 a.m., are there?
No.
Oh,
But we would stop them. But I mean, yeah. So every time Victor Kuzmachov in the number 601, he is driving the red and white Birol ART, got a bright blue race suit. Every time you see him on camera, you know all his teammates, they've got a WhatsApp group, all watching this. It's time for a shot. But when we feature it, so Victor's got to keep up his end of the bargain by actually driving the wagon. He's there at the back of the pack there with a white crash helmet, blue race suits. But we're going to focus on the front runners. Danilo Ramallo, there he is, the D2 Motorsport team, his own team. Rubens Barrichello on that Barrichello kart for Birol ART on the outside. Then you have Mundi Lawyer with a red crash helmet, a perennial contender is the Peruvian.
And Mundi Lawyer with the AM Racing team, Ariel Castro's led operation. He's known as an engine builder, and every couple of years, he's either behind the wheel himself or the AM Racing team rears its head. And talking with his wife Mabry, of course, Ariel's boys are getting pretty close to Micromax age here pretty soon. But she's like, every year, yeah, we're done with the team. We can't do the team anymore. The team's too much. The team's too much. And about a year or two goes by, and oh, well, they have a team again. So they've got a handful of drivers here. They're all pretty fast this week, especially Salvador de la Vecchia we saw earlier in the Senior Max pre-final. He was impressive. And Mundi Lawyer is always a force to be reckoned with in Masters Max. As you mentioned, Henry, he rolls from the second row. He's easy to pick out with the all-black suit and that orange and red crash helmet. 10 laps, pre-final action. Masters Max coming to green. Danilo Ramallo is on the power early. We're racing to turn 1 as Rubens Barrichello is going to try and keep him honest on the brakes. And he will find a hole right behind him there in the second.
Now, if qualifying form is anything to go by, this could develop into a head-to-head scrap between Ramallo and Barrichello, where there is the first shot. Well done there. So several Canadians are getting drunk already, but if qualifying is anything to go by, this is going to be a head-to-head battle between Ramallo and Barrichello, who gets it sideways, and Mundi Lawyer playing a supporting role. If Ramallo and Barrichello sort of trip over each other a little bit, Lawyer is next in line pace-wise. Daniel Costa there in the yellow crash helmet going through. But it's Dominic Legrand, the Maison Dorothy Birol ART driver, is there in 4th position. Michel Legrand, 66 years young, and not far behind 11-time Formula 1 Grand Prix winner Rubens Barrichello.
With the first lap in the books, we get a little bit of a look at the gaps through the field here. These two out front already have separated themselves by a full second, Henry. That's a great opening lap by the pair. And for Mundi Lawyer and crew, they need to quickly pick up the pace, because we know that the top two are only going to get faster as those tires get to peak pressures and temperatures here. We're only a lap and a quarter in, and they're losing sight of the top two. Most of the field a little bit sideways through that section. Your first two look pretty planted.
So, you know, Ramallo and Barrichello, Brazilian countrymen. warmly greet each other at the start of the weekend. I wonder if the greetings will be just as warm at the end of this 4-round 2-weekend championship, because both are fearsome competitors. Again, Rubens trying to make it 4 out of 4 in terms of titles. There's Daniel Costa, also known as Daniel Caligaris. Works here at the Orlando Kart Centre, now racing. We've seen him racing several times here in the championship. He is out there for the PSL Birrell ART team in the number 653. He's chasing down Dominic Legrand with Michel Legrand just behind him. Aguayo, Pro Tour, and Sylvain Chenard. He's with Premier Karting, with Sylvain Chenard International in association with Premier Karting. He was telling me this morning with a wry grin on his face. Again, these drivers, they just love to race. There we go. There's another one. Kuzmachov in 10th. Drink up, boys, in Canada. They're going to be seeing 4 of him by the end of it. But again, good battling. He's ahead of Brian Hannon in the number 604 kart. And it's good to see that, again, even though they're not fighting necessarily for the ticket, they're racing competitively and battling. They've got people to race against. And these are the drivers, I was watching them down on the grid yesterday, commentating and qualifying. They're helping each other with their karts, getting them off the trolley, basically because if they try and lift too much, they'll bash and go at the hearing. But again, there's a move, Costa to the inside, and he picks up 4th position.
Daniel Costa, though, is going to have a look to potentially lose that spot one corner later. Dominic Legrand ultimately decided not to do it. He'll give him a little bit of room now because of that through the S's, and Daniel Costa will slip away. Now still a 2.5 to the next driver. Actually mark it at 2 seconds. That was a big time loss to third, Mundy Lawyer. Let's take a look at the time charts. Mundy's been able to match the pace of the top 2 on the average. A 55.1 last time by Danilo Romalo, a 54.90 for Rubens Barrichello, as there's a slick move by the 613 as Simon Proto on the Tony Kart. He will make up a position and get 1 spot further away from his Premier Karting teammate of Sylvain Chenard. And this group here, 8th to 11th.
Yes, as we look at the lead 2, Caleb Viesca is stationed down, our man on the spot. What have you got for us, Caleb?
Thank you there, Henry. I'm standing by here on the mechanics stand and looking at the battle for the lead here in between Danilo Romalo and Rubens Barrichello. Rubens on the first lap was slipping and sliding here through the chicane right under the mechanics stand, but as his races progressed, Rubens has started to reel Danilo back in, and I just think it was a question of just low tire pressures to start this one out. So expect a move here by Rubens shortly.
He's bang on about that one, Henry, here. Rubens Barrichello had that lead at one point open up to nearly 7 or 8/10 of a second. It is down to 2 to 3 car lengths. He is hunting down Danilo Romalo with plenty of laps left here, still 4.5 remaining as they head down Scrapyard Straight.
And Mundy Lawyer's tactics are going to be very simple. Stay as close to these 2 as possible in the early stages. When they start battling and slowing each other down, to be close enough to maybe pull in and capitalise and make it a 3-way scrap. I think on outright pace, Mundy hasn't quite got the waft of these 2, but in a scrap situation, the battling situation, he can contend. And that was Danilo Romalo clouting the curb coming out of turn number 3 there, and he's really pushing the envelope, is Romalo, as he comes out of turn number 6, checks over his shoulder. Good middle sector though from Romano. He's opened up the gap on Barrichello again.
Yeah, I think he answered the call. He must have heard us there. Little in-car communications, or maybe just some psychic mental games from Danilo Romalo. He was able to pick up that pace, as you mentioned, and it's not just the middle sector. That was a great exit and a launch out of that hairpin by the D2 Motors captain, and now out of the last turn, let's see how much this gap's opened back up. You saw Rubens Barrichello reach over, adjust the radiator flap, try to get a little bit more air intake to his power plant. He's going to need it. That was a major lap out of Danilo and a major fall off from Rubens, because the lap before, they both went at a 54.5. Rubens fell off 3.5 tenths last time by. Not sure why. Hopefully, it's nothing that's going to take him fully out of this race. He's still safely in second.
And of course, there's Monty Lawyer in third. Now, there's pluses and minuses with having a small grid. Pluses, you've got less drivers to worry about. Minuses is that one failure can cost you more because, you know, Romano, the worst he's ever going to finish is 11th, or, you know, or 10th if you retire. So if you do have a DNF, it's hard to claw back points, you know, because there's fewer karts in the race. Also, every driver's got 2 brand new sets of Mojo tyres at the start of this week. It's up to them how you use those Mojo tyres when you put them on. Everyone obviously had to put one on, a brand new set on for the first qualifying round, but then you didn't have to put a brand new set on for the second qualifying round. You could save those tyres. So, you know, all these drivers are going to be thinking about, yes, the final is all that really matters, you know, double points or more points available in the finals. Rubens looks, for all intents and purposes, that he's just eased back a little bit and gone, okay, round 1 to you, Danielo, but there's an awful lot of racing still to go. And you can see Monty Lawyer, he's driving smoothly. He's not, you can't see him being overly aggressive as he turns into turn number 10, but again, the top 3 in Max Masters, they're fighting for a DD2 Masters ticket to Bahrain. Romello qualified for the Grand Finals back in 2022, couldn't take the ticket, so he's never been. Barrichello, on the other hand, has been on multiple occasions. Couldn't go last year because he was racing stock cars in Brazil, but he spoke to he's happy that the Grand Finals are back in Bahrain in early December because his racing back home in Brazil has finished for the year.
Well, hopefully he can keep the pressure on and maybe find a little bit more in either this next half lap or during the lunch break, because with only 2 passing zones left and 2 car lengths still between them, you can see Rubens was deep on the brakes trying to maximize the entry to the hairpin, but he will not get close enough. He needs more. This last turn will not be enough either, but it'll be enough to turn the heat on and remind Danilo that he's right there. Pre-final winner, Danilo Romello by a nose, and Rubens Barrichello, well, if he wants to make it a 4-peat and book a ticket to Bahrain in December that he can use once again, he's gonna need to find 3 tenths over the course of a 10-lap run, and if not, maybe a little more over an even longer run for that main here, Henry, as this battle continues further back.
Love this. This is Pro Tour, Kuzmachov and Chenard all crossing the line nose to tail. And good job there from all 3. Everyone making the finish. And again, even though the order a little bit spread out, everybody had someone to play with. And GP karting back up in Toronto, Canada. You can go and sober up for a couple of hours before the main event. Your man, Victor Kuzmachov, comes home P10. And yeah, Romano Barrichello, cat and mouse is going to be the name of the game over the next 2 weekends between those 2. And Monty Lawyer sort of playing the spoiler, as it were, when opportunity arises. Monty, who started karting back in 1977. That was before even I was born, Monday. Don't look so surprised, Ander, just because I've lost a bit of hair and put a bit of timber on since you last saw me.
I don't know what you're talking about. The commentator cam's not on. I wasn't surprised. I believe it, Henry. You're a young spring chicken here.
Exactly. I've eaten plenty of chicken over the winter, as you can possibly tell, but there we go. That is Max Masters in the books. As everybody taking just a short break here at Orlando Kart. That's why the marshals take a moment to sit and ponder the meaning of life itself. So will we, and we'll be back after this short break.
finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Two pre-finals remain here for the morning rotation. DD2 and DD2 Masters are onto the circuit. It's the only combo of two classes, but they're easy to pick apart, folks. You've got the difference in numbers. The 500 numbers for your DD2 Masters drivers, the 400 numbers for your DD2 Max drivers. Going to the tail of the field, Lucas Nanji on the HM Propeller Kart Republic. As you can see, typically they would split the Masters drivers between them, but they've got them blended. And Lucas will start tail end Charlie, while on the other end, well, he's got a Kart Republic on the front row and Nicholas Ambiato, but it's all behind the Sodi privateer entry, or really, you could also give some love to Alan Isambard's father, Stefano, who's got the Isambard Performance Motorsports, local South Florida-based team, representing the pair of them on the front row.
And the last time that Alan Isambard raced Rotax was 2016, when he was a mini-match driver in Italy. So the first time back in Rotax in 9 years. Ambiado from Chile on the outside of road number 1. 2 years ago, Gianluca Savaglio was the inaugural DD2 Winter Trophy champion, and he starts P3 alongside Brandon Kart, Lucas Pernod, Ludovic Samoan on road number 3, Antoine Lacheric and Matt Taskinen, Mustache Mountain himself, starting on the outside of road number 4, Samuel Rojas, Noah Lapolla, Derek LaRoche, and then the first of the Masters, Tyler Divorce, Preston the Breton out of New Orleans, Martin Janssen, and then watch for Lucas Nanji at the back of the pack. Known as Rotax's ultimate class, these are the 2-speed Rotax karts. So the fastest machines in the Rotax family. And there is Alan Isambard. He's got his rocket racing outfit on. Very smart crash helmet. Brandon Carr from P4 on the grid will be looking to try and make up for a somewhat disappointing opening pre-final in senior Rotax. And you've got that very smart sort of lime green and grey livery machine. Now that would be the SAAS outfit. New team at Stefan, Stephanie, Arno, and can't remember the other A. But it's 4 names, 4 members of the family. Spoke to them yesterday. Smart looking go-kart.
Smart looking team, but they need a couple more spots. Let's see if they can get it off the start. DD2 and DD2 Masters MAX underway. And it's going to get a little bit dicey out of turn number 2. Gianluca Savaglio trying to get aggressive right off the rip through the chicane. Here they rocket down into turn number 5. A couple wide runs. Most of the field is down low. They'll all at least keep it on the tarmac for now into turn number 6 and onwards. We go with lap 1 underway here, or halfway through the opening lap. Alan Isambard leads.
Yeah, and of course the DD2 class last year saw plenty of high drama throughout the 3 rounds of last year's running, but it is Isambard from Ambiado into, is it Ambiado in second, or is that, no, it is Ambiado in second, the grey race suit of Brandon Carr down to P5 as we move on turn number 13, the complete lap number 1. Chile's Nicholas Ambiado chasing down Alan Isambard through turns 1 and 2. Out of 3, over the curves. Give you some idea of just how bumpy some of the curbs are here at Orlando Kart Centre. Now up towards turn number 6 we go. Savaglio on the Racing Edge Motorsport machine in kart number 499, leading 3rd position, leading his countryman Lucas Pernod, who is the older brother of Timothy Pernod. Lucas has been in the gym. He said, I've almost been in the gym a bit too much, because I'm a bit overweight, but it's not because he spent too long in the buffet, it's because he spent too long in the barbells, and he uses that extra muscle to just ease his countryman Savaglio wide.
So 2 laps complete, and we've got a shakeup. First big one of the session so far. Savaglio will fall from 3rd to 6th, and the second one inside the top 10. A move by Brandon Card gets him 1 spot higher. He gets around Matt Taskinen. It looks like indeed, yeah, Matt Taskinen on the 410 back to fifth. Lucas Pernod gets some breathing room now.
Why you're probably so used to seeing Taskinen. Oh, there's a move. Oh, Ambiado sticking his his nose at the inside of Isambard there, but to no avail from turn number 7. So used to seeing Taskinen aboard the CRG, but he's now on the red and white Biro ART and the PSL karting group. And Marshall there just being poised, ready to spring into action if necessary. But I've got to say, Ambiado has done a great job. He has not been more than about 7.5, maybe 8 inches, give or take, off the rear bumper of Isambard's car. Isambard, to his credit, he's not overly defending, but he's not got the pace. You can see now Pernod closing in, and Brandon Carr isn't far behind either. Maybe we'll see a touch of high hunters in this one, where Isambard isn't happy with the speed, but he's got track position, or does he? Side by side, Ambiado through turn number 7. This could be risky, and he loses the place. Lucas Pernod to P2, and Brandon Carr is about to make it into P3.
Yeah, and Ambiado doesn't want to lose any more, and he's going to give Brandon Carr a little shot in the back there, going into the hairpin, push him all the way to the edge of the track, as up front, it looks like Pernod is already bringing the fight to Isambard. So those two are going at it. Here goes again that massive pack behind that's stacked up for third. Two great battles to try and keep an eye on. Looks like the lead will be tamed. Carr, Ambiado now back into 5th, as moving by is Ludovic Saborin.
Yeah, and to be fair to Nicholas Ambiado, who said he gave Brandon Carr a little bit of shots going into turn number 10, Carr himself wasn't exactly shy about making the move initially on Ambiado a corner earlier. Now, Lucas Nanji up into 10th position. He is gained 5 places. Wheel-to-wheel action here, and these are the fastest carts we have. As now, there goes Savalia. Oh, and we've got 2 drivers have come to grief. Is that Matt Taskin and one of them? It's Canadian race suits.
It's Gianluca Savalio and indeed Nicholas Ambiado. Those two are going at it for 3 consecutive corners. And in the same corner here a lap ago, like you said, Carr was not too thrilled with Ambiado. He gave him a little bit of a kind of an elbow there at the exit of the corner, and it looked like Savalio was probably trying to do something similar, but instead of tire to side pod, it was tire to tire. It popped him up, pirouetted him around onto Ambiado's right rear, and the two of them are going to fall to the rear.
I think what Brandon Carr was doing when he tried to pass Ambiado, he's used to running that sprint car now, and he was just running the cushion a little bit.
Or a slide job, if you will. They'll throw it on the inside, and we'll hope that you've got the guy cleared. So as they exit turn 10 again, let's reset now with, unfortunately, Nicholas Ambiado, who was given a lot of excitement there for us to call in the last 2 laps, out of the picture. It is still Isambard to Matt Taskinen, 1st and 2nd, but now you've got a new man into 5th, Antoine Lachorite, into position number 5 on the SAA S karting number 421, right behind Ludovic Saborin and Brandon Carr, the HM Propella teammates, 3rd and 4th. In chatting with Brandon Carr for a moment yesterday, he was pretty content with the way that the DD2 MAX pace had been, less so with the senior MAX car, so hopefully that will allow him to start to make some inroads to a gap that has opened to 1.9 seconds, Henry. That's pretty massive, but again, a lot of it was due to some of the battling just getting by with Ambiado.
Yeah, I mean, Isambard looks like the tyre pressures were deliberately low at the start there. He was slipping and sliding a lot. He does seem to be upping his pace ever so slightly. Brandon Carr is a tick quicker than Isambard. Last time around a 53.113 for Isambard, a 53.19 for Lucas Pernod. Carr not making any more significant inroads, but he is clear of Saboyan in 4th, then Lachorite, Rojas, Nanji, Taskinen, Lapola, LaRoche, and then the leading Masters driver, Tyler Guibourget, in the Formula K cars. There's quite a new Formula K, part of the Praga IPK family, but those turquoise, red and black livery machines, very smart, and a nice colourful addition to the paddock.
Last time by, Brandon Carr picked off 0.2 from the top 2, from 1.9 to 1.7 seconds. I think he might be gaining maybe a little bit more. That hairpin exit didn't look good. And the only reason I'm focused back on him is this has kind of turned from what looked like it could have been a battle to a stalemate, Henry. Yes. Matt Taskinen did get a good exit out of that last turn, but outside of that, they've been just in lockstep 2/10 apart. Car picked off another 2/10 off their gap last time. Mark him at 1.5 back now.
Yeah, so as Lucas Pernod just sort of given his Mojo tyres a little bit of breathing space, a little bit, now he's starting to work over the rear end of Isambard's kart, and he makes a move. Can he get around the outside? Yes, great move. Lucas Pernod set Alan Isambard up a treat there, and has he left the door open? Yes, he has. Here comes Brandon Carr. Isambard thinking, okay, fool me once, that's on me. Fool me twice, that's on you. Carr takes advantage, put the Steel City Saints up into P2.
And if you look closely there, and again, I'm going to give Lucas Pernod the benefit of the doubt. He pointed forward, but didn't tap his helmet. I would imagine he might have been telling Carr, hey, you're good to go because my tires are dirty from getting roughed up the way that I did. I need a lap to clean them back off. And that's been a bit of the story across all different compounds, including the Mojo, that you end up getting pushed into the marbles like what we saw with Nicholas Ambiato. You need a little minute to catch your breath and bring them back to clean and at the right temp, not overheated and not too cool. So now, mark it a lap later, he looks strong again, but for a half lap, letting Brandon go allowed them both to keep touch of Alan Isambard versus defending on this straightaway like Alan is for the lead here on this last lap. That might have given him the win. So now, Carr, a big crossover, the same for Pernod. They're nearly 3 wide. Alan's got the nose out front to the S's. Here we go. Last turn, Henry.
Indeed, and Alan Isambard on a very, very wide Sony kart will run the drag race to the line, takes the win as a 4-wide one, a blanket 4-kart finish. Carr, Pernod, and Ludovic Saborin, Carr's HM Propeller teammate, 0.3 of a second covering the top 4. Lacharit, a good solid drive. Antoine Lacharit in 5th for the SAAS team. Rojas, Taskinen, and Nanji were next. Only 5 seconds covering the top 8. Somebody dragging some bodywork there, our turn 1 camera, picking that up. Gianluca Savalio does finish the race, as does Nicholas Ambiado, several seconds down. Martin Janssen coming home second in DD2 Masters. Tyler Gavoge for the, now they did tell me the name of that team, but I was rushing around this morning and I've forgotten it. But again, it's a family team, so well done to Tyler Gavoge for the Formula K outfit for taking DD2 Masters victory. And welcome back to Rotax, Alan Isambard, 9 years away, and well, familiar name to North American karting fans, but to Rotax, it hasn't been a minute. Alan Isambard makes his return to Rotax, a victorious one from Brandon Carr, Lucas Pernod. That's going to be a good battle, but what about Alan Isambard going to represent Team USA at the Grand Finals? Could happen, as we've got just one pre-final to go. That will be coming up in Mini-Max. I'm wondering if Caleb Bieska down in pit lane does manage to collar as Alan Isambard for a chat. Will we hear the same sort of Kai Hunter-esque sort of response? Not happy with the speed of the car, but I got to do what I got to do. That's why I defended. You know, there was a risk, but he survived, as it were. But there we go.
Yeah, I think there'll be a good bit from not just Alan, but the whole 4-car pack up front to kind of break down thoughts on. I mean, it seemed like there was at least 8 drivers with notable stories from that race.
Yep.
Going back, of course, to Nicholas Ambiato and the collision with Gianluca Savalio. Apologies again to Matt Taskinen and mixing him up with Lucas Pernod. Still getting used to the pair of them here this weekend. But Pernod, a silent run, an aggressive run that had some very tactical moves for the lead. It wasn't elbows out. It wasn't any pushing and shoving. But it was straight up clean over-unders. It was a slick move to pull that pass off. It just wasn't enough to stick.
Exactly, and what we've seen so far, I mean, we've got a very big grid of Mini-Max karts coming up next, but across the first 5 classes, of course, no no DD2 Masters ticket in this for the DD2 Masters. The Max Masters class will take the DD2 Masters ticket if you follow that. There's no easy ticket here. Even Romalo and Barrichello, they're going to have to fight tooth and nail for that ticket with Mundi Lawyer watching. And in DD2, yeah, like you said, there's a good 7-8 drivers with a story to tell there. Noman is going to be able to just cruise up and say, right, this is easy, put my plane ticket to Bahrain. It is proof that this winter trophy is going to be extremely hard to win, whoever comes away with it. And a big hello to the entire Rotax family watching. I know that Natalie Palmshofer watches in charge of Rotax Media. But yeah, 4 tickets down, 390 to go. The next 12 tickets, in fact, are available on this continent. 6 here in Orlando, and 6 more at the end of February in Phoenix. The road to Bahrain is certainly now underway. Next stop, first stop, Pattaya, Thailand. Second stop, Orlando, which is where we're going to be based for the next 2 weekends. But short break, I believe. We've got one more pre-final to go, and that'll be Minimax. And no, Caleb Yester is busy ferreting around back in the paddock area, trying to find a driver to interview. Thrust a microphone upon him. There's a couple of waves. Now, who's that there? Is that Jackson Porter's mum at the top there? Or just, is that the CIA? I'm not quite sure. Dark glasses, dark hoods, who knows? Oh, Caleb has got Mr. Muscles, Lucas Pernod. Caleb, careful, man's got guns.
Thank you there, Henry. Lucas is a pretty big guy, and he did a good job out there. Lucas, firstly, walk me through that race. You were kind of in the middle of it the entire time, kind of measuring off at Alan the entire race. Just walk me through what it was like in the seat from that one.
Yeah, it was a good race. Started off well. We had the pace to stay with the guys in front. Went for the lead at some point. Should have maybe defended a bit harder into that corner. But yeah, it happens. We learn. Ready for the final. Gotta give it our all.
Yeah, and obviously throughout that race, it seemed like Alan just had a little bit of an upper hand through the middle stages. In the end, obviously, when the fighting kind of ensued, it seemed like it went your way just a little bit more. What are you kind of missing going into the main event later on today?
I think a bit more rotation, but that's what we've been working all weekend. And I'm confident with the changes we're going to do now to fight for the final.
Well, there you guys have from Lucas Pernod. Thank you very much. We're going to bring Alan Isambard in here as well. Alan, firstly, what a final lap from you. You were kind of telling me that you didn't think you had a good enough bottom to kind of stay in the lead of that race, but you got it done in the end. Just walk me through it.
Yeah, pretty chaotic. Just held on. You know, we have worse tires than everyone because we did both the qualies on the same set. But yeah, I struggled a little bit with the bottom, so we need to work on that. But pretty hectic pre-final overall, and a good last lap for me.
Yeah, nextly, I mean, you heard a little bit from Lucas on what he kind of saw from you. What did you kind of see from the competitors? Obviously, BC, it seemed like he got caught up in the start of that race, but came back in the end. It seems like more guys are going to start to come in the mix.
Yeah, I didn't see a whole lot from anyone, really. Just the few corners that I was in second, but we're good on some parts. We need to work on some other parts, so we'll work on that and see how it goes.
Well, there you guys have Alan Isambard feeling confident going into the main event later on today. Back to you, boys.
Slight delay in bringing you that interview, but it was just to allow Lucas Pernod to take his race suit off and put his tightest Birrell t-shirt on to show the hard work that has been done. That's a key thing there. The big takeaway from that interview, Alan Isambard hasn't broken out that second fresh set of tyres yet. So he has still got more mojo rubber in the bank than anybody else.
Yeah, that's one thing that originally stuck out to me a bit when looking at the schedule yesterday, that it would have been a little less convenient for teams had we worked on the traditional route of mandating a new set of tires for each race day, because you would have had to put on a new set for Saturday qualifying, take those off, put on a new set for Sunday qualifying, put those away till Sunday, put the Saturday set back in the rotation, but probably not run it in the warm-up and then run it in the pre-final. So it could have been a lot of swapping. I'm sure a lot of drivers and teams probably did that. Some may have been under the original impression, like myself, of, well, that's when you have to do it. You have one set for each day. But as you mentioned, Henry, you have that second set to use at your discretion. It'll be a talking point probably throughout all of today and maybe into tomorrow. I'm not sure, again, how it's going to play out, of how noticeable over the course of the run? Will we see a bigger improvement of when Alan puts those tires on new in the session that he goes new, say it's today's final, or will we see it really on that 4th to 6th heat cycle comparison when the drivers that were on a set had 1 or 2 more heat cycles on them, and it really shows more at the end of the life cycle? I'm curious which it will be a bigger benefit or loss. You know what I mean?
It's just an extra little tactical decision that the teams have to make. I like a bit of, like George Michael said, freedom. I won't let you down. Here we go then. Mini-Max pre-final, and from the United Kingdom, the Roots is on fire. James Roots has pole position over Team USA's Enzo Di Janeiro, the Paralin outfit. Lion from Zionsville, Indiana, William Vita goes on P3 for J. Howard Developments team. Matias Dominguez goes from row number 4. Parker Ives goes from row number 3. P5, Cameron Johnson goes from P6. Maxwell Matcha, who was here back when he was 7 years old 3 years ago as a micro driver, and the only driver on a TB car, Christian Sanguinetti, on the outside of row 4. Independent driver Luke Konjanapitak. I want to say Sawab the cap to all the people watching in Thailand. Luke's family, Luke originally from Thailand, and Arthur Farrow from the UK. Back to top 10. Now here's one. Twins, Nicholas and Massimo LaRusso share row number 6. Which twin is the oldest? Nobody knows. The only people that know are Nicholas and Massimo's mum and dad. They didn't want either brother to feel I'm the older, I'm the younger. So they're just twins. Vincenzi Aguilar and Melville Dos Santos are next. William Rossetti, William Dion, Eric Wachkowski, Cristobal Bonnet, Matteo Pai and Kai Avelera round out your top 20 in Mini-Max.
Let's go back to page number 2. We'll take a tab back to check in on 11th the 11th row, beginning, of course, on the inside lane with the man starting in 21st, and that'll go to Baroy Chang. He starts alongside Lucas Bertana. Then it's Matisse Lacroix and Raimundo Ibarra on the AM Racing Team X-Spree. And your final few rows with Samuel Werrier, Charles Teo, Blaise Diniz, William Choquette, Salvatore Nasca, Alonso Gonzalez, Ethan Miller, and James Dorger starting 31st and 32nd. It is a healthy Mini-Max grid, just under the cap of 36, so all 32 drivers will get to see all of the laps on the day, including the A final later this afternoon. But it's a big grid at that. Hopefully they can make it through this first turn, this first sector nice and clean. Henry, they've at least got themselves formed up nice and slow here for Manuel Blanco to hopefully give the all good and all clear green flag, green lights when they get back around to the front straight away.
Yes, indeed. De Janeiro on the outside. Pole sitter on that red and white Birrell, James Roots. He's got Danny Sweeney from the UK here, helping the Prime Power team. The deal was that if James took pole position yesterday, the dad would take them all out with steak last night. Winner, steak dinner. Here we go into turn number 1, but Roots is muscled wide coming out of the first corner. Great start from William Vita, now being coached by Harley Keeble. And if anyone knows Harley Keeble, that was a nice aggressive Keeble-esque move from William. Parker Ives looks like he's made a great start as well, up into P2 as the rest of the field flood their way out of turn 5, but it is Vita, the Lion from Zionsville, and followed by Ives, our pole sitter James Roots back to 3rd, but this is James's first season out of a micro, so he's fast, but maybe not quite as experienced as some of those around him.
It's Parker Ives' first ever time, to my knowledge, behind the wheel of a Rotax Mini-Max package. He looks at home with it already in that silver helmet. P2 and a great launch out of the last turn. He'll close up towards William Vitor, who now is leading the flag and leading the way for the J. Howard Driver Development Camp that had a very impressive return debut, if you will, to the U.S. National Pro scene 2 weeks ago with 4 wins on the first day of the SCUSA Winter Series, and now they are very happy to be back for their second race in Orlando, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. They'll be back again next week with potentially an even bigger contingent and the race team, the race organization that now has a team from karting all the way through the entire Road to Indy, presented by, well, I can't remember what tire they're on, but the USF Pro Championships Road to Indy presented by Anderson Promotions from USF Juniors through the Pro 2000.
I would imagine they'd be black round tires. Those ones.
yes,
Cooper
indeed.
tires.
Yes,
Is
indeed.
it Cooper tires?
No, it had switched. I believe they're Continentals now, actually. That's why it was
go.
throwing me off. I'm so used to calling it presented by Cooper Tires. They were a longtime partner, but again, the Formula Car program building on that dream. Jay Howard said that he would love to be able to have a program from karting all the way through to the IndyCar Series. He's only 2 steps away with his karting team returning. Unfortunately, though, a single independent karting operation. Ryan Perry Motorsport now commands the way as Parker has gone by William to take command of this Mini-Max pre-final, and in doing so, they have brought a few more drivers into the picture. Once again, Maxwell Macha on that black and orange Sodi, and James Roots, the top qualifier yesterday on that Beer Alert at the end of the day. Well, he's going to try and go to second now.
Job done. Now, talk about why the Rotax Grand Finals is so important to drivers, because you're on equal equipment. William Vita last year, I don't think you mind me saying this, he was a very quiet, and almost timid driver. You know, he was very shy retiring. He goes to the Grand Finals, he's come back, he has come out swinging. The aggression levels that the Grand Finals teach you, because you're all on equal equipment, because it's just nation versus nation, that really helps. We've got a new leader, it's James Roots, back in the front. Said he was enjoying the filet mignon steak last night. I think if he wins this one, there might be some Wagyu on the menu. Here we go, there's Maxwell Macha, 2-for-1 special offer. Macha up to P2 for Velocity Racing Association with Sodicar. Ives down to 3rd, Vita down to 5th, De Janeiro is there in 4th or 5th position. Great scrapping in Minimax, but Roots, Macha, the top 2. Maxwell said, Henry, this year I'm going to qualify. This year I'm getting a ticket. He was quite serious, quite convinced. That tells me, and everyone in Paddock knows Maxwell, just this bouncing ball of energy. Not much Dan Peter would agree with him all the time, but small doses. But Maxwell said, no, this year I'm getting a ticket. He's focused. There's another move. Enzo De Janeiro up the inside, and Parker Ives P3. Ives down to 4th, and it's Vitor in 5th. 6th is Albert Ferro on that Dan Holland liveried Lando Norris chassis. So there goes Vita again, back to the inside. Aggression, key from William Vita. You see an opportunity, you have to go for it. There's no point sitting on your hands while the grass grows around your feet. Ives straight back in, wheel to wheel. Great stuff. Here comes Maxwell Macha though. Down the backyard straight, I was there with you, and it's Supernats 26 in Vegas 2023 when Maxwell Macha won the Micro Swift division there. A huge eruption of applause around the paddock for young Maxwell. Well, Enzo De Janeiro, he was sort of like Team USA's mascot last year in Sarno, because he's very diminutive, and he's got that face that you just want to spot half the time. No, he's got that smiley, cheeky face. Same with Maxwell Macha. Here comes Albert Ferro, though, to the inside of Vita. No, and Ferro slotted back to 6. Cameron Johnson runs in 7th. I'm going to get Albert and Arthur mixed up at some point. It's Arthur Ferro. Arthur the elder, Albert the younger. And here we go, Maxwell Macha chasing down James Roots.
Maxwell Macha, as you mentioned, Henry, it was a breakthrough victory for young Maxwell. He'd only had a couple of big-time wins prior to that Supernats main event win in a battle with Parker Ives and company. Those two were racing around each other for most of that year, and I think they'll be experiencing a lot of the same in the coming years as well here, as now Parker is unfortunately going to lose his spot back to Vitor through turns 1 and 2. But for Maxwell, he's not seeming to be in any kind of rush right now to take over the lead of this session, and in doing so, he's allowed only himself and Enzo De Janeiro to probably stay within contention of the race win, because Ives, Vitor, and Ferro, they are just a bit too far away to get any sniff of the draft, and with 3.5 laps to go, it's a far cry to get to the lead right now. They need some battling, and they need it at this moment because they're doing more than their fair share amongst themselves. And speaking of that as well, a big line of go-karts further back. Check out this group here, 7 or 8 strong, down into turn number 10, right around that kind of early teens, top 10 marker here, going back from the Race Lab TV, a Sanguinetti and Dominguez on to around maybe 15th or 16th. This pack headed across the line to 3 to go.
Yeah, the black and white kart in the middle of this group, that's the Don't Sleep Energy independent run kart of Luke Kanjanapatak. Kanjanapatak is outside the top 10. Here are your top 3. And this is what is great to see. Birrell ART leads Sony, leads Parolin. 3 completely different chassis design from completely different factories. They're not part of the same family, like as in Lando Norris's chassis is simply a Tony kart with different paint on it. Here we go then, Roots defends to the inside, Matcha tries to cross over, but Roots is wise to it, runs a bit wide coming out of turn number 10, wheel to wheel, you can hardly fit the feather between them, into turn 11 and 12, Matcha to the inside, Roots on the outside, Matcha over the curb, Matcha gets the job done, Ives trying to squeeze Roots, but it's gonna be Maxwell Matcha with a last gasp move. Great stuff there. We saw it last year between Albert Friend and Alexis Bayerjon and Julian Rivera in Minimax. It looks as though Minimax in 2025 is going to be just as exciting as last year. Somebody having a... Who's that celebrating about 19th? Was it Mondo?
I don't know about celebrating.
No,
that
wasn't a
definitely
celebration.
didn't seem too fun.
No.
Yeah, it looked like it for a moment there until the hand came off the wheel. But at least the top half of the field can celebrate. They're on our front page for the results for top 15 with Maxwell Matcha winning our final session before a quick break in the action. James Roots ends up second. Enzo De Janeiro third. Vitor, again, was the driver who arrived on the scene at the 11th hour there at the last second. Too late to do anything, close enough to end within 7/10 of the race win, though. Parker Ives, again, hanging on over Arthur Farrow. Cameron Johnson on that Franklin Motorsports Merlin, the only Merlin go-kart here this weekend. And he's hot off a big-time win a couple weeks ago.
Yes, speaking of Franklin Motorsports, let's say a quick hello to Pedro Cueto, who is back in the kart. He was a young driver in my crew, had his leg amputated after Supernats. He's back in the kart testing, and he says we'll probably go see him at Phoenix in a couple of weeks racing. So a big hello to Pedro, who runs for the Franklin. Oh no, he runs for forward
direction.
I
say correct letter. I didn't want to let you go. I figured I'd let you figure your way out the maze there on your own.
I got there eventually. Yes. But a big hello to Pedro anyway.
Yes, of course. One of the most inspiring stories out of Super Nationals 27. Was so great to meet him and mother and father. They are so energetic, and they are getting some of the well-deserved praise and exposure that has been long overdue for that young man and the heart that he has. Best of luck to them this weekend. They're on track again, as you mentioned today, doing some testing for the Challenge of the Americas. But for us here in Orlando, as we take a look back through the second page of results, beginning with Cristobal Bonet, on through your Mini-Max field down to Alonso Gonzalez, Salvatore Nasca, and the final couple that sadly ended up more than 25 seconds back. Only one DNF, James Dorger.
Yeah, I believe it was Matisse Lacroix who was crisscrossing across the line because he dropped down the order and he drives a red Montero. Blaze Diniz, not a happy outing for the newcomer to the Rollison Performance Group stable. Blaze Diniz. Used to see him the last couple of years on a Praga kart. Now on a Cosmic for the Rollison Performance Group, and Blaze Diniz wasn't, well, he didn't start in a blaze of glory, but there's a long way to go. Boom, boom, thank you very much.
Long way to go indeed, folks. Again, this is the short break in the action to allow the hardworking race team and officials to catch their breath and get something to eat as well. As we're about the midway point in the racing action on the day, but not quite. We've got 2 last chance qualifiers that'll be on deck here when we are back on the other side of this. And then, of course, all the main events for the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. We're kicking things off, of course, with the last chance qualifier for Senior Max. That'll be 10 laps the distance here, approximately 1 hour from now at 12:55 p.m. Eastern Time is when they'll be closing the grid. 1 p.m., top of the hour, when they will be going green. So actually, hour and 5 minutes till we drop the hammer. And then onwards. Main events beginning with Junior Max. Senior Max rotates to back cleanup. 6th of the 6 classes on the rotation. There'll be a short break around 2:30 in case you need to get up for a quick break yourselves. But beyond that, folks, we're going to allow our hardworking camera crew the same courtesy as the awesome RTX SRA combo crew of officials, registration people, and all the staff at Orlando Kart Center as well. We'll see you in 64 minutes. Henry, myself, Caleb Vieska, with more racing on deck.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charles Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask a question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth-through sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels. directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charlotte Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 at KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Welcome back. It was a nice and well-earned break for the hard-working team, but we are set and ready to finish out lining our main event grids, and we've got one last chance for the Senior Max drivers listed on your screen to punch their ticket to today's final. Adriano Vera will lead them off to green alongside Liam Gray. They are the first row and the first of 6 drivers that are on the inside looking out in the safe zone right now, Henry, as we go back to row number 2 with the 2-wheeled rider turned 4-wheel driver Brandon Comerford on the inside.
Yeah, Sydney Cassels, who did finish quite far up the order in her pre-final, but obviously had a pushback penalty, which has put her on the second row of the grid, along with Savannah Callis, Aiden Shimbashi, Aiden Galway, and Frederic Lemieux, who was in the wars as well, the young lady from Canada, Zach Daly and Branson Godet, Dylan Ludwig and Frederick Manning, Bex Cranston and Alexis Vaillancourt, Luka Posick, Michael Boyadzis, Nicholas Vega and Vitaly Lanevsky. Vega and Lanevsky DQ'd out of their pre-finals. Lanevsky possibly for rejoining the circuit, not in the correct grid position after the cut-off line. Vega, not quite sure what the technical reason was for his departure from the published results sheet. So Vera and Gray on the front row. Whole host of fast ladies on the 3rd and 4th row of the grid. Brandon Comerford, this is going to be his first experience of something like this, you would imagine, in a major event. The driver of kart number 325, you can see him there, the red and white Birrell ART kart. What can he do? Because, oh, and he'll slowing to the down. Hopefully there's no nose cone penalties there, but you never know. Interesting tactics now. These should be experienced enough to know that if you're 4th or 5th, there's no point racing each other because you're in. No prizes for coming 7th. But 10 laps into the tram lines, and lights are not out. It's a yellow flag, so I'm going to wave that one off.
And I would not be surprised, Henry. Right now, I understand all the nerves and all the fear, and you got to use every tool in your toolbox to try and make sure you're one of the 6 that goes to the final. But Adriano Vera, by not having that constant pace speed upkept, at least from our eyes right here, I'd say is playing with fire. You do not want to try to pull something on Manuel Blanco. Obviously, he's already, he and his team, along with Patrick and Michelle and everyone in the steward's office, Christian Perrin as well. I mean, they are ready to catch it all, and they will not let a single bit slide. And again, sometimes I think some of these drivers forget, even in senior, that every race official at one point in their life was a driver.
Yep, pretty much, yes.
They know what it's like to tap into that perspective of thinking, oh, I could pull the wool over the eyes and get away with this. And I think they've, again, they've all got to be careful because, again, there's only 6 tickets still left.
And, of course, you know, we're looking at the final published results sheets. And penalties, obviously you have pushback nose cone penalties, contact penalties. There'll be penalties for XX blocking. There's been penalties for 2 wheels outside tram lines at the start, for 4 wheels outside tram lines at the start. One has to behave oneself. But some of the drivers that you're seeing, they're in this race not because they're not quick enough to be in the main event, because they have fallen foul of the penalties. But others are in this race on pace alone, which is a bit more worrying. Vera and Gray, row 1. Comerford and Cassels, row 2. Callis Shimbashi, row 3. Lemieux Galway, row 4. Godet and Daly, row 5. Manning and Ludwig, row 6. Vaillancourt and Cranston, row 7. Lanevsky and Posick, row 8. Vega and Boyadzis, row 9. For 12 of these drivers, their day ends in the next 10 laps. Or make that 9 laps. Are we counting this lap? I don't think so.
I don't know. I wouldn't. I mean, they're burning a lot of time.
Hey,
you know, there is, again, Patrick did a great job, Patrick Moreau of SRA Karting, to give them plenty of gaps to not have the day fall behind schedule. But, I mean, there's only so much time that is allotted still, even with that, and we burned a lot on that outlap. And it was not a race director's issue that delayed our first attempt at the start. Here's attempt 2. No green on the second time by. Henry, I think we may have some red flag. So Manuel said, okay, that's enough games. We're stopping y'all.
Yep, now.
And I will say, again, since the race has not started, well, here's where I'm a little bit confused, Henry. Maybe you can help me out a little bit on the regulations, and I want to take another look at our sporting regs as well. We'll pull those up as we've got problems for one. One of the Gillards is backfiring there. That's the 359.
That's Luca Posick, Canadian driver on a Gillard chassis. Well, I mean, the regulation, it's at the race director's discretion what happens now. In the UK, we call this now the time-honored tradition of the game. We call shut up and listen.
Yes.
What happens is, for those of you that are uninitiated into the rules of shut up and listen, the drivers will now be invited to stop directly in front of the race director. The race director will take 2 contestants. It would probably be Mr. Gray and Mr. Vieira, the front row starters. He will invite them for an exclusive audience with him. And their rules are, you shut up and listen to what I'm telling you. See, I'm going to tell you how to start a go-kart race.
My thoughts is that because of the inconsistent pace, and again, that instant kind of stop going in the last turn, that Manuel Blanco said, hey, we want to make this fair, and it's unfair to the drivers in the middle and the back of the pack that may have been caught off guard by the inconsistent pace and knocked their pushback bumpers in and deployed those.
That is a possibility as well.
With the race having not started, if that's what Manuel's thought process is here, I fully agree, because I think that was an extreme difference in the pace. So
yes, and there's an issue for one driver further back. Look at that, the penultimate kart on that Lando Norris kart.
The side pod is off.
It's got a side pod off, and you can see the driver. Is that Bex Cranston? Yes. Bex, help. And the driver,
wait, look at that sign language of Manuel Blanco. Did you see that right there, Henry? He was we did not need a translation verbally at all. He is saying, hey, you cannot stop and then just go and launch away.
How much of this is due to the fact that, with all due respect to Mr. Vieira and Mr. Gray, they're not used to starting at the front, on the front row of the grid?
I mean, part of it. I think maybe not used to starting at the front row of a grid at a high-level event where you've got a high-level race director that will look for those nuances on the starts. Again, we have drivers from all around the world. Obviously, Mr. Adriano Vera as well, one of the many international drivers that is coming into town, and there are different cultures just across the different regions of the U.S. of what's acceptable, what's not, across different series of what's acceptable and what's not when it comes to what you can do, what you cannot do on the starts. But again, as we just saw,
that was Frederique
Lemieux. I believe she was adjusting her bumper out. I have to imagine that between the way of Manuel Blanco's body language and that exchange quickly and really only seeming to focus on the inconsistent pace, that he's elected to allow the drivers with deployed pushback bumpers to reset those. Unfortunately for Bex Cranston, his issue comes from a broken bolt on that side pod. But again, the front bolt is connected, Henry, so is that's going to be more probably of a performance issue, but as long as it's still connected, that shouldn't trigger.
Yeah, it looks like the bracket is connected. The plastic is not connected to the bracket.
Only on the back side. There's 2 bolts, right?
Yes.
You have the back bolt, the front bolt. The front bolt being connected most of the time will still allow the driver to continue.
Yes. Bex Cranston. He or she? He. Okay, no problem. No, we're not allowed. There is the Ukraine livery car. Now, this all looks a lot more, the pace is a lot more stable. They've listened, they've shut up, they've listened. They don't want to take the star prize, which is a free trip to the back of the grid. They do want to just, work. They're looking over at each other. The RPG kart of number 393, Liam Gray, and the 306, the Kalkev Racing kart of Lima, Peru's Adriano Vera.
Oh, we've
there's
got him
still
again.
more stopping and starting, although...
I don't know. I mean, the pace definitely did slow here, Henry, coming into this section right as they all began to form up. But at the same point, I don't know if it was as egregious as the first time. Let's see what Manuel thinks about it. I think we're going to give him a shot at the start this time. 10 laps. If they'll give them all of them, it looks like we will. Let's try this one again. Yes, green flag is in the air. We're racing in the LCQ for Senior Max.
It's a tightly bunched pack going through turns 1 and 2. Everybody safely through the kickback section and now down towards turn number 5. Vera has the lead. Comerford trying to go around the outside in P3. Slightly back into second position. Now somebody off at the side. Well, that was Lucas Posic's car. Can't see Michael Boyatzis' machine out there either. So we may be down to just 16 runners. And of course you've got the hanging side pod of Bex Cranston going down. Oh, this scratch. That's right. A bit of debris on the circuit. Move for third place. Was that Savannah? No, that
was Comerford trying to go by on Aiden Galway, who's had a fantastic start. This is just outside the transfer zone. Big move down the inside for one of the Beryl Art drivers trying to move forward. Looked to be maybe the 342 of Dylan Ludwig.
Dylan Ludwig making a move into turn number 1. There is Bex Cranston. Cranston in 8th place, just behind Frederic Lemieux. At the moment, our 6 transfer drivers, you can see on the scoring ticker, the red line separating Savannah Callis in 6th and Frederic Lemieux in 7th. And we'll keep one eye on the lead and one eye on the transfer spot, but we got a 5-kart breakaway, and Sydney Cassell's now moving into P4. Brandon Comerford down to 5th, and there's the move for the lead, and that is Gray into P1, but not for long, and a couple of drivers further back doing their chances no good whatsoever, coming to grief. But it's a 6 or 7 kart breakaway at the front. We cross the line to complete lap number 2.
So one of the Velocity Sodis collected, the other one, hard to say there in that flash, but this lead pack, I mean, they had a shot to maybe the 5 of them get away. They will not now. This is an all-out fight. That was just a pass for the transfer zone. Federico Lemieux is through. Liam Gray through the dirt coming out of turn number 6. He'll fall back into 4th. Big save there by the RPG Cosmic driver. Actually 5th. And he's under pressure now for that position as well, as Lemieux is there, and Savannah Gray, who just, or Savannah Callis, sorry, who just fell out of the transfer zone, is now looking to get back in. Here's a move. Galway, and gets run a little wide with an over-under by Vera, who's now going to take him to the low side and block into the S's.
Now, Vera's got to be careful. Kai Hunter, I believe, in his pre-final in this class, fell foul for excessive blocking. Vera defending is one thing, blocking, and here comes Comerford while he was off. Home from home, Brandon Comerford up on 2 wheels in the number 325. He takes 3rd position, make that 2nd position. Oh, this is a huge pack battling over the transfer spots. Lemieux to the inside, and for the 2nd lap in succession, Gray gets squeezed like a pimple coming out of turn number 6.
But to Liam's credit, he held on strong. Now he's still under pressure. Here's Bex Cranston with that wounded side pod. Liam Gray has gone from fighting for the lead to back now in the middle of the scrum, 3 wide in the middle. To the inside's Aiden Shibashi, and that will all cycle out to the driver right behind, Alexis Valencourt, in 11th. So well outside the buffer zone now for Liam Gray. On the flip side, Federico Lemieux is in, and I believe Savannah Callis is in. First one in. Bex Cranston now first one out.
Yep, we've got 11 karts separated by 4 seconds. Frederick Manning, Lenevsky, Daly, Godet, and Vega are the remaining runners. In fact, I think that Vega may have retired. as well. In fact, yeah, the 3, 5, 8 Kart, Nicholas Vega out of the race. But it is Galway leading Coniford, leading Cassels, Vera, Lemieux and Callis. 3 young ladies in the 6 transfer spots at the moment. Cranston on the outside looking in. There he is, chasing down the 304 HM Propeller Kart Republic chassis of Savannah Callis. Savannah, who has a crash helmet. I think that's Harley Quinn on her crash helmet. It's obviously a very cool livery, but she had an incident at the start of qualifying yesterday, one of the qualifying sessions, hit the barriers coming out of pit road, which means it should be starting for the back of the grid. There is Frederic Lemieux passing our pole man, Adriano Vera.
Frederica Lemieux now moving 1 spot safer, 2 spots of insurance for the young lady out of Canada. Our pole man, Adriano Vera, now only 1 spot to the good. Savannah Callis is on the way as the 2 Beryl Arts ahead of the pair, or ahead of this pack really, are trying to push and work together, but Brandon Cumberford dropped a wheel. He'll lose some time. Look at Sydney Castles. I think Sydney Cassels might have that pushback bumper deployed. She needs to outrun that penalty.
So if she does have a pushback bumper, she would need to finish at least 5 seconds in front of the driver that crosses the line in 7th position. And looking at the way things are at the moment, ain't gonna happen.
No, that would knock her a good ways out. Now, that said, there's a lot that could happen around the transfer zone. We could see some aggressive blocking and defending, and there's also probably some other drivers with pushback bumpers deployed. So far from over, but Bex Cranston trying to fight for a shot in the final. Side by side with Savannah Callis. She'll go into the grass. Here comes Dylan Ludwig as well.
Yep, Ludwig taking advantage. And of course, if I was Cranston, I would not be wanting to pass drivers on the side of the kart where the side pod is hanging off, because we don't know how close that pod is from parting company altogether. If it goes all together, that's going to fail technical inspection, and it doesn't matter where Bex finishes, he won't make the final. So he's got to be give it some circumspect. There's a bit of a dent on the front of that Racing Edge Motorsport kart of Frederic Lemieux, but that could have been from the previous false start. But Frederic is up into what is now 3rd position.
Oh, Bex Cranston finally got the meatball.
Out of 6th position. Cranston out, Ludwig in. And the first driver now on the outside looking in is number 304, Savannah Callis. Then it's Aiden Shimbasi. There's Callis, followed by Shimbasi. Then it's Vaillancourt, followed by the luckless Liam Gray.
So Shimbashi, who had to start pretty far back in this LCQ, is now closing in a little bit on Callis. First spot out, and that might be a spot in with all the contact and all of the potential penalties looming that have ensued thus far. As we check in with our top 2, there's 3rd, 4th, 5th, there's 6th, and then 7th and 8th are within the 5-second window, Henry.
Yeah, now indeed, but of course, Sydney Cassels, if she can make a move and get past Galway, or at least push Galway away as much as possible, not slow themselves down. Let's have a look. The gap between 1st and 7th is 4.1 seconds. So another second over the next lap and a quarter, and if Cassels' nose cone has come in, and she does have a penalty, she still may just squeeze in. All depends on how this next lap around the Orlando Kart Centre plays out. Cassels to the inside, smart driving from Galway, doesn't fight it. Now it's Cassels against the clock.
Into turn number 5. The gap, again, back from them will be tough for us to read as the timing loop needs to update and refresh for a moment. Hopefully that'll stay okay. I know they've had to move to their own independent decoders. This will be a little bit tricky, I'm sure, for everyone in race control. Thankfully, again, the SRA crew brought their full video race control system here to make sure that they've got the eyes not just for penalties, but in the event something like this could happen. They've got 2 timing and scores, so disregard the gaps. We'll see if it updates properly on position. because it could change. Last lap, Vera now is back on the cusp of losing a spot to Dylan Ludwig. They should all be safe though, as Sydney Castles will provisionally win the LCQ over Galway. And the 4-pack there ahead of Savannah Callis, but she stays within not just 5 seconds, but within almost 3 of everyone up to 3rd. That could be critical when you look at even some of the minor infractions that can draw a penalty, Henry.
Yeah, a 3-second penalty for 2 wheels outside the tram lines. That could be very significant. So Savannah Callis may not be aware, and of course this is provisional, she may not be aware just how important that last lap was for her. Should any one of the top 6 on your screen there fall foul of tech inspection or a post-race penalty, Savannah would be in. At the moment, she's the first driver on the outside, but Aiden Shibashi in 8th position, Vaillancourt 9th, Gray 10th, Vitaly Lanevsky is 11th, Branson Gourdet 12th, Zach Daly 13th, Bex Cranston sadly retiring, as did Frederick Manning. But let's not take anything away from the drive by Sydney Cassels. Smart driving from Aidan Galway, Frederic Lemieux battling, and Brandon Comerford provisionally makes it in, even though he did spend a little bit of that race on 2 wheels, you know.
And heartbreak here, but confirmation. Your last chance qualifier winner does have a pushback bumper penalty. Now, only one side was deployed, Henry. What does that change, obviously, to the situation for her and the rest of the field?
Well, I mean, I haven't seen the regulation, but in Rotax, it's usually tough. Doesn't matter if it's a little bit or a lot bit. It's in, and that's a penalty. But we'll have to double check with the fine print. Various different series have different sort of regulations or different bits of leeway. But we will find out shortly. But I mean, certainly nervous times for Sydney Cassels, as and Xander Clements is instantly ferreting his way through the rules and regulations. Meanwhile, let's just pay a quick bit of tribute to our kart chaser crew here at the Orlando Kart Center. Obviously, you've got myself and Xander Clements up here in the commentary box. You've got Caleb Vieska down on pit lane. Riley Kahn is the main man on the buttons. Producing, Trevor Blue is out taking photos. Brandon Simeone is, I'm not quite sure what Brandon's doing. Stump is doing lots of replays. And then out on the circuit, all these wonderful pictures being brought to you by Taylor Burris, Nicholas DeAndrea, and the one and only Gerald Fandre Jr. So congratulations, guys, and good job as we wait for the first of the main events. But, wow. That's enough saying nice things about the crew, isn't that right, Xander? Let's put it to work. Let's have a break and speak to some of our sponsors.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 toothbrush sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as, like, tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean? I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping. Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
You join us back, ready for the start of the main event. This is Junior Rotax, Rayan Gandour, Davin Roberts on row number 1, Alexis Baillargeon and Edmund Kennedy on row number 2, Victor Alencar, Jackson Porter go from row 3, and then Riley Cranham and Hamish Campbell are on row number 4. This is the first final of the 4-round championship. Watch out for Nathan Dupuis starting P20. Isaac Malcolm, they colliding in the pre-final. Malcolm goes to the outside of row number 9. Julien Rivera going from row number 8. Former Micromax Winter Trophy champion Kai Mars. No relation to Luca Mars, who is one of many former karting stars competing in Daytona this weekend, I believe. Darren Kidd has really come on strong at the start of this year. Top 10 start for the Mike Doty Racing youngster. As we look at the, get ready for the second page of qualifiers, or starters. Felipe Benito qualified on pole for tomorrow's second round, but down here you've got Portnoy, Kuhn, Sabel, Cabral, Chassé, who had a crash on the last corner, Goulet, Guzman, Ibarra, Savage, Ziperko, Da Silva, Mustafa, De Lima, Alex Ruiz, Grayson Walcott. Start at the back of the pre-final, made it up to 21st, so good job for the Paralympic driver.
Back from Maddox Ruiz, you have Bernardo Benitez de Lima, along with Ahmed Mustafa, Aquiles Ziperko, Leo Da Silva. Back on row positions 25 and 27. Then back Alexander Savage, Jose Ramon Ibarra, Goulet, Guzman, Cabral, Oliver Chassé after a scary moment at the end of the pre-final. The rest of your 33 starters are ready and racing. Junior Max is green to turn 1. And Rayan Gandour, a big shove from the whole field, it felt like, as they tiptoe their way back onto the racing groove. And the Cosmic driver is going to get a little gap as we've got one around. That's the 223 LN cart.
Kai Mars in trouble early on, and several more into the dirt on the exit of turn number 5. Back in the back, and look at the amount of muck and dirt that has been dragged onto the circuit. That is going to cause the leaders a few problems next time around. But up at the front, it was a good start from Gandour. It was a poor start from Davin Roberts, who got squeezed wide, and we're lucky there too for Roberts down to 6th position. There he is in kart number 215, the Ryan Perry Motorsport team. And of course Perry was very pleased with Michael McCoy's performance in Italy in WSK in the OK Junior class, a former RPM alumni. But Davin Roberts has now got his work cut out. But let's watch this, Sander, as they go through turn 3 there and 4 on the exit of this corner, turn number 5. That's when we had karts off track. This could be a lot of slippery stuff, and they're going to have to tiptoe their way around that, because no one wants to go diving through as a Praga heads onto the agriculture as well.
Quite a bit of agriculture onto the surface here. That'll take a long time to clear out. And again, like you said, Henry, that's something you have to keep your eyes up for as a driver. Now, Davin Roberts is looking back on his left rear tire like there's something amiss on the RPM Tony kart, and that sign of weakness is going to invite Martin Saad to go down the inside. So the Argentinian takes over the 6th position. Hamish Campbell behind him. I believe both of the OTKs were 2 of the fastest last time by. Another look down as there's something amiss maybe for Ryan Perry Motorsports leading junior driver.
well, I mean, he understeered going through turn number 1 and has not sort of recovered yet. The fact that he keeps looking down tells you that he can sense something is not right, something is not balanced. Maybe he's looking down at the left front wheel on that kart. We'll try and get a glance at it. He certainly hasn't got the pace that he showed in the pre-final as Davin Roberts. Up at the front, Gandor, now clear of the Allen car. Then it's Cranham in third, Bayerjon fourth. Darren Kidd is up to fifth. Oh, there's a problem. Roberts does have a problem. I'm wondering if that is a flat left front tyre for Davin Roberts. And there's a spin. That is Jackson Porter. And he's got to wait at a heartbreaking wait. But I think Roberts may have either no air or not as much air as he would like in that left front tyre. Well, let's have a look. Good camera work there to show, but all the mojo bones look to be fully inflated.
It doesn't look too far off from what we can tell, but again, wanting to make sure we give the spotlight before he potentially runs away with it to Rayan Gandor. Already 3 laps in and a 1.2 second lead back to Victor De Alencar. Cranham by Arjan, Darren Kidd on the MDRLN kart back in the 5th spot, but they're all chasing this young man who is trying to complete a perfect day. I believe the only driver with the potential to do so outside of a very close fight in Danilo Romalo with Rubens Barrichello bearing down on him, but he's led every lap from the pole. Rayan Gandor has in one of the bigger divisions, and 4 laps complete now, 12 to go. He needs 12 more solid laps, and if he puts them together like what he just did, it will be smooth sailing. That was a near 6/10 gain on the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and we talk about a lot of these young drivers, they have driver coaches. And a lot of the pro drivers in the US, they have their own driver coaching program. The key is to keep, if you're going to pick a driver coach, stick with them. Learn how they operate. Rayan Gandor has worked with Sean Butcher now for probably the best part of 2 years. You know, and it's now it's coming together. There are no quick fixes in this sport. You know, everything takes time. It takes laps. It takes mistakes. You've got to learn from your mistakes. You've got to fail, learn, fail again, learn again, until finally success is around the corner. Rayan Gandor is the fruits of his labour are now beginning to blossom, as it were. Darren Kidd just being passed by Martin Saar. Darren, well, there's no Frank here this weekend. The Great Dane, who is now no longer taller than Darren. There is Darren. The Mike Doty race team again, going his 2nd season with the same people around him. You know, he trusts Mike Doty. Mike Doty trusts him. They know how each other works. The family are all there together. He's comfortable in his surroundings, and he's getting quicker and quicker and more confident and more confident. He is ahead of Davin Roberts, and looking at, well, Victor Alencar is the fastest American driver at the moment. It's Canada, USA, Great Britain, Canada, Argentina, USA. Edward Kennedy from Canada is 8th. Then Felipe Benito from Dominican Republic, and Maddox Ruiz up into the top 10. And we have got a change to Alencar down to 3rd, Cranham, the multiple British Kart Grand Prix winner on that Prime Power Team Birrell ART into P2. And there's Martin Saar for Speed Concepts Racing. Or is that Speed Concepts in the number 210?
No, that's my mistake there. We'll get that correct. That's with the Kalkev group.
Ah, yes,
Kalkev. For Martin.
It's not your mistake. It's my abysmal handwriting. In a different life, I must be the doctor, because you can't understand a word I write. Here we go, and the Alencar down to 3rd. So Cranham, Alencar, Saar.
How about the drive by Edward Kennedy on the energy here? He has been slowly chipping away, just picked up another spot on camera from Davin Roberts, moved the young man to 7th. He and Felipe Benito have been carving up the field. Again, Maddox Ruiz also started outside the top 10, charging forward. 2 drivers that could be a factor late in the going, at least for a podium. I don't know if anyone has anything for Rayan Gandor right now. Gandor, last time by, another 3 to 4 tenths better than anyone. Relatively close, as there was a little bit of a moment for Darren Kidd. He's got a lot of them trapped behind him now.
Well, he's got one more trapped behind him, because that was a good move on last year's Mini-Max Winter Trophy champion and former top 5 Grand Final finisher in Micro, Alexis Baerjon, who chose his class, retakes the position. Edward Kennedy now make move. Here comes Davin Roberts. So we're at half distance, a long 16-lap race. Roberts' car, I think maybe that the Ryan Perry Motorsports team put the pressure so low on that car that Roberts just was sliding all over the place. But Edward Kennedy now closing in on his countryman Baerjon, and another driver, Kennedy. He is, benefiting from having experienced drivers like we saw at Supernats, Matty Higgins. Now we've got Caden McQueen in that energy course tent. That will help a driver like Kennedy just sort of find his way a little bit. As he's now passing Baerjon, putting in confident, hard, but fair moves. But he's got a little bit of work to do now to close in on the 3 drivers just coming into turn 10 ahead of him. That would be Cranham, de Alencar and Saar. So Kennedy in 5th, Baerjon 6th, Robert 7th, Kidd in 8th. But a long gap back to the back of a 9th between Benito, Ruiz and the rest.
We're just past the halfway mark now here with 7 laps to go, 9 in the books. Gandor's lead to 4.5. Again, this group here, Kennedy's group, they're a good ways back from this kind of little 3-pack up front and trying to look for some more movers and shakers here. I don't think you're going to see too much until you get outside the top 10. This pack, you got to go back a little ways to find. Here's Isaac Malkuit in a bit of a fight there with Julian Rivera, it looks like, in the 204 HRT Motorsport machine. They are in the mid-teens right now. Both drivers having less than desirable days following some hiccups in the pre-final. Again, you touched on it on the grid. Malkuit and Dupuis coming together. Rivera had a moment late in the pre-final as well. All of those drivers trying to charge up the board, but the opening half of this race has not been too kind to any of the 3 of them to really make a lot of progress. Let's see here. Malkuit last time by 14th, Rivera 15th. Flip them. They're still outside the top 10, of course.
And Dupuis still 16th. Goes to show the strength in depth of the field, because Dupuis started the pre-final from the front row of the grid. Started this race 20th. He's gained a bit of the ground. You've got the likes of Cole Medeiros right down the order. Medeiros, a former Grand Finals competitor last year in Sarno for Canada. The same for Olivier Chassé, who is obviously coming from the back of the grid. There isn't so much as an easy overtake in any of these classes, really. The level of talent and the quality of the motors in many respects, they're very close. So you've got to really think your way past some of these drivers. There is the number 245. That is one of the RPG karts. 245 as Lucas Carriega from Bolivia. The first time that Bolivia has been represented in the Winter Trophy. They're going to be going nuts in La Paz watching this. But there is Malkuit. And again, he looks quick. He's not struggling in terms of the car looks balanced, but he just, he can't, just slice and dice. He's got Maddox Ruiz in front of him, who is doing an excellent job holding on to 10th position. And we've still got 32 karts running.
Yeah, for what was a bit of a sketchy start through turns 1 and 2 has turned into a pretty spread out and calm final. I will give the Junior Max drivers some credit, realizing this is a long enough race. They don't have to go for every move.
As you were saying, Xander.
Yeah, well, sometimes you go for moves again a bit too early, and that's what you pay for. So some of them learn their lessons, like Nathan Dupuis with moves that took them out of the pre-final. He'll end up as a benefactor of that. With 2 of those drivers coming together. Was that, wouldn't have been Maddox Ruiz?
It was Ruiz and Malkuit, I believe, who, I think Malkuit went for a move on Ruiz.
Ruiz and Benham Abernathy potentially.
Oh, possibly, okay.
Yeah.
It was an RPG wagon and a red and white wagon.
Or Bernardo Benitez, one of the 2. For sure was Maddox Ruiz, that was one of the drivers there. He dropped down a bunch of spots, and Jackson Morley dropped down a little bit, but in any case, check this out, back towards the front. We're starting to tighten them up here for just at the outside edge of the top 5. Kennedy, along with Martin Saab, Victor Day, Alan Carr, was in this group. He still is. In fact, this is second on back. So Edward Kennedy, we caught him. Yeah, he's caught this second group. He was in the third pack last time we checked in. He's reeled this 3-pack in now on his own. So kudos to the Energy Boys. They've got young Edward Kennedy rolling, but he's still got 3 in the way of him getting to P2 right now.
Yeah.
And there's no change there in turn 5. 2.5 laps. Can he get around all 3 of them here to get onto the podium, Henry?
Well, to be fair, Dean Keeble, he said earlier, karts look good. Karts drive good. Edward Kennedy is doing his bit to uphold his end of the bargain for sure. And it's not just a fact, I mean, whether he passes them now, he's fought his way past more experienced drivers and then closed in, and oh, there's a move that's gone wrong into the barriers. Saar just got it all crossed up under braking, and that allows Kennedy to pick up another couple of places. Smart driving. It's now to Alan Carr second, Kennedy third. Riley Cranham was just do a little bit of evasive action to avoid getting caught up in that. He is now down in 4th place. Bayerjon is right on Cranham's rear bumper in 5th. Then it's Roberts some way back in 6th. Benito 7th. Kidd 8th. Saar down to 9th. And Hamish Campbell rounding out the top 10.
I saw Ariel Castro on my way back up here during the lunch break, the captain of the AM Racing Engines program and the AM Racing team. And while his driver there just lost second to Edward Kennedy, he said, hey man, ¿qué pasó? I was like, not too much, man, tranquilo, right? And he said, yes, nothing for me either. This has been a chill weekend for Ariel. I was making a joke about how they were unsure of how much or little they want to run a racing team. Well, they're doing a fantastic job with one right now. Day Alan Carr on the podium. Again, kudos to Dean Keeble leading that Energy Corsa America's effort. And only what is now, I guess, by technicality, race number 4 as a program. The debut back in the Super Nats, the SCUSA Winter Series, the Rock Cup, and now their first Rotax Max Challenge event in the U.S. They're looking in their very first main event with a shot at a podium now. Potentially P2 as Kennedy's gotten away here with half a lap to go.
Rayan Gandor, he's not getting much coverage, is the RPG driver. And that is because he is in a different zip code. There he is. He's getting more confident on the microphone. He's less shy, when he sees, a member of the media walking around. Instead of, vanishing as quickly as he can, he is now taking center stage, and he takes center stage in the opening round of the Junior Rotax Winter Trophy. Edward Kennedy on the podium to Alan Carr third. And then Cranham and Bayerjon round out the top 5 with Darwin Roberts just beating Felipe Benito, Darren Kidd, Martin Saar and Hamish Campbell to the line. First blood in the 2025 Rotax Winter Trophy goes to Canada, to the Rollerson Performance Group and to driver Rayan Gandua. A dominant performance.
Absolutely dominant. What an impressive run for Rollerson Performance Group. You said it, Henry. I think you put it best. They have an all-star lineup, it feels like, here this weekend.
Yep.
1 for 1 in tries and a perfect day. You have a perfect game in baseball. It's about as perfect as you can pitch it. Rayan Gandor, fast lap in every session. Pole in qualifying. Led every lap of the pre-final and the main event from the pole.
27 batters up. 27 batters sent straight back to the dugout.
With that said, though, again, can't take anything away from the incredible drive back forward for Edward Kennedy after falling back off the start from 4th. Drives up to P2. Victor Day Alan Carr, his first Rotax Max Challenge podium in junior. He was close on a couple tries throughout his junior run, his rookie season last year. Riley Cranham, great U.S. debut opening day. P4. Alexis Bayerjon as well, another rookie impressing on debut here in top 5.
Yes, indeed. Edward Kennedy, who incidentally lives on the shores or the banks of the Baudette River in Canada. He liked my commentary so much he decided to name a river after me. And there we go. There is Lucas Calleja, Maddox Ruiz, unlucky. Jackson Morley, Leonardo Saraval, 19th. John Cena was 20th because you can't see it.
That would have been Grayson, actually, no, Nate Dupuis, it looks like, with adjustments. Well, let me confirm that here. 20th across the line. Arturo Cordero. There, that was your man for a P20. Now, for the first time all day, it feels like we're going straight from one session to the next.
Back to back.
Not a knock on the juniors at all. That was 100% for Manuel Blanco, having to do a, as Henry, you mentioned it, shut up and listen game with the front row starters there. It's put us only a moment or two behind. It'll end up probably back with some gap throughout the day, and there's also a halfway gap after the third main event before the fourth to make sure that we are properly on schedule. But the formation lap underway for the Micro Max drivers, and let's take you through them with Zane Burgess on the front row on the pole alongside Jaden Francisco, two drivers who spent a lot of their season last year racing at the front of our U.S. Micro fields on the national tour. Francisco represented Canada, Zane Burgess here. What an amazing, amazing start to his mini and, well, to close out probably his micro career. I can't see him in the micro categories past this Rotax Max Challenge winner trophy unless he ends up with a ticket to go to Bahrain in December, Henry.
And you know that he wants to go desperately. Zev Gottschalk and Dominic Villaroa go from row number 2. Cam Becker and Bernardo Guber from row number 3. Murilo Dominguez and Hudson Howard go from row 4. Brody McDonald and Albert Farrow on row number 5. Brody Stoffel, Max Pelletier, Lincoln Lima, Max Kutsukis, then Yusuf Adi, Hank Lai, Jack Clem, Corey Lyons, Nolan Goulart, and Liam Astalis, your top 20. Luca Minosi, Thomas Doom, and of course, Dutch Westbrook starting shotgun on the field. Dutch and his Bennick team would have spent most of the lunch break sellotaping, gaffer taping, nailing, bolting, you name it. Chewing gum, super glue, anything they could have done to stick the bottom of that NASA panel down on that Bennett cart. But
I think I would have laughed if I would have seen Nick Mitchell chewing on some super glue, Henry. I won't lie. That would have been a sight to see. But no doubt, Dutch Westbrook has had more. It's unfortunately, Henry, been at least, it feels like one Bennick driver in every other session that we've watched, either in micro or mini, and I believe micro, that's had that same exact scenario happen. It happened twice. We were last here, and now on our third day of live action from Orlando Kart Center, we've had it happen again. The good news again, though, for Dutch, he's got 14 laps to rectify it, and plenty of drivers in front of him that would like to try and stop his progress, but a long race means a lot of time and a lot of opportunities to get through.
It does go to prove that the Bennick team are not trying to manipulate the front nose cone of the cart by attaching it to the NASA panel and preventing pushbacks. If nothing else, it shows that certainly there's no jiggery-pokery going on there. Now, Burgess and Francisco lead the field into the tram lines, 14 laps. No Micro Max ticket was given out at the Asia International Trophy last weekend. The first Micro ticket will be given out here in the Winter Trophy. Who's it going to be? Well, Zane Burgess wants it, and Zane Burgess has the race lead through turn number 1 and down towards 5 now. The field fanning out behind him. It's clean and green so far. Still an awful lot of dirt and rubble at the side of the circuit, but they all managed to safely negotiate their way through turn 6, and now on the fast sweeper in front of the scale line. And now the mechanic stand. Oh, Jaden Francisco looking for a move, as after a poor start, Jaden now moves back into P5, but Zane Burgess leading Zev Gottschalk and the rest through turn number 10 on what has been a good, clean opening lap here in Micro Max.
Still some passes outside your top 10, but the first 8 or 9 have gotten themselves single file. Let's watch them as they hit the pylon. 1 lap complete, 13 to go. Burgess to Zev Gottschalk and company, and we'll keep our tabs on the rest of them as there's another back and forth move. Brody Stoffel, and it looks like Bernardo Guber going at it. Here's Francisco closing in on Vera. They both just got around the 15 of Dominguez, and he's going to lose another spot as in and by goes Arthur Farrow. A side-by-side run. He'll have the inside of the sweeper, and that takes us right by the scales where Caleb Vieska is standing by with our first of 6 main event winners on the day. Caleb, we'll send it down to you.
You were on cruise control in that one, dude. Walk me through it. Yeah, next one here, you're obviously off to a good start, looking for a jump from the grand finals later on this year. Obviously another race tomorrow, but does this give you more confidence later on going into tomorrow?
Obviously gives you a lot more confidence knowing that you're really fast and you know where the track goes.
Nextly, who would you like to thank for this race victory here today?
I'd love to thank my family, RBG, and all Chaos Sport for coming out and doing the equipment.
So there you guys have it from Ryan Gander, your first race winner of the day. Back to you, boys.
Well, there we go. There's first words from Ryan Gandor. And again, he's a Canadian driver, but you can tell he spent a lot of time racing in the UK because he's developed a very nice, well-to-do English accent. Uh-oh! And there is a kart slowing down. It's a Lando Norris kart. And I think it was the number 70 of Nolan Goulart, who was running. Oh, he was up into 13th position. And he's now beginning to tumble down the order. So Goulart out of the race. Here we go. Game on for the race lead. Burgess Gottschalk and Cam Becker. There's only one driver here running for the Orioli kart racing team, and it is Cam Becker. He's got his usual MPG Motorsport mechanic race Liberanti on the spanners. But I saw Santi Orioli's dad, who I know very well. And every time I see him, he goes, "Oh, you know me, Santi Orioli's father." Yes, yes, I do. He's got one bullet in the chamber. It's Cam Becker, and Becker has driven up to Gottschalk and Burgess, and he's left Francisco Ferreroa and the number 42 of young Albert Ferro trailing in his wake. Still, nobody able to make the move past Zane Burgess.
I don't think they're in a hurry to do it either here, Henry. I mean, they definitely are close enough where they could make something happen if they wanted to, but they know that the two back and forth and fifth are all alone and don't have a shot at staying close with them if they stay in line, and that this pack here, sixth on back, are passing back and forth. That was Arthur Farrell losing the sixth position to Bernardo Gubert's D2 Motors entry. Right behind there, Brody Stoffel on the JHDD Kart Republic as his teammate Hudson Howard back in 9th. And a little gap back to Lima in 10th before you get to a pair of Bennicks with McDonald and Dutch Westbrook, which, again, kudos to Dutch. He's halfway up the field, and we're only a little bit over 4 laps completed. He's now into what looks to be 11th ahead of the Formula K of Lima, and has gone by everyone on your screen now. So what a great run forward for the number 33 blue and orange machine. It'll be 5 laps complete, and if he has about maybe 2 more good laps like what he's been putting down, Henry, he will show full time on the pylon into the top 10.
Yeah, amazing what you can do when you can see where you're going for Dutch Westbrook. Into turn number 5, he's looking, see him moving around there. It just seems drivers don't look like they're actually looking straight ahead. In fact, they're not. They're looking for the next apex as they come out, and now he just leans over, picks the radiator flap up, a bit more air into this Rotax engine. Through turn number 7, you can see visibly how much he's pulling away from the driver behind. But here we go. Now it's game on at the front of the field. They've waited for nearly 6 laps, and maybe Zev Gottschalk feels as though, oh, red flag. Marshall waving a red flag. Don't know why. And there's another Marshall, so we will not speculate on why. But drivers coming to a standstill. And there is one of the Orlando Kart Center Marshals. Number 11, Lincoln Lima, was stopped there. He's looking up. Now, right, is that because he just fair play. Now, there was a drivers' meeting where, you know, Manuel Branco instructed the drivers, this is what's going to happen in terms of when we call the red flag. You stop by there at the start line. Lincoln Lima saw the red flag and just stopped, which is fair. And then number 7 didn't. Liam Estelas. Now, we haven't seen why we are under red flag conditions. We'll not try and pick out drivers that may not be there out of respect for their, you know, family members watching back home. These are the youngest drivers here, aged 8, 9 and 10. Right, Corey Lyons sits up in his seat. He's got the green sleeves and his white race suit. He sits back down. He's probably thinking, oh, what's going on? Let's have a look around. Caleb Yes goes down there. We're not hearing anything from pit lane as to maybe why there's a red flag. It could be a software issue. Something backstage could have decided to cease working. We're certainly not seeing any medical vehicles on circuit. The mechanics in the background of your screen there are all sort of looking over, somewhat befuddled maybe, or just pensively waiting to be given a signal.
Well, let's give them a moment here. Manuel Blanco is going to bring the drivers together, and we'll give the officials a moment to gather everyone up. And on the other side of this break, ladies and gentlemen, we'll let you know what we know and what will be happening from here. 4 laps completed before the red flag came out in a 14-lap main event. Zane Burgess, Zev Gottschalk, Cam Becker, your top 3 as things run.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are.
Whatever we're here for. Racing is who we are.
We've got a little bit of adjustments still to get them into the correct lineup. We have confirmed the red flag was not for, thankfully, any on-track incidents or any fear of danger. There was an issue with the timing loop, so they wanted to halt the race to make sure that nobody's laps or crossings were missed. They've got them lined up on the last time the loop went through. While they're finishing prepping them, though, we do have the senior Max drivers hanging around the pits and keeping their eyes on the racetrack as it now will move them into the biggest gap they've had on the day. They'll be running cleanup, 6th in the lineup. We again have our second main event on grid, or on track. Let's go down to Caleb for some intel of our top senior drivers.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I'm standing by here with Aiden and Grata. Aiden, firstly, a really good heat race for you earlier today, but you haven't yet faced your teammate Kai Hunter and the guy who's actually building your engines as well this weekend. So I guess, how have you guys been comparing data leading up to this final?
Yeah, it's always good having a high-caliber driver like Kai. It would have been a 1-2 lockout, but sadly he got a 5-second penalty. So he'll be starting 14th, but I have teammates Lewis Goff, P3, Laurent Legault, P5, or P7, I think, sorry. So yeah, that's good. We saved a set of tires yesterday, so we went new Saturday quali and old tire Sunday quali. So now we'll be going new this race, the Saturday race. So I'm excited. The engine's been phenomenal. Reese and Kai have been amazing. And yeah, I got a good start. I was just saving my tires that whole heat race. So those tires will be good for the pre-final, and yeah, new tires for this race. So it should be good.
Well, there you guys have it from Aiden and Grata, who's feeling pretty confident going into the main event here in a couple of moments. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Caleb, and thank you to Aiden and Grata, as we are now back on what will be a restarted race. So we have completed, probably at the end of this lap. Yes, there's a bit of a hiccup, the timing system. So they've put another quarter into the meter, put the hamster back on the wheel, and we are going to go green soon.
So here they are. 5 laps is what's showing for us completed off of timing and scoring. So this would be the beginning of lap 6. They will line in the inside tram lane here, and it's a full reset and re-rack. Great for everyone, 4th on back. A little tough for the top 3. Can they break away again? As we get going down to turn number 1, an inside move there from Bernardo Goubert to try to pick up a spot right off the rip. It looked like he might have been able to get one, but Zane Burgess will hold the lead as 2nd on back, fight to the inside, and a good bit of defensive driving there from the AKT Energy and Dominic Vera after getting up to 4th. That's Brody Stoffel there in the middle. He's got his teammate Hudson Howard now lined behind him. And here we are back underway, and now we're back to showing 4 laps complete, working lap number 5, which is what we thought we may have been on Henry. So it'll be 4 completed. It's going to be 9 to go this time.
Very confident restart from Zane Burgess. Didn't even defend going into turn number 5. Was confident that Zev Gottschalk was not close enough to challenge him, and that has given him a 5 or 6 kart length lead. But it is as you were, 2nd and 3rd. Already Gottschalk and Becker are trying to work together to push away from the next group, led by the number 1 plate kart, the AKT Energy Chassis of Chia, Colombia's Dominic Vera Roa. Roa has got Francisco, Ferro, Goubert, Howard, Westbrook, and McDonald. I think there's one driver that is probably thanking their lucky stars that the timing system had an upsie. That's Dutch Westbrook, starting stone last, now 9th, but only 2.5 seconds behind the race leader.
Yeah, talk about a lucky break, and he's going to get maybe a little more, or maybe a little bit of hurt there with the move for 4th as Jaden Francisco gets back around Dominic Vera, and that will allow 3rd, maybe a car length, but it'll more so allow the rest of the pack to close on up. You can see Dutch Westbrook at the back of this train right behind Hudson Howard's blue and white Kart Republic. So he's up to 9th now. Little contact in front of him there that's going to bottle the pack up. Farrow got turned sideways by Goubert. And here comes Hudson. He'll want to take 7th. Can Dutch follow and get another? Not in turn 1.
Okay, I got to do it, Xander. I'm really sorry, audience. Pharaoh got turned sideways. Does that mean he walks like an Egyptian?
Oh, here we go.
Sorry.
It wouldn't be a broadcast without those comments, Henry. That's one. That's one strike here.
Yep.
Dutch Westbrook's going to make it entertaining for us without needing a Henry comment there, though. That was a fun move in turn 6. Dutch is taking 0 prisoners because he knows he has no time to waste. You got 1 mulligan. You're not going to get 2. And he's still well within reach. If he can put together another good lap, this is all going to be on his shoulders to close the gap because he's got no pusher right behind.
If I were the team manager of the Bennett team, I would be pleading now with Zev Godchuk. Oh, and behind a couple of drivers coming out of turn number 10, coming together. That is the number 3, the U-Race Kart of Hank Lai, and the number, I would be, as I was saying, if I was a Bennett team manager, I would be saying to Zev Godchuk, go. Now, don't sit, try and pass Burgess. Why? Because that's going to slow every one of these front 8 karts up, and it's going to allow the second Bennett of Westbrook to catch the lead group with just over half distance. And in Micromax racing, 6 laps, 7 laps, that's plenty of time to gain 8 or 9 places if the karts in front of you are close enough to be packed together and battling amongst themselves.
What a landscape shift as well. With the restart here, you kind of throw the guys or the mechanics or parents who are able to hit the tire pressures perfectly right, and the ones that maybe missed it a little kind of out the window because everyone's tires now are absolutely roasting. And if they cool back down at all, then maybe you get back to where you set them at, but more than likely, I don't think that break was long enough. Now, back to Westbrook's case here. Hudson Howard got a move done on Farrow. That moves that LN kart to 7th and confirming Nolan Goulart, the other driver involved with Hank Lai from that crash that we kind of caught the back end of in the hairpin. So Farrow to 7th. Unfortunately, the other Lando Norris kart entry, this one under the Mike Doty Racing banner, Nolan Goulart will not see the checkered flag in this Micromax main.
Now, Zane Burgess, I wonder, if he's nursing a little bit of a sore wrist after his practice crash yesterday, the longer the race goes on, the harder it is, for a young driver to ignore any little bit of discomfort that they're feeling. Now, pain is temporary, class is permanent, but Zane's going to be thinking, all he's going to be thinking is, yeah, but my wrist hurts. Well, he's got to get his head down, get that adrenaline surging. Every curb he hits, he'll be, trying to manage, grabbing the steering wheel. It's an awful lot for these young drivers to go through the best of times, but when you're trying to manage, maybe, you're not 100% physically, not feeling 100% physically, it's even harder. But Burgess is toughing this one out. Now, as we watch Becker having a look at the inside for second place, Caleb Vieska is watching this wonderful race unfold from the trackside. What have you got for us, Caleb?
Thank you there, Henry. For the driver like Zane Burgess, this would be just another day in the park for him. But for Zev Godchuk, who currently sits in second, this would be his first national race win in his young career. Only 7 years old, one of the youngest drivers in this field. The kid from Curacao, an island that only has about 100,000 people, as the race from third on back starts to heat up. But Zev Godchuk is looking on the outside, looking into his first national race victory. Back to you, boys.
That would be big for sure, Caleb. 7 years young. And in a field that is nothing but fighting right now. Thankfully, the fighting's just beyond him as Francisco and Becker continue to trade third. Francisco gets it across the loop. Burgess through turn 1. The gap now to half a second. But in Zane's case here, he's been able to break away at opportunities like this. Head-to-head, I don't know who may have the shot to fight with him besides Dutch Westbrook in the 33, who makes up another position. He might be one of the only cars on the racetrack right now with the speed to challenge the 55. He's up to 6th, but he's got only 4 to go.
I gotta say, I think Westbrook could finish this one on the podium the way he's driving. He's got to get past 3 drivers, maybe 4 now, as Hudson Howard. Who is that? That is
indeed Hudson, going back on Dutch Westbrook. First backwards bit of momentum he's had since the drop of the green.
Yeah, and now Hudson Howard has picks up another place past Cam Becker. Westbrook, smart driving, follows through. Becker losing another place. Albert Farrow in the number 42 capitalises as well. And there's the Dan Holland Racing Lando Norris livery Kart of Pharaoh going through out of the thing. He was busy putting his phone down yesterday. He was Pharaoh. His granddad was walking around frantically saying, "Have you seen his phone?" I'm like, "Well, he just yeah." In a world of his own, I was like, "Well, I'll tell you what, when you're at the go-kart track, kids, you know, how about putting the phone down and learning your craft?" And certainly, young Mr. Pharaoh is doing just that. But he's got a fired up Dutch Westbrook behind him at the moment. What a drive from Dutch Westbrook.
Now, this gap, sadly, as good as it is that Dutch Westbrook is as high as he's been position-wise on the race, it's not the closest he's been to the lead.
No.
Now 3+ seconds back with 2 to go. It'll be a tall ask to even get into the top 5, much less the top 3. But let's shift the focus to his teammate. Zev Gottschalk was half a second back to start last lap. Now he's 3/10 back, 2/10 eaten into the gap of Zane Burgess. It is not over. Curacao might be able to score the first Rotax Max Challenge Winner Trophy win for any driver from that country and begin the march to Bahrain to be the first ever driver, Henry, to represent Curacao at the Grand Finals.
Do you know something? A year ago, down at the Homestead Miami Speedway, I was there for the last round of the SCUSA Winter Tour with you guys at Kart Chaser. And on practice day, Zev Gottschalk, who wasn't racing, had a huge accident and came out of his kart and quite simply looked absolutely terrified. 12 months on, he could be an international main event winner. All he's got to do is pass the driver who undoubtedly was the class of the United States in this age category last year. What a difference a year makes for Zev Gottschalk. But he's got one big person in front of him, Zane Burgess. He's been there, he's done it, he's won it. Is he on his way to his first Rotax Winter Trophy
and what a
main event
move
victory?
Just happened in turn 1, Henry. Hudson Howard just sent it around the outside of Jaden Francisco. Great grab by Jerry on top of the turn 1 catwalk. Hudson Howard trying to get a Rotax Max Challenge podium, and he's done it with an around the outside pass, has held that spot since, but back to the lead here with half a lap to go. As you mentioned, Zev has only maybe a couple shots at it, but he's been closing in. They're going to fight for third. I don't know if he's going to get there here, Henry. Final time down scrapyard straight away.
Into turn number 10. There is your third place battle. Howard and Villarroa elbowing Francisco out of the way. And Francisco not happy, but up at the front, Zane Burgess. It's the Andretti name on the front of that go-kart, and it's a driver worthy of the Andretti name behind the wheel. Burgess wins from Gottschalk in a really gripping Micromax final.
What a race here, and what a move once again for the number 49 to make it stick around the outside in turn 1. In all the sessions we've gotten to watch so far at the almost halfway point of our Orlando 6-week stay here across the national events, Hudson Howard is the first driver I've seen pull off an around the outside move in turn 1 and stick it.
Full Slim Shady round the outside for Hudson Howard, and Jay's going to be very happy. Jay, his dad, is busy kissing goodbye to what remains of his hairline, having taken over the account. I thought it's okay. He knows I said that. It's a stressful job, this karting world, but when your son does something like that, it makes it all worthwhile.
He said earlier last year, as Hudson began making more runs at national events, that, you know, of all of his accomplishments in the motorsports world, he's had the most fun right now at this point in his life here, watching his boy get after it. And Hudson just brought home some more hardware provisionally ahead of last year's champ, the number 1 plate, Dominic Vera. Jaden Francisco, Dutch Westbrook again, an incredible drive, 18 spots up, potentially more with penalties. Again, he only ends up a couple tenths back from third with a 6th place result there in the number 33, Albert Farrow. A solid U.S. opening run there in 7th. Heartbreak for Cam Becker, battling for a podium most of that race, and then one kind of backwards sliding lap had him fall down to the back of the pack, got put in the dirt, almost into the weeds, and I think just the dirt on the tires had him lose the toe. Bernardo Goubert, Brody McDonnell, your top 10 as we close the book on our second main event of the day. So taking a look back here to the final page of results, we had a couple of heartbreaks there. Kudos to Nolan Goulart and Hank Lai. They did continue, to my mistake there, to finish in 20th and 21st. And then, again, there was an issue for Max Kuskis in the 26 car. He ends as the only DNF of the 24. But once again, we're back at it, and it's time to go Masters Max racing here. Let's take you through the starting lineup for your Masters Max drivers. This one, again, one of the lighter turnouts. It is only by a hair the smallest class count, at least in terms of smallest on track, with the combination of DD2 Masters and DD2. But we are in for what appears to be a potential one-on-one match of strength and grit between Danilo Romalo and Rubens Barrichello, if that pre-final taught us anything, Henry.
Yep, mano a mano, Romalo and Barrichello in that order on row number 1. Mundi Loya and Daniel Costa, well, we're in Oscar season, and they're going to play Best Supporting Actors in this one. Dominic Legrand and Michelle Legrand, a family affair on row 3. Fernando Aguayo, Brian Hannon, Simon Protor, Victor Kuzmachov and Sylvain Chedard. GP Racing up in Toronto. I hope your glasses are back at the ready. Hope you had plenty of poutine for lunch to line your stomachs. The rule is, every time you see Kuzmachov on screen, it's a shot of the good stuff. But you know,
Henry, you should have never told our boys that here. There's going to be, well, I can tell you one thing. I think Kuzmachov's buddies here in Premier Karting watching along. I hope you guys still have a liquor store open nearby. You may need to restock for tomorrow because we're doing it all again. Again, folks watching along, this is our halfway point in the main events. We've got 2 complete. This is main event number 3, Max Masters. Following this one, we'll go into the likes of DD2 MAX and DD2 MAX Masters, along with Mini Max, and then the all-hail Senior Max main event, 36 drivers deep, to close out the day. So lots of great racing still on tap, with a full day to run it back again tomorrow, and then again next week for rounds 3 and 4 of the Winter Trophy to close out and hand out the first batch of tickets in North America to cross the world and head to Bahrain.
I must apologize to Kart Chaser. We're watching the Formula 1 race winner on screen, and we're talking more about a bunch of drunk Canadians. Here we go, though. It's going to be all business at the front. Romalo and Barrichello.
Let's see
side by side.
So again, Rubens sporting the new Barrichello chassis, the spin-off brand from Beer-Alart. On the right side, he's still in the red and white PSL Karting Beer-Alart suit. On the left, sporting his new team, much like Ariel Castro. It's gold and purple for D2 Motors and Danilo Romalo. Masters Max is green.
And Romalo gets it. Oh, and I thought that Barrichello almost got his nose cone caught into the rear bumper of Romalo's kart there. And Mundi Loya takes advantage, but only briefly. Barrichello knows that he cannot let that deep purple and gold liveried machine of 639 Danilo Romalo escape at the front and be too far away, because Romalo will be a tough nut to crack. Costa makes the move on Dominic Legrand for 4th position, or does he? Dominic trying to fight back. No, Costa into P4. Dominic Legrand 5th. Then it is Aguayo for Velocity Racing in association with Sony Kart, and the rest on the field behind. But advantage Romalo. But this is lap 1 of 16, and Danilo Romalo, well, he is going to have to get his focus on now. Forget about the driver's reputation. It's just another driver who's got 1 go-kart, 1 engine, 4 tyres, and the same track to drive that you have.
He does. He has, and probably an even bigger advantage, I'd say, Mundi Lawyer, and that is being able to follow in Ruben's footsteps once again, going everywhere he goes. And most importantly, I think, of any benefit being that close is you can kind of back up the brake zones a bit, take care of your tires, cool them a little more, and just ride in the wake. Let Rubens punch the hole in the air, let the draft pull you along on the straights, and maybe go at 90% through some of the turns, and just stay within reach. Let Rubens pull you back up to Romalo. It's a long race, though, still altogether, so for, I think, any of your top three, they'd tell you right now they're conservatively pushing, as big of an oxymoron as that may be.
No. You're absolutely right, Xander. You know, you've got the dial tuned to about 8.5 out of 10 at the moment for Monday Lawyer. And again, just allow Rubens to do the hard work. You know, Barrichello is going to push, and Lawyer, okay, he may lose a couple of tenths coming to the corners, but going down the long back straight, scrapyard straight, Lawyer, as long as he stays within 4 or 5 kart lengths, he will benefit from the slipstream, and that will give him another lap, provided he's mistake-free. There he goes, he closes back up. Now you'll probably see Barrichello maybe once you get to turn number 1 and you go through turns 1 to 6, Barrichello will probably pull away a little bit. Lawyer, another bit of slipstream. This is good, he's sitting there. And now you'll see Barrichello probably gain a few, maybe 4 or 5 kart lengths. There's Kuzmachov. You know what to do, guys, GP karting, because Kuzmachov is up into P8 at the moment. He's got to be careful, he's doing a nosebleed at that high altitude sickness. There's Chenard and Michel Legrand behind him. In fact, Brian Hannon has just moved up into 8th position as he watched for still. Look at this battle for the minor placings going through turn number 7. And you know, you can see the different lines, the different level of experience. So these are all purebred amateur racers. Masters, you've got to be over the age of 31. These guys and girls, they go back to work on Monday in the business. Some of them are even retired now, but they like to race competitively. And you know, from watching the Masters, Class Master Shifter, you know, KA Masters in the Schools of Pro Tour, you know, they have a great fun. And often some of the Masters racing is a little bit closer than Michel Legrand, almost wiping out Mr. Kuzmachov there. But Monday Lawyer doing exactly what he needs to do. And Rubens Barrichello is dragging the Peruvian up to our race leader. Lap 4. Barrichello checks over his shoulder, and now Monday Lawyer makes the move. Okay, didn't see that one coming, if I'm honest. Barrichello might give Bundy a lap or a couple of corners to see what he's got before he decides what course of action to take next.
Yeah, surprising to see Mundy pull the trigger there. They were just starting to make some inroads to Danilo Romalo, and you can basically wipe that away now with him making that pass, and he did it in the slowest corner on the racetrack that falls the farthest out of the power band. And now Rubens is passing and going, look, dude, what are we doing here? And so Rubens says, all right, listen, you need to follow me. And wow, yeah,
Still
a lot
tripping.
of racers' sign language that could be translated. That one, I mean, pretty universal, but also could probably mean about 100 different frustrated words.
Now I wonder if Mundy's going to give it, yeah, okay, Rubens, I've got your message. Come on, clap, clap. Well, Mundy's like, well, go on, then get on with it, Rubens. Come on. I gave you 4 laps. Now I'm going to have a move. Seem to be stuck on that number 3.
Yeah, I'm working on that, Henry. Give me 1 second.
Well, I was wondering if that's going to be it.
I think we might be having another timing bump. Hold on. It may.
I was going to say, because Kuzmachov has been in front of Hannon for some time. Now there we are. The hamster had obviously needed watering, and we're back up to lap number 7 now. And so let's have a look. Gap, 0.8 of a second. So Monday Lawyer's thinking, okay then, Rubens, let's give you a couple of laps, see if that gap comes down.
So apologies about that, folks watching along. We're already, again, about halfway. And again, that's where it makes it look a lot more frantic for those hand gestures from Rubens, because he was not on lap number 3. He was on lap number 6, saying, look, we are losing time. We are losing laps right now. We cannot afford to be giving up time. And unfortunately, when the gaps will update when they hit the loop, I think the gap could be over 2 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, it's been now 2 laps, or nearly 2 laps, since Monday Lawyer made that move on Barrichello. It's been over a lap, over a full clear lap since Barrichello went past. and yet Romano is still pulling away. Now we begin to understand why Mundy Lawyer did make the move, because he could think to himself, actually, do you know what, Barrichello is not as fast as I am. Mundy Lawyer is backing himself here, that he's quicker than the Brazilian driver, but dutifully sitting behind, waiting. He's like, okay, Rubens, I made the move, you weren't happy, and now I'll sit behind you again. When are we going to start catching the leader?
Yeah, they've got to make some big gains right now. We're headed to the halfway point when they hit the start-finish line. 8 down, 8 to go. If you don't have something now, it's a low probability that you're going to have something in a bit. Now, Rubens was able to open up and get at least a good launch out of the last corner that time, and that was the lap that he needed. He needs a lot more like that, though, and he needs, honestly, every lap to be as good as that or better. That was a 2.5 gain. He's 1.7 seconds back. Again, at 9 laps, he'd be on the bumper, but the problem is we only have 8 remaining. So Rubens Barrichello needs to be perfect, and Mundy Lawyer, at this point, unfortunately, unless they drastically start eating into the gap with Danilo Romano, Mundy's got to put some trust in Rubens, because if he makes one more move, or if Rubens makes a bobble, it's over.
And you know what? Barrichello does not trust Lawyer. Look at how many times he's looking over his shoulder. He doesn't trust Lawyer to just sit and behind. But Mundy, I think, will recognise this. Don't forget, they'll both be getting signals from their various teams on the pit wall. Now let's have a look. 1.7 seconds, back up to 1.8. And the back end of that number 611 Rubens Barrichello kart looking a little bit slidey, for want of a better term. So for several laps, Mundy Lawyer did the right thing and sit behind him. He's even giving Rubens a little bit of a helping hand round the corner, and that probably didn't help Mundy Lawyer. That's giving Rubens a bit of an advantage, but the gap yet still grows.
Yeah, that little moment there definitely hurt the progress. Let's give a little bit of love back though to the man in 4th. How about Daniel Costa? He has driven away, and you know these 3 are in a bit of a league of their own right now, but a little more improvement overnight. Been a look at the data, a little closer look at the carburation here. Again, that's always one of the big adjustability points in a learning process for the Rotax Max engine compared to most of the other engines on the market that are, needle-based carburetors. Here you've got the floats and the jetting to find the right combo on. And setting that, could make all the difference in the world. Just one little adjustment here for Daniel Costa. Finds a 10th or 2, maybe 3 overnight, and he's there. We've got a 4-man conversation tomorrow.
And of course, Daniel Costa, he works here at the Orlando Kart Center. He's got his own driving school, coaching program here, and he's always used OTK products. Every time we've been here, he's been on OTK. He's now driving a Birol, and I said to him, why the change? He went, well, you can't eat steak every night. Sometimes you want to try the chicken, So he's also learning the slightly different chassis design. And this performance here, I think that before the end of this championship, provided Daniel comes back next weekend, I think he could be a major factor. If he's doing this well now, 4.7 seconds off the lead, but like you said, he's learning a different chassis, a different design philosophy. The Birol is different from the OTK, and he's getting used to it. He's also running in the same team as Rubens Barrichello. So he does have that Mateus Mercado that is there helping to coach all these drivers. And I know that he's a coach in his own career, but still, once you're a driver in that awning, hey, you're taking advice off anyone. And he's doing a good job of hanging on. Dominic Legrand 5th, Aguayo is 6th. Pontour 7th, Kuzmachov is 8th, Michel Legrand 9th, Chenard 10th, and Hannon still 11th. But that battle for what is 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th is still going on. 20 seconds behind the leader, but they don't mind. They never came here for the ticket. They just came here to have a good time with some fellow rivals and test their skill level as far as it will take them.
Yeah, hopefully Dominic Legrand is having a good time, at least when he sees how much of a gap he's put on the rest of his buddies further back, because he's in no man's land right now, Henry, all by himself, 5 seconds away from Daniel Costa, and 15 and almost to 20 I guess mark it right now at about 17, 18 seconds plus or minus to Prato and Fernando Agallo, who actually just had one of the most recent position changes last time by, with Agallo losing the 6th spot to Simon Prato for that 4-car grouping. I mean, they're all pretty tightly packed. You've got them. Michel Legrand is about a couple seconds away, and then, like you said, he leads that 2-car pack or 3-car pack with Kuzmachov and Sylvain Chenard, and then Brian Hannon in the 604. So here's the pair that just traded positions.
Yep.
And it looks like they might have traded again.
Yeah, it looks like Aguayo back ahead of Pro Tour. I've got to say, Premier Karting, I'm going to offend a few people here. Premier Karting, best coffee in the paddock.
Oh, okay.
I know, controversial, I know, but very good coffee. And I have had some, I mean, you know, I have had several cups of coffee.
Check this out, though. Fernando Agallo, granted, like you said, they may be more so looking for fun. I think that Sodi pushback bumper is deployed for the man in 6th. So he may be knocked back 5 seconds. That would not only move him back 1 spot, it might move him back all the way to 9th behind Kuzmachov. As there was also looked like an issue for Sylvain Chenard. Last lap, he just dropped all the way to the tail. But we're checking back in up front because Rubens Barrichello is still only a car length or so ahead of Mundi Lawyer, but now there's only a lap and 3/4 remaining.
Now, what Daniela Romano will now be hoping is that Mundi Lawyer and Rubens Barrichello have a dispute over the same bit of tarmac, because that would relegate his pretty much his only 2 championship rivals to the back of the field. Now, cooler heads need to prevail here. It is safe to say, do you know what? Romano has got the better of Barrichello and Lawyer today. So what Barrichello and Lawyer can't do, no, they have to just minimise the points damage. Yeah, no one wants to run 2nd and 3rd, but you know what? Bigger picture, running 2nd and 3rd is better than trying to tear lumps out of each other into the final lap and finish 10th and 11th and lose a chance of a ticket to Bahrain. What do I know, though? I'm just a commentator.
Well, they're going to sort it out here in about maybe a couple more corners, I think, for this one to be done. Mundi Lawyer, if he gets a perfect sector, this is right where we thought it was over in a number of races when we were last here. That level of gap back from Barrichello, and then it was all back on again. But I think down this back stretch here into the break zone, I don't think he's close enough. Kudos to Danilo Romalo. He's kept these two at a more than healthy gap this entire way. And as he rounds the final turn, main event winner, number 3 on the day, and a perfect run, flawless in the final for D2 Motors and Danilo Romalo. Barrichello 2nd, Lawyer 3rd, Daniel Costa 4th. Here comes Dominic Legrand. He'll conclude your top 5. Let's check in with our 6th place battle, Fernando Agallo and Simon Prato. Here they are. Agallo's got him. And closing in there, Michel Legrand. Now Agallo, again, that pushback might knock him back a few. But when it comes to who was the first one to the timing loop, give it to Fernando. He'll hang on provisionally to 6th.
And as Michel Legrand crossed the line, there goes Victor Kuzmachov. So our friends up in Toronto, the GP karting crew, you can take your last drink and just settle down now and try and let the doze off for the final few main events. Your man has come home in 9th position, Brian Hannon, and finishing 10th, Sylvain Chenard, I believe, retired just before the end of that race. So, D2 Motorsports, Danilo Romano's team, he now builds the old engines as well, and a great result. Not a bad way to start off your team's winning record. Who did you beat for your first win? Oh, only driver with over 300 Formula 1 starts to his name. Not bad going at all.
Not at all. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a short break to allow everything to kind of catch back up on the timetable here at the halfway mark for main events. Max Masters concluded. 3 more to go. DD2 MAX and DD2 Masters MAX on the other side of the break here. Mini MAX in the middle. Senior MAX to close out the afternoon. Packed house grids for the final 2. And what was a very entertaining DD2 pre-final should hopefully bid us a great 16-lap final.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry. This is Henry.
Hey.
Ready to... Welcome back, everyone. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, here from the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. DD2 MAX and DD2 Masters MAX onto the racetrack. Alan Isambard qualified on pole, was able to fend off the Wolves in the pre-final, but Henry's got to do it for almost double the distance here and starting to the outside of him, one driver that had to go from a little ways back on the grid, Brandon Carr in his DD2 MAX debut with HM Propeller.
Yeah, Isambard's tactic, or Isambard's his course of action in the pre-final, it worked for 10 laps. Will it work for 16? Brandon Carr, Lucas Pernaut, and Ludovic Saboran are going to have something to say about it. Antoine Lacharit and Sam Rojas on row 3. Matt Taskinen and Lucas Nanji, row 4. Derek LaRoche and Noah Lapolla, row 5. Then Preston Le Breton, Tyler Gibourgier, Martin Janssen, Nicholas Ambiado and Gianluca Savalio. Already, Ambiado and Savalio have traded paint, as it were. Maybe not on each other's Christmas card list anymore, but it'll be interesting to see their progress from the back of the field as Rotax's Ultimate class gets set to start their main event.
16 laps once again, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Alan Isambard on the black and orange. Isambard Performance Sodi. Brandon Carr in the white and orange. Kart Republic. We're green. And down to turn number 1 we go. A good start for the first few rows. Good start looks like for most of the field. Little bit of a checkup there. That might have been Rojas on the beer alert or Taskin, and one of the two backed out as Brandon Carr and Alan Isambard are side by side for the lead into turn number 6.
And that opens the door for Lucas Pernaut to take second position away from Brandon Carr. It was just wheel-to-wheel contact and inches apart. Well, there was no inches apart, and Carr having to adjust his steering very, very quickly. Pernaut capitalizing, and now here comes Brandon Carr's another one of the HM Propellant. Who is that in the Team Canada race? That is Saboran, Ludovic Saboran, chasing Brandon Carr, and a little bit of a hand gestures between the two of them as Saboran goes, well, come on, get on with it. And Brandon's like, I'm trying. End of lap number 1. It's Isambard with a healthy 7/10 of a second advantage over Lucas Pernaut. It's the best that Alan Isambard could have hoped for, and there is the move. Is that Mustache Mountain himself? Yes, it is. Matt Taskinen makes the move and passes Saboran, his fellow Canadian, into P4.
How about the drive back forward already for Nicholas Ambiado after the carnage in the pre-final? He's knocking on the door of what looks to be 6th. Fellow Kart Republic and Ludovic Saboran. Here he goes. Deep on the brakes, little lock up, little sideways action. He'll take over another spot. That should move him safely into the 5th position now.
I wonder if Ambiado has put a new set of tyres on for this one. Has he gone new tyres or newer tyres for the start of this one, knowing he's coming from the back of the field and knowing that he cannot afford to start in the first main event out of 4 in this championship with a bad score. He certainly gained more positions than Savalio, and Savalio, as we know, is not shy about coming forward. And Savalio has got Lucas Nanji in front of him. They're running 8th and 9th at the moment. Rojas down to 10th, Lapolla 11th, then Gibourgier, Le Breton, LaRoche and Janssen. Meanwhile, Alan Isambard, now he said to Caleb Viesca earlier on that he was going new tyres for this race. He's already up the road to the tune of 1 second. Isambard, he took the pain and came out on top in the pre-final on older tyres than everybody else. Now he's got fresher boots. He is up the road. He's pulling away by half a second a lap at this point.
And again, not only is he fresher now, but that will continue through tomorrow. So how much of a benefit will it be to be only on your 2nd heat cycle for a pre-final versus being on your 5th with 3 sessions or 2 sessions today, I guess on your 4th for the drivers that went and qualified on their 2nd set yesterday afternoon for Sunday. How much of a benefit could he be 2 heat cycles ahead?
What Isambard is going to be hoping, he is going to be hoping that these 4 drivers, Pernaut, Carr, Taskin and Ambiado, start knocking lumps out of each other. Ooh. Oh, speaking of lumps, that is a Ben Cooper racing kart that belongs to Noah Lapolla, who is out of the race. But he's hoping that they slow each other down enough so that he can actually now give his fresher tyres a little bit of breathing space. He can actually not overuse them. You know, he can get away with winning this race, not running 100%. And Carr up into P2. now he may have a problem, Isambard, because Brandon Carr doesn't care how old his tyres are. If he's got the bit between his teeth, he is going forward. Only way he knows how to drive is Brandon Carr. Head down, rear end up, pedal like the devil.
What end up?
Rear end up.
Got it.
Keeping it PG.
Into the hairpin. Whoa, a double send. Matt Taskinen, get you some with a big move. Lucas Pernod ends up losing out 2 spots on a last-second effort to bail out of the way as Nicholas Ambiato moves himself now onto the potential podium.
And again, Taskinen getting used to a new chassis. So used to seeing him on a CRG. This is a great battle. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, all in a line. But it is happening over 3 seconds behind. Oh, and there goes Ambiato. I am convinced that Ambiato's on fresh tyres as well. He has come from last to second inside 6 laps. And it's not as though he's been passing chump change either. He has passed a field full of drivers that have gone to international events, have gone to the grand finals, that have represented their country. Lucas Pernod, meanwhile, he's gained so much muscle over the winter that he can't do his race suit up anymore, and you can see the lapels flapping about in the breeze.
Don't look now, though, folks. We've got more joining this fray here. Again, Ludovic Saborin has been in the part of it a little bit. How about Gianluca Savalio? Up 8. The REM Cosmic from the tail end of the field is closing in. He may not have gone to fresh rubber, but he did have a couple laps less than everyone else in front of him. As we are racing again, this time Pernod gets back around Taskinen. Brandon Carr nowhere to go but down as he falls back another spot. Saborin still right there on his heels. Now Carr's going to try and go forward to the inside of Taskinen. He'll shuffle him. Saborin there, still side by side. Here comes Gianluca. 3 wide. Are we going to send it? Yes, we are. Ludovic Saborin to the bottom.
And one regulation that has changed this year is that the DD2 drivers are not on fixed gearing. They're allowed to change the gearing on these 2-speed karts, which gives them a lot more freedom and which allows these races, you can see visibly some drivers are far better at the slow stuff and they give away top end speed. Other drivers are better at the top end stuff. It's making for far more dramatic racing. So well done to the organisers. Last year, the DD2 field were a little bit displeased. I think that they had to go on fixed gearing. This year, they've been given free rein, and it's paying off. Meanwhile, Alan Isambard is now 5 seconds up the road from Nicholas Ambiado, who in turn is over a second in front of Pernod, who is a second in front of this group, led by Brandon Carr, now chased by Savalio. Taskinen falls back into what is 7th place. Nanji is 9th, and Saboran is Saboran there as well. Now he was 4th, now he's about 8th. No, it's a 2-8. It's Saboran down to 7th. Nanji at the back of this group.
Lucas Nanji on the 408 HM Propeller Kart Republic now is going to go from last of the group. Well, he's going to try to go forward. Didn't quite get enough ahead to get Ludovic Saborin to bail out of the move, or bail out of position. So he stays in 8th. And now Lacharite moves up closer, about a 1.5 seconds back for the 421. Rojas on the barrel art as well, kind of trailing. So we're just shuffling or funneling the battling kind of down the grid because all of it is over 5 seconds back from your leader, Alan Isambard, that has just hit the halfway signal last time. Now 7 to go, and the gap is only getting larger.
And what I think is making Lacharite's performance more impressive, he's on a Mac Minarelli chassis. The lesser spotted Mac Minarelli chassis was popular in the UK about 20 years ago, I've got to say. Not a name that I'm used to calling in karting, Mac Minarelli. They've been around for a long time, but I have to say, not at this level, and Lacharite is doing a great job on his.
He is. I mean, he's got them.
Complaints now from the Mac Minarelli factory.
Well, he's keeping it just barely within frame here. I don't think he's got the pace of kind of this main group that we've been watching here, who have been putting on a good fight. It's a testament to the improvement of the competition in this class. A year ago, Matt Taskinen and Gianluca Savalio battling on screen. You would have imagined this was the fight for the lead and the win, and at that time it might have been, and it was in certain sessions, but now it's the fight for 5th. Ahead of him, Lucas Pernod's upped his game and joined the grid. Nicholas Ambiato has been a rocket ship here in this final. Like you said, he may have gone to sticker tires. Brandon Carr, first time I believe he's driven a DD2 MAX machine, and he's looking impressive. And of course, Alan Isambard, like you mentioned earlier today, first time in Rotax Max Challenge competition since his Mini Max days.
And also, Ambiado, he's the only driver in the SLA awning, the Chilean. You know, the SLA team, a big feature in the paddock. We've only got one driver here this weekend. It is Ambiado. Oh, and Savalio drops a wheel. So also what I'm saying is that SLA, they're not necessarily used to running a DD2 kart. So, you know, it's one thing not having any teammates, it's another thing not having any teammates and the team you're running with and learning the kart as well. So, doubly impressive for Ambiado and the SLA team.
5 laps remaining now as Gianluca Savalio tries to pick up the pieces and bring the fight back to Matt Taskinen before Ludovic Saborin can knock him back another position. This is similar to what Alan Isambard had to go through in the pre-final earlier today. Hang on, hang in there at this point here. Maybe if you watch and pay attention to how much the tires are falling off, you decide, you know what, I did have to qualify on, or I did opt to qualify on both of the new sets, but I'll see if I can take care of this set and minimize the damage and use it again for tomorrow's pre-final. And then at least in the main event, I'll be back even to the likes of Isambard and company, or even a tick better since he's gone new tires here in today's final. But we've seen a lot of drivers kind of take advantage of it. Once you put that second set on, since you can put it on at any time of the weekend, you can also take it off at any time of the weekend, right?
Yeah, basically, once you put your new set on, you don't put, well, you put your second new set on. That doesn't mean that your initial new set is destined for the scrap heap. Au contraire. It just means that you can strategize your way. And that is what Alan and his dad will be thinking. They're thinking, okay, what are we giving away in terms of experience? What are we giving away in terms of potential performance? What are we gaining in terms of the good old grey matter, intelligence? And that is working well for them, but it's going to be, yep, they took the pain in the pre-final and still come out on top. They're going to have to take a bit more pain at some point tomorrow, that is for certain, but they'll be doing it from a dominant championship position. It's like, okay, yep, you can put how many new tyres you're on, but you know, I've opened up this significant advantage because Ambiado finished last the pre-final. Pernod has been very, very consistent. So has Kart, Taskinen, Savalio, so that all Isambard's rivals are taking valuable points off each other, while Isambard is using this fresh rubber to the best of his ability.
Little radiator flap adjustment for Lucas Pernod. He is feeling the pressure beginning to build for that last spot on the podium. Matt Taskinen, the last few laps, has been matching the pace of Alan Isambard and Nicholas Ambiato. Took him a little minute to get going on that PSL Beerlard, and maybe he is matching the pace of the guys with new tires, and he didn't go new for this session. So we're starting to see kind of that plateau of the benefit of the stickers as Brandon Carr fires the first shot for third. He'll take the spot in turn 5 and begins a bit of that white lining with Pernod right behind him. Taskinen there, a lap and a half to go.
This is the battle for the final podium position. Carr in the number 428, Pernod in the 451, Taskinen in the 410, Savalio watching on at the distance. Oh, Taskinen locks it up at the braking. That was good kart control because that could have been a nasty incident. Pernod reminds his countrymen, come on now, think. And we are starting the final lap. Isambard leading by a country mile from Ambiado, and Ambiado returned 3 seconds ahead of this group.
Fortunately for Matt Taskinen, I think he's also realized that while he doesn't want to wait behind Lucas Pernod, he's not going to get to Brandon Carr, so he needs to pick his pass wisely because if he ends up getting passed again and losing the spot, it may be 2. Gianluca Savalio lurking in the distance back behind on the purple and pink REM Cosmic. And meanwhile, 5+ seconds up the road, Alan Isambard is headed for home. A dominant day and a perfectly played tire strategy with a bit of defense in the pre-final and full attack, full offense, and domination in the main. Isambard wins round 1 in DD2. Ambiato, what a run to second, and here we go. Oh, look at Savalio and Pernod and Taskinen. Gianluca almost got him there, Henry, in the last turn.
Yes, indeed, but Taskinen just held on. Welcome back to Rotax, Alan Isambard, Nicholas Ambiado. That, along with Dutch Westbrook in Micromax, has to be one of the drives of the day. Brandon Carr, Lucas Pernod is still battling here at the Masters. There's Preston Le Breton just beating Tyler Givenchy to the line. Martin Janssen and Noah Lapolla failing to finish. Isambard, Ambiado and Carr are your provisional podium finishers in DD2. Pernod, Taskinen, Savalio and Saborin, and now, well, how about that? Canadians filling out positions 4 through 9 with Antoine Lacharit for the SAAS team coming up in 9th place. Samuel Rojas is 10th, Derek LaRoche 11th, then Preston Le Breton, Givenchy, the final finisher. Well, 4 down, 2 to go. And let me think. Well, Zane Burgess won. He's racing with the American license, so he's got the US flag. So has Isambard. That is good. Well, I'm going to... are we ready for a really bad sort of historical pun? In the United Kingdom, Isambard Kingdom Brunel was one of the UK's greatest builder of railway viaducts, the classic British arch viaduct. So is Isambard building a bridge to Bahrain? Boom. Thank you very much.
It's a good thing there's a lot of fast Brits coming up in Senior Max here to represent the UK, Henry, and make up for that. 2 American wins. You've got none so far today. Maybe you'll get one here in this Mini-Max main event coming up here on the other side of the break. Maxwell Macha, along with James Roots, Enzo De Janeiro, William Vitor Parker, Ives, your top 5 starters. We'll go through the rest of them when we return. 2 finals to go. And the U.S. to the U.K. right now, Henry, 2-0.
2-0.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV cards.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 2-3 sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Welcome back. We are ready with Mini Max. Maxwell Macha will get set to lead us to green. Alongside him will be James Roots after a hard-fought pre-final that saw a number of the drivers on screen here all take points at the helm. Enzo De Janeiro and William Vitor made a lot of noise in that. They roll from row number 2, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Parker Ives and Arthur Farrow. Going back to your earlier conversation, this is a proper UK versus USA battle. The front 3 rows annexed by United Kingdom and the United States. Cameron Johnson and Nicholas LaRusso are on row number 4. Christian Sanguinetti and Luke Conjanapatak rounding out your top 10. William Rossetti and Vicente Aguilar are on row number 6. Massimo LaRusso and Melville Dos Santos on row number 7. Cristobal Bonet from Peru, Matias Dominguez, Eric Wojciechowski, William Dion, Mateo Pai, and Raimundo Ibarra. Your top 20. I've got a feeling that, this comment might age as well as milk. However, this could be, I think, one of the best races of the day. We've had some good ones so far. Here's a look at the rest of your 32 kart starting lineup. I haven't seen James Dorja much at all. He may not even be here. Blaise Denis starting down in 31st. Drivers to watch out for, well, Baptiste Lacroix, and then Ethan Miller and Salvatore Nasca. They have got Nasca Miller Racing. They're running out of a garage together, and they're having a good time. One's got a bright green racesuit. The other's got a bright orange racesuit. I'm not quite sure which one's which, however, but they're always found either punching each other, chasing each other, or sitting on the same chair, looking at some sort of gaming device, having fun more than anything else.
Well, as long as the punches haven't bruised them up too bad that they aren't able to start, we're going to be ready for all 32 of our Mini-Max drivers and 2 packed grids to close out the afternoon, folks. 14 laps for the Mini-Max drivers, 16 for Senior Max, and then it'll be a break in the action. We'll keep our feed going to broadcast the podium ceremonies from the opening day of main events here for the RMC Winter Trophy. So if you want to cheer on your favorite driver as they get their award over down where Caleb's been all day by the grid, scales, and Rotax Max Challenge official podium area. Well, that'll happen, of course, in a timely fashion after post-race tech inspection and the protest and appeal window is closed and the results are made official from the Senior Max final and beyond. 14 laps here, Henry. We're at a crawl. Hopefully that means that it'll be slow enough for long enough that we're happy with the start in the eyes of Manuel Blanco, and we get this Mini-Max main event underway.
Sodi Kart, Birrell, Parolin, Kart Republic on the front 2 rows of the grid, and lights are out. We're off and racing. Matcha leads them into turn number 1. Oh, and the James Roots gets shuffled wide there. Understeer into turn number 1. Roots plummets down the order to about 5th or 6th position. It's Enzo Di Janeiro up into P2, and Parker Ives making a strong start in 3rd, even having a little look up the inside of Di Janeiro for 2nd as we go through turn number 5. There is Parker going through turn number 7, and it looks like it is the Franklin Motorsports kart of Cameron Johnson, who has also made good progress up into P4, but for how much longer? Because we've got a change for lead. Di Janeiro leads, and behind him, William Vita going past Johnson for P5.
Looking on there, it looks to be one of the Birrell Art machines. I'm going to guess that was a great start from Rossetti in the 109, the Ben Cooper Racing driver, maybe the next one closing in. James Roots, unfortunately not a great start, falling back to the 5th position, and so he runs now in the middle of this group. There's a look at the end of the top 10 to Rossetti. Here's your leader, though. Enzo De Janeiro ahead of a frenzy with another move. That was Farrow on Cameron Johnson, I believe. So Arthur Farrow into 6th. Maxwell Macha, our pole man, back to 2nd, but staying there. How long can he stay in 2nd without fending off a charge for that spot, though, is the big question, because when you got a pack this big, it's kind of eat or be eaten. Let's see if anyone bails out into the hairpin. Nothing up front. Nothing all the way back until about maybe 15th.
That's the number 103 of Matias Dominguez, the Brazilian driver on the, well, he's down as the PSL, but he's down, he said he's got on a Carlos Sainz chassis, but that's definitely a red and white Birrell. Oh, here we go, we're finding out, and that is Vita up the inside, and Parker Ives loses 1 place, loses 2 places, loses 3 places. Roots and Farrow take advantage of the fact that Ives is slightly offline, and there is the CRG of Massimo LaRusso making a move. Is it the older twin? Is it the younger twin? Who knows? Only his mum and dad, doesn't matter. He is the faster twin at this stage of the race.
Still very early, folks, for those joining us in this Mini-Max final. 2 laps complete, 12 to go, and Parolin USA, the official branding now, as we see a move once again. Massimo this time with Parker Ives. Oh, Parker saying, hey, my bad, sorry about that. They're coming out of the corner. Tried to set up the crossover. They banged tires. All clean, all fair. Kudos to Parker. Sadly, Cameron Johnson's going to pay the price for a bit of gentleman-like driving there in front of him.
Sanguinetti saw the door open and went, thank you very much. I don't care much for formalities. Sideways again from Matias Dominguez. That's the second time we've seen him send it up the inside and then park it on a sixpence going into turn number 1. Ives now retaking the position from
LaRusso.
Yep. But look at how much distance they've cost themselves. And LaRusso's going back in, and it comes out side by side for 6th. Top 5 breakaway. It's De Janeiro from Matcha. In fact, Matcha's down the 5th, and they're all climbing over each other, trying to come out of turn number 10. This is great stuff.
Cameron Johnson trying to find a hole now, a hill to go backwards some more after what was a great start for the Franklin Motorsports driver. He's now going to be outside the top 10. Meanwhile, as I was saying before, things really exploded in the middle of the top 10. Enzo De Janeiro leading the way for the newly kind of rebranded Parolin USA, Parolin North America, and Super Tune USA combination. Vitor going to the lead, and so it's not 2 new teams, but it's kind of the rebirth of 2. JHDD there as he falls back to 2nd, and Ben Cruttenden leading the way for Teddy Truccio, Yannick Rowland, and everyone at Parolin USA.
I was going around the paddock this morning getting the teams on my entry list, and of course I had Super Tune down, and of course, you know, Ben Cruttenden said, it's not Super Tune anymore. I was like, really? He was like, well, it's not your fault, Henry. We haven't rebranded the awning or the clothing or anything yet. But I mean, the karts are being rebranded, and it is now the official factory Parolin outfit. But I'm sure that you know, all the newly rebranded stuff is en route to the paddock.
Well, there's not much of an off season, so for him and the rest of the teams to be able to be here and to be competitive is what counts, and that's what they've focused on. And right now, Enzo is doing everything he can to keep the red and white colors, Parolin colors that is, at the front of the field. He's got, again, Roots that had a quick look there, and for about 50 feet, nose ahead before the crossover was completed. And then behind James, we've got a new kid in 3rd. Arthur Farrell's been slowly chipping away as once again James is going to send it. This time, Enzo will not get the crossover done. And this is all allowing Parker Ives, Massimo LaRusso to get back closer.
Great stuff. The top 5 chopping and changing. And I've got to say, fantastic for the 2 British drivers, Roots and Farrow. This is their first race out of micro, but I'm impressed by, this might sound strange, I'm impressed by Maxwell Matcha. Why? Because he's sitting at the back of this lead group. He's allowing everybody else to, you know, use their tyres, potentially use all their deposits from the luck bank, and he knows it's only half distance. If Max or Matcha starts making a move now and picking people off, he's going to be scrapping for the next 7 laps. Why expend excess energy? Watch, wait, 1 or 2 of them might trip over each other and eliminate themselves in contention, and just make sure you only have to make 1 set of passing moves. Time your run to the front. As De Janeiro defends, because this is going to be an absolute bun fight to the checker flag. No doubt about it. The question is, has anybody else got the pace to join them? At the moment, Ives, LaRusso, Dominguez, Sanguinetti and Johnson, despite all this action, they haven't been able to close the gap. Although, as I say that, Ives and LaRusso now appear at the top of the frame. New leader, James Roots.
I will say, Henry, we have been what feels like robbed a little bit of the traditional all-out pack racing, the Rotax Max package, and this racetrack at Orlando Kart Center has treated us to over the last couple of years. And I think we're finally in store for what could be a fight from green to checker here in this Mini Max main. 7 down, and we still have at least 5 drivers covered by a blanket, 2 more on the way to get back there who were there early on. Parker Ives and Massimo LaRusso now with another pass up front and another bit of defending. Well, now well within, William Vitor.
And that is his nose cone has just clipped the inside of his tyre. He can't turn and he bounces over the dirt. That dislodges his nose cone. Now we're down to 4. Matcha gains a place without doing any hard work.
But again, call it almost 6.
Yeah.
Down to less than a second there from the lead. Back to Massimo LaRusso. And Cameron Johnson, albeit losing a lot of ground early, is back into 7th, leading that second group. And if they continue to fight like this, his day's not over. The white helmet there at the back of the screen could make it 7, could bring a few more, like Dominguez. And how about Luke Kenjan-Apatak there? Also,
is this the best performance we've seen from a privateer driver so far today? The 108 of Luke Kenjan-Apatak. His dad Tang, his mum's here. He's out in the back of the paddock. It's a little trailer on his own, and there goes the Don't Sleep energy drink cart of Luke Kenjan-Apatak, and that is passing Dominguez for 8th place. Great stuff.
Meanwhile, at the front, James Roots will put his name as the lap leader at the end of lap number 9, and his fellow countryman Arthur Farrow goes to the inside and takes over 2nd. It shuffles Enzo De Janeiro back to 3rd. Macha, does he go in turn 5? He'll tuck in behind Enzo because he's got to worry now about pressure from behind. One of the drivers, again, he's grown up racing against on the national scene the last 2 years. Parker Ives has caught up all the way to the back of the lead group after losing nearly 2.5 full seconds to the point of the field. And Massimo LaRusso, talk about hanging at the back of the train here, Henry. He's pushed Parker along, and after fighting with him earlier, let's see if he's going to keep that patience going and see if he can maybe follow the wake carved out by the snow plow on the 148.
Now, exactly. Now, and Parker Ives is driving a Nitro chassis. What family of karts does the Nitro belong to?
So an American brand produced by the Parolin factory, at least to the last of my knowledge. Kicked off by Nick Tucker, who is a driver that made his way all up to the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series, and then came back to karting here to start a team that kicked off with 2 drivers. Trans Am driver turned rallycross turned NASCAR hopeful Ben Mayer, who is well on his way. And another one you might have heard of, Brent Cruz, Rotax Grand Finals champion, the first 2 on the Nitro Kart branded team. And over the years, it has produced many top-level talents. Parker Ives appears to maybe be the next of them, as he's going to get a big opportunity. In fact, the whole pack is side by side for the lead. Look at this.
Unbelievable stuff from the Mini-Max field. Matcher up to 3rd, new leader, number 124, Arthur Farrow. And I just saw a glimpse there, Darryl Bellotti and Arthur's dad and granddad watching on. He passed his fellow countryman James Roots, who's now slipped back to 6th. I'll say it again, Max Matcher up in the 3rd place. Hasn't really had to do any hard work yet. But 2 laps to go, he's going to have to get his pencil out and start scribbling because he needs to do some work now, does Maxwell Matcher. And as we look back, 2.7 seconds separate the top 10. It's Farrow, De Janeiro, Matcher, Ives, LaRusso, Roots. Make that Roots LaRusso, because there goes the Birrell ART driver for the Prime Power team. And then you've got Cameron Johnson on that Franklin Motorsport number 110 kart. Underneath the graphics, that is a Merlin chassis. So we got all these different chassis brands and manufacturers, and they're all separated by virtually nothing. Can't beat it, can you?
No, this is the best race of the day, hands down. I hope we have one more good one in the tank still with Senior Max on grid, but the Mini Max drivers are setting a very high standard. 2 laps remaining. It is Arthur Farrow looking low, looking high. Again, another driver here kind of all on his lonesome this weekend in the LN kart. And then right in line, Enzo De Janeiro trying to get a win under the Parolin USA branding. He joined forces with the Ben Crittenden-led Super Tune tent yesterday, and now another move. James Roots into the podium. Maxwell Matcher's off of it. Back to 4th, maybe more. Here's LaRusso.
And De Janeiro on the bumper of Farrow. Shuffles Farrow wide. New leader, Enzo De Janeiro. And his cheeky expression belies a hardened racer. And it was evident there. We start the final lap. And the order is De Janeiro, Roots, Farrow, Matcher, LaRusso, Ives, Johnson, and Luke Kanjanapatak. You could throw a post-it note over the lot of them.
And again, the furled black flag coming from Manuel Blanco on the front stretch. I think that time was pointed at your leader, which is partly why you might have seen James Roots still getting after Arthur Farrow, even though for a moment it looked like they were going to lose touch with the lead. Now he's going for it on his own. New leader, James Roots, down the backstretch, all the way to the marbles, all the way to the white line. Tight hairpin ahead. De Gennaro's still there. Look at Arthur Farrow with an over-under.
Arthur Farrow takes the lead. Roots is absolutely apoplectic. But on his debut in the class, his debut racing outside of his home country, it is going to be Farrow's time to shine. He wins an absolutely storming Mini-Max final by 0.3 of a second from Maxwell Matcha. Enzo De Gennaro and James Roots finish second, third and fourth. Massimo LaRusso, a top 5 finish. Parker Ives, 6th, and William Vita comes home in 10th. Virtually anyone on that screen potentially had a chance to win. What a race from the Mini-Max drivers. Well, Dan Holland is not here. Daryl Malotti is here on behalf of Dan Holland Racing, looking after Arthur and Albert Farrow. And well, I mean, I was on the same flight out of Heathrow Airport as the Farrow family, and we were chatting as you're waiting in line to get through security at the airport in Orlando. And both Arthur and Albert, they were just wide-eyed looking around them, and I was like, you boys are going to have fun. They're like that. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun. Mark, their dad, was scratching his head thinking, yeah, I'm not sure if it was a wise choice to leave the missus behind and just have just a boys' week in Florida. Well, it's going very well for Arthur Farrow. Well done. What a race.
Back through the rest of your top 10 here. How about Luke Kanjanapatak, P9, William Vitor recovers to 10th. Heartbreaker for sure for the Jay Howard Driver Development, Kart Republic. Christian Sanguinetti, William Rossetti, Vicente Aguilar, Cristobal Bonnet, and Melville Dos Santos, your top 15. Here's a look further back down the 32. Again, we were able to finish with pretty much all of them, but the shakeups are more so in the middle, and really a lot in the top 10. How about from 13th up into 5th at the end of it all for Massimo LaRusso? Great charge up the board. Let's go down to pit lane. Caleb Viesca is standing by with some more final thoughts before Senior Max rolls.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, I'm standing by here on the grid. One of the big things that I've noticed already, a couple of the RPG Cosmic drivers have decided to go on new sets of tires, especially your pole man, Aiden Ingrata, on a sticker set, as well as his teammate Lewis Goff from the UK on a sticker set, and a couple of drivers further back in the field. I believe it was Lauren Legault, the other driver that is on a sticker set of tires. And look out for the drivers further back in the field, the likes of Brandon Carr, Dudu Barrichello. The list goes on as well. Kai Hunter is back there as well. Diego Ramos, I don't know if I said his name already, but the list goes on. A lot of drivers are going to be looking to work their way from the back of the field up to the front. This race is moments away from starting, and I cannot wait. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Caleb. Good to know about tire choice. Going to be critical. Laurent Legault, sticker tires. Is it his time to shine? But no,
I like that. I mean, again,
yeah,
thinking of Laurent Legault, if he was racing against or being measured against anyone around him in the pre-final, and he was hanging with them all with Ingrata driving away, I mean, you've got a leg up basically, because you were in the top 5, top 10 overall pace-wise, and you were a session behind on tire wear. So that's huge. And again, Rollison Performance Group, Mike Rollison, he is one of the best tacticians in the pits, and for good reason here. His track record speaks for himself. They spend a lot of extra time analyzing everything on a race weekend, from the sporting regs to the rule book and beyond. And I guarantee you they knew well in advance and started to weigh out probably the potential strategy benefits and what to do in probably Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C based on how their quali effort went, starting with the very first session and the data they were able to gather through the practices this week of how big of a fall off it is after session 1 and how big of a fall off would it be from session 2 to 3, from 3 to 4. When's the best time to maximize the performance?
And it looks like at least those 3 RPG karts, Ingrata, Goff, Legault, all on fresh rubber. Now, to your point earlier, Mr. Clements, it is now 2-1 to the USA over the United Kingdom. A win here for the UK, and we could have a Desmond on our hand. 2-2.
Well, how about one, can we, I don't know if today would be the day, but could we count this PSL Barrel Art driver in that same U.S. contingent here? He flies under the Brazilian flag. He speaks English probably about as good as a native Brazilian.
Well, you mean that Brazilian with the Brazilian flag on the top of his crash
But he's been living in Orlando, Florida for all of, half a decade and counting.
Yeah.
He's full-time on the U.S. karting circuit. Diego Ramos, of course, is who I'm speaking of, and he's got a long way to go forward, unfortunately. But he did race his way directly in after the issues in the pre-final. There he is with Eduardo Barrichello, his teammate, for the weekend and next week as well. And there's still a few more moments. It seems like we're in the midst here before senior goes, but I don't know. I'm going to count him as an adopted American at this point, whether or not he flies under our flag or not. He's been here way too long. And in the words of Danny Formal, as he called Marian Kremers, he said, well, Marian might as well be an American at this point because he put on 20 pounds since he started racing here. And kudos to Marian. He's catching straights, and he's all the way across the world racing in Sarno this weekend. But I'll put Diego in the same boat. I bet he's probably a couple pounds heavier than when he first moved to the U.S.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then I'm a red-blooded American through and through. There's a driver getting a final few words of encouragement. Jensen Burnett on that Racing Edge Motorsport 327 kart, just focusing. Caden McQueen moves in to his seat. He turns round to speak to his mechanics. The final few words of encouragement. And there is the number 315's mechanic, Mr. Zarate, standing arms folded next to Laurent Legault. He is a former Mojo Tire Changing Contest Championship. But, of course, we're getting ready to go very, very shortly, Xander.
There's the 1-minute marker here. Plenty of time to go through the grid. Plenty of time to take a look back at what round 1 of this championship looked like 1 year ago.
Could today be the day? As we go through the lights, this time we're green down to turn number 1, and there it is. A lot of drivers already trying the escape routes through turn number 1. And weekend 2 is Mossman gets through there into the top 5 for fast Frankie Mossman's SCR Red Speed. Yeah, here we go.
Here we go.
2 laps, lap and a half to go. We'll get the white flag this time by. ZCD on the bottom. Mossman and Bauer together. Mossman was aggressive. DeMello on the inside. Here comes Norberg on the outside. Door to door, side by side. There was problems for Aiden Lorenko. White flag in the air, and Norberg had to back out from DeMello, and it allowed Aiden Ingrata to slip in the mix there. There's your 2 leaders. Here's the scrap for the podium. Norberg getting through. It's Austin Garrison out of left field into the top 4 into this pack. Norberg blocking low for P4, Gary for 3rd, as Diego Ramos is a winner again for the first time in 2 years. Here comes Garrison to the line to race with Norberg. That's for 4th. Norberg will hold over Garrison by just a couple of thousandths there at the stripe. But a PSL karting 1-2, and for Diego Ramos, the monkey is finally off his back. He gets his first big win with PSL karting after the heartbreak he experienced last week. As one happy Brazilian who has had a great weekend, a deserving race winner, and he is fired up.
Talk about how much 1 year can change things here. 1 year ago, Henry, you didn't even get to call the opening round of the Senior Max Main, and Diego Ramos goes from top of the world. Well, sadly today, he's middle of it, starting alongside D2 Barrichello all the way back in row number 9. Let's check out your front row again. It's Canada on the inside, Aiden Ingrata, Caden McQueen on the outside, and then again, it is Canada and the UK on row number 2 as well.
Yeah, Lewis Goff and Jensen Burnett, Timothy Pernod, another Canadian starting grid 5, and then Nicolas Fuca, Argentina, represented on row 3 as well, ahead of Laurent Legault and Ecuador's Brett King.
Moving back to row 5, Lucas Nanji, Olivier Bedard pulling double duty, one of a couple drivers to do so here this weekend. And then row 6, Arnaud Saborin and Paul Forkeman.
The only French driver here, Salvador Dallavecchia, the man in black, from Venezuela on the inside of row number 7 alongside Kai Hunter. We speculated that most, if not all, the RPG cars were front on fresh tyres. Aiden Fox and Antoine Lemieux are next, and then an all-Brazilian, maybe American, 8-9th row, Eduardo Barrichello and Diego Ramos. Ethan Thorne and Manuel Troncoso round out your top 20, but that is the first 20 of a 36 kart grid. And looking down at the repechage, the last chance qualifiers, Galway, Lemieux, Comerford, Vera, Shimbashi and Valancourt. So no Sydney Cassels and no the other young lady, no Savannah Callis either.
Heartbreaker for the two young ladies that crossed the line provisionally in and then ended on the outside. Keep an eye on Brandon Carr, who was impressive in that DD2 MAX main to drive forward. He looked good earlier. Let's see if he can't make up some ground here in this Senior MAX main event. It's the first time they will all have been together on the racetrack. At least all of the heavy hitters all merged because they were in split groups for the warm-up, split groups for qualifying, split groups for the pre-final. But now the best of the best 36 of them all are ready. Senior MAX, round 1 is green. Oh, and contact. Ramos goes wide in turns 1 and 2. He'll collect it, but go all the way back to about 5th from last here as we pick up the rest of the field in turn 5, Henry.
Actually, he was quite lucky there, believe it or not, Diego Ramos. He didn't get completely turned around. He has dropped places, but he hasn't lost lots and lots of time to the rest of the field. Frantic stuff. Into turn number 8, there's an RPG kart making a move, and on fresh tyres, Ingrata leading McQueen. Here comes Lewis Goff. Goff to the inside of Caden, and he picks up P2. It's an RPG 1-2 with McQueen, and then Burnett, and then a gap back to Nicholas Fuka on the AM Engines, number 337, in 5th position as we complete lap 1 of 16.
Here they go. Take a look at the gaps across the line off the bat. Aiden Ingrata is going to get a near full second advantage. Lewis Goff needs to be on his horse here to hunt down his teammate, and he's going to get at least a little breathing room. Jensen Burnett takes over 3rd with a nice move down the inside on Caden McQueen. Nicholas Fuka on the AM Racing Team Express has some breathing room behind as well. In 5th, he's kind of in a little bit of a safe zone right now. Back for the top 4, but away from the fray. That is led by Laurent Legault and Timothy Pernod. Let's see if they've gotten some breathing room. They have. Gap back to Brett King and company.
Well, it's time to see what Lewis Goff has got in his locker. Last year, he was a regular contender, but yet was more a regular podium contender, the odd win here or there, but you would call him, amongst the lead group, but not a leader. Now he moves up to senior. Now we get a chance to see what mettle he has got, because he looks a different driver, I've got to say. Not being cool, he's lost a bit of puppy fat. He now looks a bit more mean, a bit more focused. He knows that as you move up, his father is involved in sports car racing. The higher you get, the more serious you have to take it. And certainly he's taking himself seriously as an athlete. His driving also improving as we look down the order. Now, we talked about some of the big hitters further back in the pack. There is the number 328 of Brandon Carr, started 24th up into 70th as that was one of the REM machines running
Antoine
off track.
Lemieux.
Yeah, up in front of him. So Carr has moved up. Barrichello has gone backwards to 23rd, and still can't see where Ramos is. He is not in the top 30. Hunter is up into 9th place. Kai Hunter. And let's look back there. Well, where is Diego Ramos? Can't quite see him. Sandy Fernandez still not really showing much. He's down in 31st position. Mini Tutti, Xavier Suarez down in 30th. Ramos up to 20th. Incredible for Ramos after going. So Diego is on a mission.
In the lead, though, Aiden Ingrata right now, I think, is probably at risk of going backwards in a hurry. Louis Goff last time by, nearly 3/10 better. As there's a check-in of where the Brazilian lies. Diego Ramos up another spot or two, it appears, so closing towards the leaders. If it turns into a massive fight, he might be able to get into the top 10, but again, that's a big if. This isn't a mega enduro, only 16 laps for the feature. Most of the events that have been in senior classes here have been a little bit longer, but it's also still longer than the pre-final, so don't count him out. 4 complete, and the gap right now for the top 2 is about 9/10 or so, as there's a pass for 4th. Laurent Legault going by on Caden McQueen, who is not really fired off all too strong, Henry. He's sitting P5 right now on the energy.
Yeah, he's been there or thereabouts. He crossed the line first in his pre-final, but obviously there was an issue afterwards, which has pushed him back down the order a little bit. He's not on fresh tyres for this race. Neither is Jensen Burnett. So Burnett in 3rd place is doing an excellent job, I feel, of just keeping some of the fresh rubbered carts at bay. Probably not going to have much to say when Laurent Legault comes knocking on his door. Further back, Kai Hunter has now got clean air in front of him in 8th position as he chases down that driver there, the red and white Birrell ART of Timothy Pernot. And of course, I think to be told by our spies on the ground that Kai Hunter was one of the few RPG karts not to go on fresh rubber. So I may have been completely wrong there, and in which case Hunter in 8th position.
Well, I would have to imagine in that case, Henry, that he's going to be saving that set for tomorrow, knowing that after the penalty he received in his pre-final, that a main event win would have been a bit of a long shot, new tires or not, and opted to say, well, I think I'm going to bet or place more of my chips on Sunday versus Saturday. He's still having a good recovery drive, and he's gotten himself to within 4.5 seconds in the 8th spot, but outside of a lot of fighting here in the main group, he's not really going to get much higher than that. As we see now, 3rd on back's kind of separated. This is Timothy Pernot on the PSL Birrell line there. He's trailing Nicholas Fuca's AM Racing Team machine, as Laurent Legault is going to pick up another one. That'll move Laurent up and into 3rd. Remember also, not only is he on fresh rubber like his 2 teammates ahead of him, he was almost as fast as them after clobbering the wall in the pre-final. Now with a fixed up go-kart, Laurent Legault, last time by, better than Ingrata and even to Louis Goff.
Well, it's an RPG 1, 2, 3 at the moment. We were talking the last race. In the Mini-Max race, there were 14 different teams in the top 14 different positions in the final. And now, in senior, one of the biggest powerhouses is McQueen to the inside on Burnett for P4, but Rollinson and co trying to maintain their dominance general across.
Now again, this is kind of, I think, what we're seeing in DD2, where we're at the halfway point, and the initial kind of 5 to 8 laps of benefit, that massive difference from new tires to scuffs is starting to plateau. Caden McQueen last time by 54.019. Aiden Ingrata 53.8. Louis Goff 53.9. Laurent Legault 53.97. So the Energy Corsa Americas crew, albeit maybe didn't have a new set to run based on using both in quali, or wanted to, again, save that 2nd set for tomorrow, are starting to see that a low air pressure call and a smart and experienced driver in Caden McQueen might be able to make that strategy work, as Timothy Pernot finally pulls the trigger and goes by Nicholas Fuca for 6th.
And we've just passed the halfway point, and you said about the new tyre plateauing. Well, it's plateaued, and McQueen is only 2.2 seconds off the lead. Now, I'm not saying he's going to drive up and catch and pass that, but he is close enough to capitalise. I can't imagine that Goff will just sit blindly behind his teammate. He's going to have to do something about it. Here comes McQueen being pushed along by Burnett with Pernot and Fuca. Then a gap back to Hunter, King and Saborin. Back down the order. Where is Diego Ramos.
Actually, forget that, Henry. Take a look at how close Kai Hunter's gotten to the back of the main group here.
Yes, true.
He has almost gotten up. Brandon Carr is charging. Diego Ramos is as well. They're both well in the top 20. Ramos 16th, Carr 14th. But Kai Hunter now is within about a second of Nicholas Fuca, 8/10. And if he's able to kind of leapfrog off of the drivers in front, get into the toe, pass him, get into the toe of the next driver, the moment you complete the pass, all of a sudden, the 392 could become a little bit more of a threat. Again, he's holding even now, again, talking about that plateau effect, to his teammates who are first, second, third on new tires. As we go back to check in, there's Carr and teammate right behind Lucas Nanji, the HM Propeller Kart Republics, 14th, 15th, charging for more.
Yep, and there is Ramos in 16th. Oh, somebody in the barriers. Somebody in the barriers at the end of it's Lemieux. It's the number 3 level. Which Lemieux? That would be Antoine Lemieux in the barriers. And that looked like it was outbreaking themselves into turn number 10. And Antoine will drop down the order. We watch Amy Fox go through. There are the 2 HM propeller cars, followed by Ramos. Ramos battling hard. He's now up into what I believe would be 15th position with the demise of Antoine Lemieux. We're on lap 11, well, we completed 11 out of 16 laps. Lewis Goff still runs half a second behind Aiden Ingrata, but it looks as though this is pretty much as far as it's going to get for Ramos, unless, of course, other drivers trip over each other or drop out in front. With 5 laps to go, there are your leaders, Ingrata and Goff, through turn number 3. And will Lewis Goff make the move, or will he get close enough to try and make a move? Because Legault is closing in inch by inch.
Caden McQueen, after getting by Jensen Burnett for the 4th spot on the energy, has not broken away like I'm sure he might have hoped he would have been able to with the pace that he felt like he probably had behind the young Canadian. Since getting to the lead of that group, they are just outside the drafting window of those top 3 RPGs, and along with that, they've got one more Rawls and Performance Group driver closing in as Hunter gets to the back end of Nicholas Fuca. Coming to the line, it'll be 4 laps to go. McQueen about 3 seconds back from the lead, and he has, at best, as we mentioned, been able to hold it even, if not give up a little bit. Last time, 2/10 give the nod to Aiden Ingrata, who, while there's been all kinds of action and stuff for me and Henry to talk about, he has maintained a perfect race to this point, and now has about a 7/10 margin over Lewis Goff and Laurent Legault. He has not been challenged even for the lead once all day.
No, and Goff is now falling back into the clutches of Laurent Legault, and I think there could be a backlog for second, which will help Ingrata no end. Yes, Goff checks over his shoulder. He's now more concerned with what's happening behind him. There's the move. Pernod on Burnett for P5. Hunter passes Fuca for P7. Ingrata is getting closer and closer to that elusive victory, but the battle is on for virtually every other place in the top 10. There goes Legault chasing Goff. Here's McQueen now trying to hold off Pernod. It's Energy versus Birrell for 4th position. Well, the top 3 still belong to the Wallace Performance Group. We don't yet know in what order they will cross the finish line. At the moment, you would say that Ingrata is odds on. Who's going to be second? At the moment, you'd say possibly Legault, more likely than Goff.
I don't believe, in at least our years of covering the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy, a team's fully locked out in the top 3 spots in any division's main event, much less a championship. Rawls and Performance Group trying to be the first team to do it. They've got an all-star lineup here in Lewis Goff and Aiden Ingrata, and a breakout performance here that has been probably one of his better ones in recent memory in Laurent Legault, and he might be able to get it to be even 1 spot better. 2 laps to go, and he's a 10th away from another spot higher, and a big swing of the points as they set themselves up to make a run for that grand finals ticket that'll be awarded a week from tomorrow.
In turn number 6, Legault will have to time this right. Goff has looked over his shoulder several times, so he's now focused not on offense but on defense. Legault sets him up, takes a tight line coming out of turn number 9. up scrapyard straight. Legault in his teammate's wheel tracks. Will he look to the inside? Yes, he does. Can he make the move? Yes, he can. And now he gives Dopp the signal, let's go. Although I think that's in more hope than anticipation. But Aiden Ingrata will be starting his final lap on what has been an outstanding day for the young Canadian. Can Goff fight back? He's running out of time, Xander Clements.
And everyone is running out of time. They've run out of time to get to Aiden Ingrata. Check this out, 5th. Timothy Pernod at the 11th hour now at the last second has gotten by Caden McQueen. Here comes Kai Hunter as well to try and crack the top 5. Salvage this Saturday that could have been a main event win, but instead a penalty put him buried in the pack, and he's been just fighting to get a few points recovered. While on the other end of the spectrum, his teammate, Aiden Ingrata, takes a look back. Laurent Legault's gone around Louis Goff, and Aiden Ingrata will lead all the laps with ease. At least it looks that way. The 3:55, the Canadian, Ingrata wins round 1.
It wasn't easy, but Ingrata made it look that way by simply setting the kart up well, using strategy the best way he could, and then controlling what he could at the front of the field and let everybody else squabble over the minor placings behind them. It's a 1-2-3 for RPG. Legault and Goff round out the podium. Timothy Pernod is 4th, McQueen 5th, Hunter in 6th, Uka 7th, Burnett 8th. And the top 8 separated by 5 seconds. Then a big gap to the next battle, which was just edged by Arnaud Samorin over France's Paul Fochemin. Then Aidan Fox, the Fox & Sons team in 11th. Olivier Bedard, last year's DD2 champion, 12th in seniors. The first final of the week this season. Brandon Carr and Lucas Nanji in team formation, 13th and 14th, and Diego Ramos, well, his title defense has not got off to the best start. P15 for the Brazilian-born, American-domiciled Diego Ramos. And let's look down the order. Brett King beats his brother Derek. They were 16th and 20th. William Boutillier, 17th. Salvador Della Vecchia, not a happy final for the man in black from Venezuela, 18th. Eduardo Barrichello, only 21st. Eduardo, the champion of this event in seniors in 2022 and 2023. He will have to turn his fortunes around remarkably to make it 3 titles in 4 years. Later on in the course of the next 10, 12 days or so. Shimbashi, Lemieux, Troncoso, Fernandez, Lorenko, Lemieux, Brandon Comerford. Welcome to Rotax, Brandon. 28th place, followed by Vaillancourt and Adriano Vieira. There is a look, and I do believe 34 finishers from the 36 starters. That was, you know, a good, clean senior Rotax final to start the Winter Trophy.
And again, full domination by Aiden Ingrata. We'll hear from some of the top contenders in that one on the other side of this break here. The on-track action to a close. Post-race ceremonies with podiums will continue after all of the post-race scrutineering is completed. But first up here, just after this commercial break, you'll hear from some of your top finishers.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again? Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry. This is Henry.
Hot off a 16-lap main event and the first day of action here with, well, a red flag for non-contact or carnage-related incidents here. Henry, is always a good day here. The sun's shining. No rain plagued our afternoon or morning, which was nice as well. Still, again, a bit chilly to kick off the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy here in Orlando compared to previous years, but not as chilly as it was earlier this week in parts of Florida, so that's always nice. And again, the racing was fantastic here, running it back of what we just witnessed.
Yeah, a really good opening start. Certainly what a difference a year makes in terms of this event as well. Very pleased to see all the finals going off without, any hitches. All the drivers getting back safe and well. Okay, some of the karts will need refettling overnight, but a good solid start to the 2025 Rotax Winter Trophy, and some really good winners, some familiar names, but also some new names, drivers that have come to this event before and fallen short, finally, getting their chance on the podium, which is, always good to see in that last race. Aiden Ingrata, so close before to getting that win in the Rotax Winter Trophy, and now it finally happens, and it does so in dominant fashion against a really stacked field.
Yeah, what a great run for Laurent Legault against that field to be able to put his best Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy effort to date together. Again, a great debut for Louis Goff, and, well, it's been a solid debut month for this man coming from across the pond and basically adopting the citizenship all-in-one 3-week sprint here. Only 2 days in the U.S. before his first Orlando weekend. This is weekend number 3 for Caden McQueen, and he ends it with another solid performance. Caleb?
Thank you, Zender. Yeah, solid performance indeed, Caden. We were just talking off camera. It almost seemed like there was 2 races going on there, right? 3 guys up at the front with new sets of tires and all you guys with kind of scrub sets. Obviously, the advantage kind of goes a little bit in your favor tomorrow with a newer set of tires, I guess. How are you feeling after that race? I know it definitely wasn't easy to come away with a top 5 finish.
Yeah, for sure. The tire made quite a big difference, especially at the start of the race, which then kind of, you'd almost lost the race before it had started. But yeah, I think we'll be good tomorrow, and I think we'll have the advantage over them tomorrow. So.
Yeah, it certainly looked good. Obviously, earlier on today, whenever you guys were on an equal set of tires, and again, qualifying for you went all right for the Sunday session. So feeling good, I guess, going in tomorrow.
Yeah, for me, it's important to try save the tire for tomorrow because tomorrow's qualifying was a little bit worse than today. So tomorrow's going to be a little bit of a harder job, but I'm sure we'll be able to get it done.
Thank you very much, Caden, and wish you best luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Next up, we got Lewis Goff, a fellow countryman here of Caden McQueen. Lewis, firstly, your first race in the U.S. It's happy to have you here, man. I know you have been in the Grand Finals before. Firstly, how are you liking your experience in the States, and how has your weekend gone up to this point?
Yes, Orlando has been pretty well for me so far. New track. It's been quite fun so far, learning new tracks. But the racing side of it, it was a bit hard. I was catching Aiden at the start when I was in second. Then I just dropped off a little bit, lost a bit of power against Aiden. But third, it's not that bad. I take the points.
Feeling good going on tomorrow?
Yeah, I feel quite confident.
Thank you very much, Lewis, and wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Next up, another one of his fellow RPG teammates, Laurent Legault. Laurent, honestly, one of the best races that I've seen you drive, a breakout weekend for you, I could say. I mean, how did it feel out there? It seems like you've been kind of breaking through all weekend long almost.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, since the beginning of the weekend, we've been really fast. So I think that also that sometimes in X30 especially, that's something that sometimes I'm lacking, just a bit of raw speed. This weekend we had that, so it makes the racing a lot easier.
Yeah, and a couple of your competitors obviously have the advantage when it comes to tires going into tomorrow. How are you guys feeling? How are you guys looking to deal with other guys like Kai Hunter and Caden McQueen who have almost newer sets? Kai, actually, your teammate, has a brand new set waiting for him tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure, Kai's going to be very fast tomorrow, but I think we're not too bad ourselves. Like, we only did the final, which is 16 laps, so I don't think we'll be too bad on the tires tomorrow, so we'll see how it goes. We all have very good speed, so for sure it'll be tougher than today, but I think we can do a good job tomorrow as well.
Sounds good. I wish you the best of luck, Laurent.
Thank you very much.
Lastly, here with Aiden and Grata, your race winner for the first round. You have actually never been to the Grand Finals, and we were kind of talking about the possibility of you going out there to the Grand Finals here earlier, Aiden. You were talking about the long track out there, but if the opportunity did present itself at the end of the 4 rounds, would you consider going out there to Bahrain at the end of this year?
Yeah, I think so. It's like a 16-hour flight, so it's hard, but it's the Grand Finals. You know, if I qualify for it, I think I really should do it, you know, like every single year. You never know if you can qualify for this event ever again. If I win the ticket, obviously, there's still 3 races left, still a lot of work to be done, but I think if the opportunity comes, I'll definitely go to Bahrain.
Seems like you're almost on cruise control there. I know it's a whole operation that kind of puts it together for you. Who would you like to thank for this victory?
I wouldn't say, honestly, it was cruise control. I was struggling out there. I was just, if I pushed a little bit too hard, I would slide. Honestly, I didn't feel too comfortable with the new tires for some reason. But I want to thank Mike Rawlison, my mechanic Patrick. He's been doing a phenomenal job all weekend. Joni with the setup calls, my parents for making this happen. And, yeah, and also Reese and Kai for the amazing power.
Well, there you go, and best of luck for you tomorrow, Aiden. Well, there you guys have them from your top 4 finishers. It was an exciting day of racing here at round number 1 for the Rotax Winter Trophy, and it's going to be an even better one tomorrow. I'll send it back up to you, boys.
Thank you, Caleb. As you guys can see, the countdown to podiums where Henry will be announcing all the names of our top finishers of all 7 divisions and 6 races that were ran from today is an approximation. We don't know exactly how long ago. We had a couple runaways that probably won't have a ton of protest when it comes to the top of the field, but those final 2 races, especially that Mini-Max main, Henry, they may take a couple extra looks at depending on how everyone felt about the results when they were first published by Manuel Blanco and crew.
Yeah, certainly Mini-Max, the race of the day in the final.
Hands down.
Hands down. The other racing, again, what we saw some drama, we saw overtaking, we saw battling. What we did see was drivers thinking, okay, long term. You know, they were thinking about next weekend as well. One mistake can cost you a ticket. You can't qualify for the grand finals today or tomorrow, but you can make your job very, very difficult, if not impossible, by making a mistake today, considering the level of competition we have here. And I think compared to a year ago, this event is looking really, really strong indeed.
Kudos to Michelle Bosclair and the entire SRA karting group for helping head south to join us this year in the 2025 RMC Rotax Winter Trophy. Again, the Rotax Max Challenge for RMC, so I'm double stating. But to be fair, they've earned it. The Rotax package has put on some good races, kept the fields close. And again, Michelle and the crew, they did a great job, I feel like, producing day one. They get to do it all again tomorrow, and we get to put on a show again on track tomorrow for you guys as well. But you'll hear Henry's voice in, well, could be 52 minutes, could be a little bit shorter. Hopefully it's a little shorter. Maybe it goes that long for Podiums. That'll be live here on the feed as well.
Yes, indeed. So, look forward to doing that down at the Podiums. We've got some great trophies, as always. And, of course, you can keep up to date with what is going on all the Kart Chase social medias, the Rotax with the Trophy social media accounts. And, you can come back and watch it all again tomorrow. Can't wait. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the podium presentation for the opening round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy here at a sunny Orlando Kart Center in Florida. We have the top 3 positions. Some of the classes remain unofficial, but we have the top 3 to hand out trophies to. It's a big thank you to SRA Karting and to the RTX USA group. We will begin in Junior Rotax. We will go through in race order and finishing in 3rd position, representing the United Kingdom, Riley Cranham. Riley on the Prime Power Team Birrell ART chassis, and a representative from RTX USA hands a multiple Kart Grand Prix winner from the UK with his 3rd place trophy. Finishing in 2nd position for the AM Racing Team and representing the United States, it's Victor de Alencar. This is another strong Winter Trophy result for Victor, but your race winner, an early season pace setter, he dominated the pre-final and the final, representing the Rollerson Performance Group in association with KR Sports. Representing Canada, it's Ryan Gandor. And Michelle from SRA Karting hands Rayan his 1st place trophy. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together one more time for your podium in Junior Rotax. And we'll just, drivers, Riley, if we could just ask you to come back a second. Hang on a second, we've got official photographers. Right, we'll do all this through. So firstly, trophies in the air, please, for the Kart Chaser TV cameras. Trophies in the air for Canadian Karting News and Mr. Schindel down there. And for Trevor and the Kart Chaser. Are we all happy, photographers, members of the media? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Junior Rotax. We'll have 1 or 2, Tito and Elio getting their moment on the podium with Victor. We now move on to the youngest members of the Rotax family, our Micro Max drivers. A fantastic final, finishing in 3rd position. He is the defending Winter Trophy champion for the AKT Racing Team, representing Colombia. It's Dominic Vieira-Roja. And there is Gonzalo to hand Dominic the 3rd place trophy from the RTX USA group. On to the top 2 now, 0.3 of a second separating them. We have never had a driver from this nation qualify for the Rotax Grand Finals before. He's one of the youngest drivers in the field, driving for Team Benick and representing Curaçao, Zev Gottschalk. And Julieta from RTX hands Zev his 2nd place trophy. Now, speaking of new nations potentially going to the Rotax Grand Finals, although this driver resides in the United States, he wears the Jamaican flag with pride on his race suit. Winning the opening round of this year's Winter Trophy, driving for Velocity Racing in association with Sodi Kart USA, it's Zane Burgess. Oh, he's keen to get that trophy up to the top step. Now, Zane, you may notice, has a bandage on one hand, so drivers will try and put the trophies in the air. Well done for the TV cameras on Kart Chaser for Cody Schindel, our official photographer in the orange, as well as Trevor Blue from Kart Chaser. Ladies and gentlemen, your Micromax podium, ladies and gentlemen. Don't drop the trophy, Zane. Yes, very smartly. Comes in. There we go. Oh, hang on. Ah, I see. Hang on. Oh, Zane, I tell you what, Zane, we need one more photo. If you just hold the trophy there. Oh, you hop back up there on the podium, Zane. I've got a feeling Zev and Dominic have got quickly something they just want to congratulate you for. Right, go on then, boys. It's water. They're learning from a young age. We'll have a quick discussion about how this is going to go. That's right. There we are. That's better. I wondered why Dominic. Oh, hello. We've lost a couple. Always good fun. Until somebody. Tell you what, we'll take the third place trophy out of the way. Well done, Zane. Thank you very much. Trust the youngsters to have something. I thought something was amiss when there were water bottles being brought up onto the podium. Thank you very much. Just a few quick running repairs to the backdrop. We now move ahead to Max Masters. Finishing in third position, driving for AM Racing and representing Peru, it's Mundi Loya. Mundi, you're never too old for a trophy. Our race director, Manuel Branco, on hand to pass Mundi his third place trophy. Now, in the 4-year history of this event, only one driver has emerged as the champion in each of the first 3 editions. He's going for 4 in a row this year, but he does not start his title defense on the top step of the podium. Driving for PSL Karting and representing Brazil, it's Rubens Barrichello. Rubens driving a kart bearing his own name, now part of the Birrell Art family. And Gonzalo from RTX USA hands Rubens his second place trophy. But on a day of firsts here in the Rotax Winter Trophy, our winner, his first win for the team bearing his own name, his first win for his own engine program for D2 Motors, representing Brazil, Danilo Ramalho. Having a quick chat right there. Here we go. Now oh dear. He's only gone, you'll have to excuse the bad language on the front of Danilo's hat. Unintentionally mentioning the I word here at this Rotax event. But ladies and gentlemen, your Max Masters podium, Danilo Ramalho, Rubens Barrichello, and Mundi Loya. Now we move on to the DD2 Masters category, our smallest entry, and only one driver making it to the end. But please put your hands together for the Formula K driver, Tyler Givoche. Tyler was here. Here he comes, driving the brand new Formula K chassis, part of the IPK karting family, representing, here we go, have I said something wrong? No, excellent, excellent. All to yourself, the top step of the podium. He was first. Giulietta, just forgetting there. We just wanted to make sure that you were paying attention, Tyler. Just wanted to make sure you were paying attention. Well done. So, all on his own on the podium. Sadly, Martin Janssen failed to finish, but our DD2 Masters winner is Tyler Givoche. Congratulations. Now we move ahead to Rotax's ultimate class, the DD2 category, and in what was a very fraught race down the order, the top three were quite far apart. A good battle for third position, making his way onto the podium, driving for PSL Karting and representing Canada, Lucas Pernod, who has managed to find a race suit that now does up over his expanding muscular frame. Well done, Lucas. He will get his third place trophy. Now, he refuses to smile, even for Cody Shindell from Canadian Karting News. Well done. Finishing in second position, fresh off his sprint car debut in the recent Chili Bowl, driving for HM Propeller and representing the United Kingdom, it's Brandon Carr. Brandon was a podium finisher in the 2022 Rotax Grand Finals at Portimao in Portugal as a senior Rotax driver. This is his very first appearance in a DD2, and he finishes on the podium. But he finishes second on the podium to a driver who last raced in Rotax back when Brandon was in a Bambino kart. It's been nearly a decade away from the Rotax family for our DD2 race winner, but he is here, him and his father, part of the Rocket Racing Company, taking today's win and representing the USA, it's Alan Isambard. And up he goes to the top step of the podium. Rotax's fastest class, the ultimate class, the USA, Great Britain, Canada on the podium. Your DD2 podium, ladies and gentlemen. Now, even though these are our older drivers, still trophies in the air. Lucas, try and smile. Keep trying. Try harder, Lucas. You can try harder than that, Lucas. There we go. Now he smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, DD2. Our penultimate podium of the day is in senior Rotax. Nearly 50 drivers trying to make it onto the top step of the podium. And in the final itself, we made a little bit of history here in the Rotax Winter Trophy with a single team taking a complete top three sweep. Finishing in third position, driving for the all-conquering Rollison Performance Group, representing the United Kingdom on his senior debut, Lewis Goff. Who miraculously, now he's in the podium, has found an RPG race suit. How apt. There we go. Lewis, he gets his third place trophy. And Lewis finished 9/10 of a second behind our runner-up, who, unlike Lewis, has never been to the Rotax Grand Finals before. Will he go in 2025? He represents Canada. It's Laurent Legault. Congratulations, Laurent. But Laurent is only the second best placed Canadian driver in senior Rotax today, because showing the rest of the field a clean pair of heels, another driver trying to go to the biggest party in world karting for the very first time. For RPG, it's Aiden Ingrata. Well then, Aiden, oh, podium first. Take this. You don't have to carry the trophy onto the podium. Well done. And a little bit of history has been made with Rollison Performance Group taking a complete clean sweep. Please put your hands together for our senior Rotax podium, ladies and gentlemen. Trophies up. Congratulations. And we will see you for round 2 tomorrow. We have just one class to go, and this result does remain provisional. However, not for the race winner, but for some of the other positions, it is provisional. It is Mini-Max, easily the highlight of the day. The main event was outstanding. The top 11 finishers separated by less than 3 seconds, and the top 14 drivers across the line represented 13 different teams and 1 independent. But finishing provisionally in 3rd position, driving for the Prime Power team and representing the United Kingdom, it's James Roots. Here comes James onto the podium, and trophy not bad for his last night. James tried stake for the first time by virtue of being the pole sitter, and now he finds himself on the podium. This could be an expensive podium habit for the Roots family if they continue that tradition. Finishing in 2nd position, he was one of our very first Rotax Winter Trophy competitors back in 2022 when there were only 50 drivers in the entire event. He's come close to winning the tickets to the Grand Finals. He's getting closer. Will he take it this year, representing the United States and driving for Velocity Racing in association with Sony Kart USA? It's Maxwell Matcha. He's a former Supernats winner for the SCUSA Series, multiple US karting champion, and wants to put the Team USA race suit on. But to do that, he will have to beat today's winner, taking the biggest win of his career, his first time in a Mini-Max kart, his first time racing outside of Europe, driving for Dan Holland Racing and representing the United Kingdom, it's Arthur Fero. The margin of victory less than 0.3 of a second. It's also the very first time that he's driven in a different class to his younger brother Albert Fero. They're used to racing in the same category together. But Albert was there to cheer Arthur on. Drivers, trophies in the air. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for your provisional Mini-Max podium, ladies and gentlemen. The drivers make their way off the podium. And that concludes today's coverage here on Kart Chaser. We just want to say a huge thank you, firstly, to BRP Rotax, to the Orlando Kart Center, to the circuit staff, to SRA Karting, and the Rotax RTX USA group. You can join us live on Kart Chaser for round 2 of the 2025 Rotax Winter Trophy tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. We'll see you then.